Section 117. I now proceed to a consideration of the book succeeding, Job, entitled The Psalms of David. It appears that soon after the decline of King Saul, David became the chosen of the people, and was generally beloved. David possessed many superior social and moral qualifications. He was generally inclined to ideal and sublime thoughts, which proceeded from his high moral and spiritual goodness, and social affection and friendship. His meditations were entirely a reflux of his moral susceptibilities. He possessed much of the spirit of wisdom and understanding. His interior faculties were very much expanded, and he was thus rendered a suitable receptacle of pure sentiment and prophetical knowledge. He loved the silent and undisturbed groves, wherein he could retire and commune with those more interior and truthful associations of thought and sentiment which breathed praise to the divine intelligence. He esteemed it a great privilege to be alone, and at such times he would compose and address his psalms of praise and thanksgiving to the divine mind. These psalms were wafted upon the serene air of the shady forest by his selected and favorite musicians. He saw that the heavens proclaimed the wisdom of the Lord, and that day unto day showed forth his handiworks. He loved man, and adored and worshipped nature, the universe, and the Creator. He was a good man, and was an exemplifier of good and proper deeds. His goodness imparts instruction, and is worthy of imitation. Thus I am impressed to speak of David, because he uttered many truthful prophecies concerning the prosperity of Zion, and the ushering into the world of a great reformer, who would combined all the physical and spiritual perfections contained in this rudimental sphere. I would direct the reader's attention to a prophecy contained in the 2nd Psalm, 7th, 8th, and 9th verses. It can be proved to an absolute demonstration that a prophecy like unto this, concerning the birth, preaching, and spiritual kingdom of Jesus, was made before the chronological period of creation is set forth in the book of Genesis, and consequently more than 4,000 years before Jesus was born. But before I speak further of David's prophecies concerning this exalted personage, I will say that many portions of the Psalms are very imperfect, irrelevant, and unprofitable, and that the present book of Psalms contains but a very small portion of those Orphic hymns that were composed by David. The Egyptian Orphic praises are all similar to those of David, but are not so grand, and that David composed much poetry in many Orphic praises can be clearly proved by research among primitive manuscripts. Many of David's sayings were not procured by the Jews, and some that were voted uncanonical and committed to the flames. There are some things related in the books of Kings and Chronicles concerning the life, government, and deeds of David, which are inconsistent with the superior goodness that is related of him in other places. He was said to be a type of the heart of the deity, and yet the purity of his character is destroyed in the minds of many readers by some deeds which are ascribed to him. He was at times unfortunately situated, and this fact led to a development of some gross sensualities that would not have occurred under superior circumstances. David alludes more definitely to the birth and kingdom of Christ than any previous writer in the Old Testament, and therefore he demands more attention, for his allusion is distinct and obvious, and it could not have had reference to any king who arose subsequently in Israel. When David, in the 7th verse of the 2nd Psalm, declared the decree, he himself, in language supposed to be uttered by the divine mind, impersonates the son that was to be born, and he goes on to state that his kingdom would comprehend the heathen, who would come into his possession, and that he would inherit the uttermost parts of the earth. He relates this in an ambiguous manner, but the language is sufficiently distinct to apply only to the spiritual kingdom of Jesus, which was peace and righteousness. David also alludes to this period in subsequent chapters, although with less distinctness, yet his allusions afford decided evidence of his own spiritual love and wisdom. David was a man given to devout meditation, and possessed the most refined and exquisite feeling, affection, and friendship. His meditations in the last 3 chapters of the Psalms are concerning the praise that should ascend from every heart to him who rules with a divine majesty the universe. He calls upon all things to praise the Lord. He considered the heavens as presenting evidence of his great goodness and everlasting endurance. He contemplated the sun as displaying his wonderful works to the children of men. He would sing of the silvery moon, for it was to his mind evidence of the greatness and indulgence of the Creator. The stars of the firmament and all visible objects proclaimed to his mind that the Lord was good to all, and that his tender mercies were over all his works. In his songs of praise and adoration, he would also sing, concerning the temple and the spiritual Zion, he calls emphatically, upon all to praise the Lord, because he is abundantly righteous, and his mercy endureth forever, and he closes by exclaiming with the deepest emotion, praise ye the Lord. When David spoke concerning the mercy of the Lord enduring forever, it was from an unavoidable conviction that rested upon his mind from his serious and truthful contemplation of nature around him. He, like others, had been led to suppose that the apparent evil existing in the world had been disseminated by an evil spirit proceeding from the divine mind, the result of an obedience to which would banish the transgressor from his presence forever. But he was constrained to acknowledge, from the 10,000 voices arising from every department of nature, that this opinion could not be entirely true, so he frequently proclaimed with great fervency that the mercy of the Lord endureth forever. The Book of Psalms contains many imperfections, but in general, it is of useful application. There is no importance to be attached to it beyond the truthful prophetic instructions it contains, its superior expressions of thanksgiving and praise, and its well-directed and useful contemplations. Viewed in this light, the Book of Psalms may be read with profit, but it is a book void of all general principles, such as are necessary to create a confidence in the mind of man in the unchangeableness of nature, of her laws, and of their Creator. Section 118. Following the Book of Psalms are the very useful and wise Proverbs of Solomon. This writer had experience of the most diversified and instructive nature, reflection upon which created knowledge and rendered him wise. He was a man of superior abilities, having a perfect organization, which was characterized by health and physical energy. He did not possess those refined and elevated qualities that characterized his father David to any very high degree, but some of his faculties were greatly unfolded, which gave him great power of discernment, and disposed him to meditation. His social and natural affections were fully unfolded and exercised. This fact, together with his peculiar temperament, rendered him susceptible to all influences that arose from his peculiar and in a measure vitiating situation. He had great powers of construction, which enabled him to plan and direct the building of the temple, and also great high-mindedness, which was displayed in the exceeding grandeur, perfectness, and magnificence, which characterized the temple, from the very base to the dome, and rendered it a work of superior design and architecture. It was necessary for him to experience all that he did, in order to unfold that wisdom and understanding which he possessed beyond any other king existing either before or since he lived. Taking into consideration, therefore, the particular temperament and organization of Solomon, his elevated and vitiating situation, the physical influences with which he was surrounded, and the vast experience which he possessed, he should be considered truly an enlightened man in social and general affairs, the study of which is profitable to all men. His proverbs are concerning the attainment of wisdom and the advantages of sobriety, both in early and advanced life. He gives much proper and truthful advice, the good results of which will be experienced, but only when the world discards all arbitrary and superficial government, and becomes reorganized upon the principles governing nature and mankind with an unerring government. It is scarcely possible for anyone to obtain the same wisdom and understanding that Solomon possessed, because that would require the same situation, influences, and physical constitution that surrounded and characterized him. All men are differently constituted, and their external experiences are exceedingly dissimilar, but all experience the promptings of their internal principle alike, and all would cheerfully obey its teachings if it were possible. Ask not, then, why all are not righteous, but search for the reason among the thousands of vitiating and wretched situations occupied by the various classes of the human family. In order to remove these destructive influences with their unholy effects, learn from Solomon to be wise, for thus alone the world may become sensible of the causes that are productive of so many direful and unrighteous results. In the Book of Proverbs there are one or two very slight intimations concerning the time when wisdom and goodness shall become universal, but this is spoken of in an ambiguous and indefinite manner, and therefore no comment or application is required. The Book of Proverbs is a concise embodiment of the results of the experience of Solomon, and being a compendium of practical thoughts and teachings, it is useful to be read as such, and its teachings should be applied to the human race. Further than this, I discover no use to be derived from this book, and that this is its intention is made evident from its style of expression, from the nature of its contents, and from its position among the books of the Old Testament. Then follows Ecclesiastes, or the Preacher. This book displays a vast amount of erudition and absolute knowledge. It appears to be a continuation of the Book of Proverbs. It contains much important and valuable instruction, and may be read with profit and pleasure, and the scraps of truthful expression which it contains are worthy of serious consideration. But I observe nothing in this book especially applicable to the ushering in of the great reformer, or as relating to his spiritual teachings or kingdom. The use, then, of this book consists in some valuable instructions and admonitions that will be fulfilled when society is reformed. The book following this consists of poetical meditations similar to those contained in the Book of Psalms, with the exception of their imperfectness and sensual character. The Songs of Solomon are supposed to have some slight reference to the beauty and harmony that would result from the principles of Jesus and from the establishment of his spiritual kingdom. I do not, however, discover any such reference, for Solomon possessed not the spirit of prophecy. There are many ambiguous and inflated expressions contained in this book, which neither involve any useful figure, nor any principle of truth or morality. Some of the songs are well composed, partaking greatly of the Orphic style of David, and also displaying the spirit of wisdom. The book, however, is useless, for it is void of any exalted principles which can instruct the race and lead them to a more perfect degree of social unity and mental refinement. Therefore the Songs of Solomon might have shared the fate that many kindred books did, without being the least loss to the world. Section 119. Following these is the Book of Isaiah. I experience an influx of higher veneration for this writer, and am attracted to him more strongly than to any other whom I have examined. I feel constrained to speak of him with the highest respect. He possessed naturally a good and well-constituted organization. His temperament was warm, and he possessed affectionate social feelings, and all his moral and intellectual faculties were also highly developed. His endowments were of such a character as to render him a fit receptacle of the spirit of prophecy. His mind was so constituted that he was not only able to receive knowledge of, but to associate with, the principles of the divine mind existing in nature, which are the agents and mediums through which eternal design is accomplished. By being thus spiritually qualified, he could and did prophesy that which was fulfilled only when the Messiah came to breathe purity, social unity, and consequent righteousness. Isaiah spoke not concerning the day and hour of, or the circumstances that would be connected with, the birth and the establishment of the spiritual reign of this noble personage. He spoke not concerning any contingent, external, and circumstantial events that would serve as an indication of this occurrence, because it would have been impossible for him or any other human being to speak with certainty concerning these. But he could speak with the utmost confidence concerning any event that would result from the manifestations of divine intention respecting the nature of which he became enlightened. He, then, like all other prophets, was fitted for the use for which he was intended. It was not a merit in him or in any other person to be at times in possession of the spirit of prophecy, inasmuch as an influx of divine intention is a result of a superior organization, not rendered so by the person himself, but by the superior influences, both internal and external, that have governed and developed him from birth. Considering the inseparable connection which is sustained between the universe and the deity, the whole forming one grand system, it is impossible for any rational mind to conceive of such a thing as free will or independent volition. For if such a thing existed, then would the universe be disunited, and the divine mind would be incapable of communicating life and animation to its various recesses and labyrinths. The chain of cause and effect, and the bond of unity, harmony, and reciprocation would be broken, and the universe would be no longer an organized system of beauty and grandeur, but an incomprehensible ocean of chaos and confusion. The universe must be animated by a living spirit to form, as a whole, one grand man. That spirit is the cause of its present organized form, and is the disseminator of motion, life, sensation, and intelligence throughout all the ramifications of this one grand man. That spirit is the spirit of truth, of love and wisdom, and of inexpressible knowledge, and this is the great positive mind. Then, again, this interior spirit must have a form through which its attributes may be developed, in order that it may be called a perfect organization, and that form is the expanded universe. Therefore, there are only two principles existing, one the body, the other the soul, one the divine positive mind, the other the univercoelum. Man is a part of this great body of the divine mind. He is a gland, or minute organ, which performs specific functions, and receives life and animation from the interior, moving, divine principle. Here, then, is the result of these considerations, that man is an organ produced and developed by a law pervading the whole organization of the divine mind, which law will therefore continue to govern him throughout eternity. And if it were possible to conceive of a gland or any organ of the human form as existing independently of other parts, then it would be possible to conceive of the propriety of the term independence as applied to man, viewing him in connection with the vast organization of the divine mind. If it can be proved that there are organs in the human form not dependent on the form for motion, life, or existence, then it may be proof that man is an independent being and exercises what has been termed free will. But if the first cannot be proved, then the conclusion is irresistible, that the divine mind has created the universal organization of his own essence and instituted laws to govern the same, with the positive design that every particle should have a dependence upon the whole, that all particles should sustain reciprocal relations, and that the whole should thus form one united, harmonious system. If this conclusion is denied, it would be well for the one who denies it to prove the existence of an actual independence in any part of the human form. When this is done, the great question may be considered as everlastingly decided respecting the doctrines of indefinite free will and of absolute necessity. The many high and noble qualities of which Isaiah was in possession rendered his mind suitable for the influx of prophetic knowledge, which he proclaimed with great perspicuity to the world. But this was not a merit of his, but a natural consequence of the relations which he sustained to those laws which he felt impressed would develop the event he was constrained to prophesy. I would that all ideas of merit were forever dissipated from the human mind, and that the mind might become rationalized on this subject. Then much knowledge concerning the laws of nature and the designs of the divine mind would be unfolded, and this would elevate the general mind and produce a concert in the human family sanctified by nature as being in accordance with her immutable laws. Section 120. Isaiah, being superiorly enlightened, was enabled to speak with prophetic assurance concerning the beauties that will arise from a social and spiritual elevation of the race as determined by the triumph of moral and natural principles. He was convinced, from his prophetical meditations, that the world of mankind would undergo such a change as that unity, peace, and righteousness would spread over the whole earth. His thoughts were not circumscribed by any sectarian dogma or any outward form of worship, but were as expansive as the widespread fields of nature and the unfolded heavens. He spoke concerning the mountain of the house of the Lord and the holy magnificence that will characterize the great temple of mankind. After goodness and virtue shall have become fully developed, he saw that the germ of righteousness was deposited in nature and existed also in man. He saw that this would unfold its divine qualities into roots, and that these, again, would produce a body, which would ascend and put forth branches throughout the world, which, again, would bud and blossom on the mount of the Lord, on the hill of Zion. Thus would be unfolded the beauty of the tree of righteousness, whose everlasting branches would ascend through all the celestial spheres, with continually increasing beauty, until they became immersed into the celestial fount wherein dwell unbounded love and wisdom. He saw that one would come who would judge among many nations, and who would deposit a germ whose growth would produce a social and moral resurrection of all the world to harmony and righteousness. He saw that one would come who would rebuke many people, unfolding the proper principles that belong to the nature of man, on the full accomplishment of which error and false instruction would be forever annihilated. He saw that this would cause all nations to beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks, and that then would exist peace on earth and universal industry. He saw that when this would be accomplished, nation would not again rise up against nation, and that they would learn war no more. He saw that error and ignorance, which are the causes of the various systems that exist, would be banished from the earth, and that all sectarian and local hostility would be annihilated. He saw that when this unity of intention and action became universal, the wilderness and the solitary places would be made glad, and that the deserts would be made to blossom as the rose. He saw that the world would be no longer dreary and uncongenial from the prevalence of sectarian artificiality, but that it would be converted into an Eden whose fragrance would diffuse universal happiness. He saw that this would be accomplished as an inevitable result of the moral and spiritual teachings of those principles, which have existed in nature ever since the universe had a being. He saw that social unity would unfold spiritual righteousness, which would become as a great mountain, a sanctuary in which the whole world might congregate, and where the true worshipper might worship the divine mind in spirit and in truth. He saw that the time would come when neither Jerusalem nor any other city nor temple, wherein sectarian teachings are promulgated, would be the sanctuary of the true worshipper, but that his sanctuary would be the expanded earth and the unfolded heavens. He saw that man would worship, because every flower would invite, and saw that every countenance would be illuminated with brotherly kindness, such as would cause the aspiring elements of the soul to ascend to that divine spirit who seeketh such to worship him. He saw that nature would sanction the then existing social government and spiritual condition of the world, and that in the excellency of her superior beauties all men would be united and happy. Isaiah spoke kindly of the kings and kingdoms that then existed, and of those that would exist upon the earth, and meanwhile admonished them to be wise, with all gentleness, meekness, and humiliation. For he saw that one would come who would neither fail nor be discouraged, but would exercise judgment among the nations, and that the isles would wait for the fulfillment of this law. He saw that this great moral reformer would see the travail of his soul, that is, the development of his social and spiritual government, and would be satisfied. And he saw that the time would come when, unto these divine principles every knee should bow, and every tongue confess that in them they had righteousness and strength. Isaiah exerted his influence to console kings, as many nations then anticipated invasion and destruction. He was considered by all as a general consoler, and would endeavor to convince their minds by external representations, which, though having no connection with the thing prophesied, satisfied them of the truthfulness of his consolatory assurances. All such signs were considered by Isaiah merely as external representations, but not as confirmations of the occurrence foretold. But being in possession of the spirit of prophecy, because of the influx of divine principles, he knew that the many occurrences of which he prophesied would inevitably be accomplished. He foresaw the birth, the life, and the preachings of Christ, and the ultimate triumph of the principles which he would inculcate, but was unable to speak of time, or any incident or circumstance that would be connected with the occurrence of the things which he absolutely foresaw. Section 121. Highly enlightened indeed must have been that mind which, amid all the artificialities of the world, and all the sectarian hostility, and local and national wretchedness which then prevailed, could see that all this would be destroyed to be known no more forever, and that then the earth and the universe would be the great worshipping temple, in which there would be but one eternal preacher and admonisher, and he, the divine mind. He saw that this great and unfailing shepherd would disseminate through the world by his teachings the principles of love, unity, and reciprocation, and that he would make every silent stream eloquent, every flower inviting, every grove a sanctuary of prayer and devotion, and the whole earth a fold of peace and safety in which all might be gathered, and from which no one could possibly go astray. Nature breathes forth her interior and immortal teachings, because she is a child of the great divinity. She communicates these teachings to man, who feels them as the inexpressible promptings of his internal being, because he is a child of nature, even as she is of the divine mind. The spirit thus receives the truth, because of its susceptibility to divine influx. And yet in the world the spirit has become encompassed with every species of gross materiality, and therefore has not as yet unfolded its deep internal qualities, as it ultimately will when new and superior influences are unfolded in the social world. Nature, according to the prophecies of Isaiah, is performing the ultimate design of the divine mind through her eternal laws, the accomplishment of which will conspicuously display the infinite perfection of the divine attributes. Thus I am constrained to speak of the prophecies of Isaiah, for they are true and steadfast, and if the world will receive wisdom, they will all be accomplished. Will you not, then, abandon all sectarian affection and impure high-mindedness? Will you not seek to become enlightened, and strive to banish all ignorance, superstition, and hostility from the earth? Do you not desire to become suida, receptacles for the influx of divine intention, so that this may unfold your interior nature, and enable you to associate with the knoll edge of higher spheres, and be forever happy? Will you not discard the unholy and vitiating influences that are now connected with 468 your social relations, so that swords and spears may become implements of industry by which the physical requirements of mankind may be supplied, and that the world may thus be elevated to the highest degree of social unity and spiritual goodness? Ye who are heirs of the prophecies, will you not put forth powerful exertions to verify their teachings, and thus prove your defense to be pure and genuine, by an actual manifestation? Ye who wield the pen of the logical discussion and the sword of sectarian bigotry, will you not, forsake these useless instruments, and go forth into the world and preach the doctrine of the divine theologian, and thus become useful instruments in accomplishing the designs of the Creator as manifest in his unchangeable laws? Here, then, is a test. He who loves and appreciates the prophecies of Isaiah, or any others of similar nature, will no longer endeavor to sustain sectarian institutions, or to perpetuate that state of things which is necessarily productive of disunity, sorrow, and social wretchedness, but will go forth and preach universal redemption from mental poverty, imbecility, and social disunity, so that the prophecy may be fulfilled. Percent 122. The book following Isaiah is Jeremiah's prophecies and historical records. Jeremiah was very unlike Isaiah in his physical and mental organization, for he did not possess so much of that spiritual refinement and devotedness to truth and knowledge as did the latter. Yet his social qualities were very active, and his attachments were exceedingly strong. His affections comprehended the whole race, but his prophecies referred mostly to the events of that era, and contain but little allusion to the great and glorious period of which Isaiah so feelingly prophesied. His moral powers were not so unfolded as that truth of a very elevated character might enter, but his powers of observation were full and adequate to the fulfillment of the office which he sustained. His time and talents were chiefly employed in admonishing, instructing, and consoling the Jews, whose bondage he very correctly foretold. As may be perceived by various expressions found in his book, he felt constrained to prophesy of the invasion, subjugation, bondage, and suffering of the Jews under the severe and powerful administration of Nebuchadnezzar. Jeremiah lived until the time this awful occurrence took place, and was consequently involved in nature's divine revelations. 469. The trials and sufferings of the Jews incident thereunto, and this circumstance of necessity confined his prophetic visions mostly to then transpiring occurrences. I find only one allusion in this book to the great moral reformer, and his social and spiritual kingdom, and this is very brief. It is sufficiently definite, however, to demonstrate his prophetic knowledge and power of spiritual perception. This may be found in the 23rd chapter, 5th and 6th verses. The allusion here to the things that were to occur in future was not perceived by Matthew, or any of the other historians of Jesus. There is a passage in the 31st chapter, 15th verse, which has been supposed to refer distinctly to the coming and reign of the Messiah. Even Matthew quotes this in speaking of the children said to have been destroyed under the reign of Herod, intending to convey the impression that this occurrence was referred to by the prophet Jeremiah in the above chapter, where he speaks of a voice being heard, and lamentations, and weeping, Rachel weeping for her children, and could not be comforted, because they were not. Matthew must have mistaken the allusion made by Jeremiah to the return of the Israelites to their own land, for the occurrence said to have taken place under Herod the king. In this book I discover no useful or expansive principles, nor any absolute allusion to the great and glorious era now before the world. In anxious anticipation, Jeremiah, however, speaks very plainly concerning false prophets and prophetesses, and this may be feared as a confirmation of what I have stated concerning the practice that was general in those days, of kings having counselors who could prophesy, and these having in their charge persons who were susceptible to abnormalness, and who would utter in the name of the Lord many false and deceptive prophecies. For a confirmation of this, read chap 14, 14-16, and 23, 25-35. These passages will show that Jeremiah became very much exasperated, and felt constrained to speak and prophesy against false and deceptive prophets which were engaged in promulgating and perpetuating vice and wretchedness. Each would prophesy in the name of the Lord, believing as they did, that the Lord spake unto them by the influx of his Spirit. Read also other portions of Jeremiah, and then bear in mind that many of these prophecies became immersed into the Bible, and that they are at the present time interspersed throughout various books of the Old Testament. No one certainly will disbelieve what I have related concern 470 ing matters of this kind, when he can find the same confirmed in the book of Jeremiah. This book contains many expressions of deep and heartfelt sorrow for the afflictions imposed upon the Jews and other tribes by wars, persecutions, famines, and captivity. He speaks very feelingly concerning concerning the destruction of Jerusalem, typifying its downfall by many significant and striking representatives, which most certainly proves his prophetical prevision. He in like manner prophesied concern, the Babylonish captivity, and also the ultimate restoration of the Jews to liberty and their own land. Many parts of this book were revised by subsequent writers, and the future tense was exchanged for the past, which would seem to convey the impression that many things in this book were written after the Jews were restored to freedom. Nebuchadnezzar, the great king of Babylon, was to Jeremiah one of the most uncongenial and disagreeable of men on earth. Therefore he spoke indignantly concerning him and his kingdom, while he manifested great social affection toward the Jews, for which nation he possessed an hereditary affection and friendship. The book following is named Lamentations of Jeremiah, being occasioned by the realization of anticipated captivity, and containing contemplations of relief to be given the Jews. These lamentations sprang mostly from Jeremiah's social sympathies, which were exceedingly excited by the sufferings and afflictions then being experienced by his brethren and nation. In view of the many horrible occurrences which had befallen the Jewish nation, he could only utter his lamentations and weep in sympathy, and being much depressed in view of these scenes of desolation, he endeavored to chase away sorrow by indulging in prophetic hope, which is expressed in different places in the Book of Lamentations. The writings of Jeremiah are not useful or important in respect to the object contemplated in this book. They relate mainly to the wars and sufferings of the Jews, to their captivity in Babylon, to the fall of Babylon, and to many shocking catastrophes that would befall various kingdoms and nations of the East. They are written in a figurative and indefinite style, nearly in the imperfect language of correspondences. They are connected with no theological system, and are absolutely unimportant to the world at the present day, with the exception of a few figurative historical records contained in them. Nature's divine revelations, 471, which are true, and which, if read understandingly, may not be unprofitable. Section 123. We next come to the book of Ezekiel. This writer was similarly situated from youth to manhood with Jeremiah, and with him possessed very many of the same physical and spiritual qualifications. He, however, possessed but little of the true spirit of prophecy, yet in a few instances he bursts forth under the excitement of spiritual elevation, and utters many indefinite yet truthful sayings concerning the Zion of the Lord, and the tree of righteousness whose germ would be deposited by Jesus, the fair example of purity and refinement, and whose qualities and principles would be unfolded by generations to come, even by those of the 19th century. The things written in this book also appertain mostly to the period during which they were written, and to the period just preceding. I am not attracted to the contents of this book, for it contains many gross and blasphemous sayings, more than would be permitted in any other book so generally read. In the 9th chapter some things are expressed which are very repulsive to any mind of refinement, or to any person who has an affection for spiritual edification. And Ezekiel also exhibits what has been before stated, that those who prophesied were in the habit of making the Lord say what they themselves said and wrote, and that they would attribute false and deceptive prophecy to the prompting influence of the divine mind. Ezekiel speaks in the 14th chapter concerning prophets real and unreal, and says, if a prophet be deceived in a thing, I, the Lord, deceive that prophet. Ezekiel also writes as if he received instruction from the Lord concerning the baking of bread, and how they should procure, boil, and eat a lamb, and how they should choose the color, cut the cloth, and make garments for the priests. And see, it is well to remark that there is to be attached no blame to the writer of this book for these unprofitable expressions, as he, like others, was habituated to such modes of speaking. But what is unjust and unwarrantable is the arbitrary interpretations of those sayings, and the unreal garment of divinity which has been imposed upon them by speculative theologians, and which conceal their meaning from the mind. This book professes to be nothing more than a collection of figurative descriptions, prophetic allusions, and historical records concerning the numerous afflictions experienced by the 472 Jews, both in Babylon and at Jerusalem. This book is also useful, so far as it presents a truthful history of occurrences and afflictions experienced by bygone generations, and of the mode of prophecy and expression that was then universally customary. The book of Daniel, which succeeds, contains more historical, allegorical, and mythological representations and prophetical visions than either of the books on which we have commented. Daniel was very eccentrically organized. He possessed some good social qualities, but was characterized more by the perceptive and moral faculties, which latter were highly developed. He was but little above the rudimental state of mental development, and thus perceived and taught only that which was external and material. His visions were of the most eccentric and ambiguous character, some of which were sufficiently definite not to apply to things then transpiring, and others were sufficiently indefinite to apply to almost any material catastrophe, corresponding in this respect to various portions of the Apocalypse. Daniel, whose powers of analogy and comparison were strong, prophesied concerning the rise and downfall of various kings and kingdoms, representing the things of which he spoke by very singular animals, some of which would resemble the ichthyosaurus and the iguanodon more than any other species. Some of his metaphorical beasts had more horns than any animal that ever existed upon the earth. Nevertheless, the comparisons were true, though beastly. He symbolized some vast monarchies that should subsequently extend over the earth by an image composed of various metals, which signified the character of as many kings, and the different ages in which they would reign. His prophecies all related to kings that were to arise and pass away, and new ones that would arise in their stead. These prophecies are very true, inasmuch as they have been actually fulfilled in the successive tyrannical governments that subsequently existed upon the earth. The prophecies contained in this book are so exceedingly ambiguous and superficial that they do not demand that high and spiritual interpretation which has been given them by many biblical commentators and spiritualizers. They are, however, capable of being interpreted as representatives of almost anything that may suit the fancy of the commentator. There are some rather beautiful yet terrific figures which have indeed a great deal of signification, but they can not be made to represent those grand and divine principles which nature's divine revelations, 473, alone can produce a resurrection of mankind to social unity and spiritual happiness. Therefore they are unprofitable so far as the knowledge is concerned which the world requires for the accomplishment of this great and desirable end. It is humiliating to reflect upon the very many false and imaginative interpretations that have been placed upon the crude images and imperfect correspondences contained in the book of Daniel. Many have been led, even in the present century, to suppose that a general conflagration of this terrestrial sphere is therein typified and absolutely asserted. They have believed this, too, when nature, her laws, and the immutable teachings of the divine mind have promulgated a different truth, of which everything is a demonstration. It is not to be wondered that persons not understanding the structure of the universe, nor perceiving the unchangeable laws that govern her in harmony, should be imbued with this imaginative belief as derived from theological interpretations of the book of Daniel, in connection with others in which sayings of like nature are contained. But divine love and wisdom have developed the still more exalted principle of truth, which will outlive all errors and imperfections of the outer world, and preserve its omnipotence forever and ever. Let him, then, who is capable of receiving the consoling truths which nature everywhere manifests, rest confidingly, and he may thus rest, because that upon which he reposes confidence is divine, celestial, and eternal. Such principles are not derived from the books last comment upon, and hence, though these books should be regarded as true considered in an historical point of view, they should not be considered as developing the celestial purity and greatness of him who reigns eternal and omnipotent. Much time and talent has been expended in elucidating the vast number of figures and correspondences contained in the books of Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and Daniel. The latter book, however, contains more local and figurative prophecy, and more ambiguous and unprofitable matter than either of the others. Nevertheless, there are some very conspicuous and positive assertions in this book, which have been rendered more so by revisers and compilers than the assertions of any other writers upon which I have thus far been impelled to speak. I need not mention any particular figures therein recorded, or proceed to prove their non-allusion to the Son of Righteousness, so brilliantly spoken of in Malachi, and so perfectly exemplified in the life and teachings of Jesus. For it is 474 nature's divine revelations, unnecessary to prove that which has no opposers, and when these sayings are opposed, then it will be time to verify them by further considerations. Section 124. I now proceed to speak concerning the book following, Daniel, entitled Hosea. This book commences with an account of a command of the Lord to Hosea to choose him a conjugal asso. Psi 8. The representation here recorded concerning the Lord's direction on how he should marry, and how his children should be named, is very unprofitable, and is indeed revoking to the feelings of every person of true refinement. It will appear in the highest degree probable to every person of interior and truthful reflection, that Hosea ever received an influx of divine instruction to choose a wife as is herein recorded, or concerning the names BV which his children should be known. For these things you tend to withdraw from the exalted character of the divine mind much of that veneration, which it is proper for every being to entertain, and for every child to be instructed in. From these considerations, it is clear that these expressions must have been untrue, or rather must have corresponded to the primitive mode of written expression. It is not necessary to speak particularly concerning Hosea, as he makes no pretensions to prophecy, but was only a general observer, contemplator, admonisher, and instructor. He observes the depravation and disconsolation that were then enshrouding many kingdoms within the circumference of his knowledge, and especially the Jews and the house of Israel, which were within his immediate observation. He saw the gloomy forebodings of vengeance from the Medes, Persians, and Babylonians, upon the Jewish nation, and on seeing every tie which had previously united one nation with another changed for vengeance and retaliation, he trembled in prospect of what was to follow. From these things he felt constrained to speak against the idolatries of his nation, and their many eccentricities, which were opposed to the commands of the divine mind, and were against their future peace and prosperity. He felt also that it was his duty to speak indirectly and comparatively concerning the Jews and Israelites, and to endeavor to enforce upon their minds a deep and serious conviction that if they did not leave the worship of idols and the practice of abominations, they would be ultimately subdued, their nation dispersed, and their beautiful city overthrown. In confirmation of these things he offered many typical illustrations, and nature's divine revelations. 475. Spoke parables, as he professes to be commanded to do, in order that their minds might be duly impressed with the awful catastrophe that was then hovering over their nation. In contemplating these things, he, as all minds are wont to do under similar circumstances, prophesied ultimate amelioration, such as was suggested by the yearnings of hope. There are some indefinite allusions in this book to the Zion of righteousness that was thereafter to exist, but they are so much intermingled with the occurrences then impending, that they are unimportant. Besides, they are disconnected from the general chain of prophecy under special review. So I find nothing in this book capable of a decided application to anything beyond the period in which the book was written, for the writer's feelings were involved in, and his judgment exceedingly trammeled by, the many unhappy circumstances of the times, and this fact prevented the development of higher and more spiritual qualifications. The book of Joel, which succeeds, is mainly a recapitulation of things contained in Hosea, with the exception of the introduction of new figures and a dissimilarity of expression. Joel also exhorted the children of Israel to repentance, and enforced upon them the necessity of being reformed in order to escape the direful judgments of the Lord of Israel, who, he taught, would visit their land with a consuming vengeance, and disperse their nation even to the lands in possession of the heathen. He introduced new and convincing representations of the great and awful day when the land that was then fertile, yielding beauty and abundance, would be a forsaken and uninhabited wilderness, and when their city, along whose streets and in whose well-constructed edifices happiness dwelt, and no fear or consternation was indicated, would be destroyed and left desolate. It was to be an awful revolution, and therefore many, like Joel, felt it a duty to speak and prophesy concerning the best and most expedient means to escape the terribleness of the calamity, and also to speak concerning the great and glorious day when bondage would be unknown to them, and the nation would be restored again to prosperity, unity, and brotherly affection. He presents descriptions also of some very appalling manifestations of divine judgment, which are calculated to operate strongly upon the sentiments of fear and marvelousness, and to excite superstition to the highest possible degree. Thus he spoke of a day which should come when the Lord would pour out his Spirit upon 476 them, and their sons and daughters should have visions, and their aged men should dream dreams, when the sun would cease to give its light, and the moon be darkened and changed into blood, and the stars refuse to shine, and the earth shake to its center, and darkness reign universally. This very indefinite yet powerful representation bears all the appearance of a literal prophecy yet to be fulfilled, but it will be perceived by any enlightened understanding that all these physical transformations are entirely opposed to all law and to the harmony of the universe, and therefore if understood in a literal sense, the figures are untrue and insignificant. But this was a mode of express shown only intended to awaken the apprehensions of the Jewish nation, and to impress them with the terribleness of the calamities which then evidently awaited them. In a literal sense, the Joel also says, the Lord will show forth wonders in the heavens and in the earth, blood, and fire, and pillars of smoke. It is indeed unprofitable to consider these sayings as ever having proceed from the divine mind, for it is infinitely beneath his supreme dignity and divine majesty to condescend to present to man such terrific figures and sublime panoramas. I find nothing in this book absolutely relating to or foretelling the coming of the great reformer. The book of Amos is a prophetic document concerning various kingdoms and cities which are prophesied against in the book of Daniel. This book also may be considered as a collection of private meditations and reflections on historical events intimated in previous books, which books existed at the time this was written, and as it is connected with subsequent records and prophecies, it is unnecessary to remark further upon it. Therefore I proceed to the book entitled Obadiah, which contains the impressions and prophecies of a herdsman who, evidently, being excited by the then existing circumstances, could not, because of his peculiar mental constitution, refrain from uttering his opinions and contemplations also. He also spoke symbolically, but very briefly and comprehensively, concerning things referred to in previous books. So as there exists no apparent use in these sayings, or capability of a profitable application, it is not necessary that I should remark further upon this book. Section 125. The succeeding book is entitled Jonah. This book, in an abrupt and broken manner, commences speaking of Jonah as 477, being commanded by the Lord to go to Nineveh and preach against it, denouncing its destruction. It represents the inhabitants of Nineveh as being ignorant, idolatrous, and wicked, insomuch that the Lord became exasperated because of their continual abominations, and determined in his vengeance to destroy the city. To prophesy concerning them, Jonah was selected. It appears that the Lord spake to Jonah, and gave him his directions, and Jonah, to escape him, proceeded to the seaside, where he beheld a ship, in which he took passage for Tarshish. It appears from this that Jonah was much opposed in heart and affection to the thing commanded by the Lord, and this would appear to convey external evidence that the Lord was incapable of selecting a proper person to do his will. After Jonah had paid his passage and embarked, he fell asleep under the weight of a heavy conviction of transgression. After this followed an interference of the Lord, which is represented as destroying the equilibrium of the atmosphere, and causing a most severe and tempestuous storm. Jonah is represented as being the one who occasioned this terrible storm, on which discovery he was, at his own request, cast upon the agitated waves. The relation also represents the Lord as preparing a fish, the capacity of whose stomach would admit Jonah, in order that his life might be preserved. How the fish was caused to move near the ship where Jonah was cast into the sea, is not made plain, for it is only by desire arising from the sensation of the body, that any form possessing sensation is attracted toward the thing desired, and there. For the fish must have had a knowledge of Jonah's immersion, to have been there at the time, and to have swallowed him so deliberately. Several things are related concerning the conscientious convictions of Jonah while in the belly of hell, or Hades, and also how he was finally landed unharmed upon the beach. After passing through so many trials and transitions, he felt persuaded that he had better proceed on his 3 days' journey to Nineveh, and there preach what he was commanded, which was, yet 40 days, and Nineveh shall be destroyed. Such a novel declaration, not the least anticipated by the inhabitants, excited their fear and superstition to such a degree, that they, at the command of their king and rulers, forsook all labor, and while fasting, deeply repented in sackcloth and ashes. Meanwhile, Jonah withdrew to a short distance from the city, and reposed under a 478 booth with the greatest self-complacency, and with the prospect of witnessing a beautiful display of divine vengeance, such as would be to him a gratification, because of the sublimity of the spectacle. But it was not long before his prophecy was proved untrue, and lie raged with anger and disappointment. He was very much vexed that the Lord had repented, and indeed was absolutely angry at his relenting weakness. So a gourd was created and destroyed before his eyes. which typified the forgiveness, and this led to a discussion between Jonah and the Lord. But the latter is represented as soothing the disordered feelings of Jonah and leaving him to learn from what he had seen, submission and forgiveness. The book represents the divine mind as reap-iting and as curs, ing a people who, as he afterward acknowledged, knew not their right hand from their left. It represents his incompetency to judge of the proper agents to execute his commands, and makes Jonah desire to have his prophecy and opinions prove true, for the fulfillment of which he had a heart to see that city filled with ignorance, and yet with beauty and animation, absolutely annihilated. I am not impressed that such a being as Jonah ever existed. I, however, distinctly perceive the origin of the book, but as this is not particularly necessary to reveal, I let it pass, and proceed to some useful considerations concerning the spirit which is said to have actuated Jonah in his preaching, and to the application of the account. Mankind at the present day are much like the citizens of Nineveh. They are ignorant, not knowing the interior from the outward, or their right hand from their left. They have a most idolatrous superstition, and a most distorted imagination. They are existing among grand and beautiful external things. They have beautiful and well-constructed cities. They have arbitrary and vitiating laws and governments, which require of man that which is nature and the constitution of the universe absolutely prohibit. They have temples for the worship of imaginary beings, not transcending those of Zoroaster. They have idols and graven images, such as convey to the mind superstitions and mythological thoughts not much above the worship of the Ganges or of the Juggernaut. They have, because of this, ignorance and disorganization, sinks and dens of loathsome iniquity, wherein dwells every species of abomination and wretchedness, and thus the whole race is most dangerously diseased, even like the inhabitants of Nineveh. 479. There are those who proclaim in these outward sanctuaries, day after day and year after year, repent, or you will be speedily eyed with divine and consuming vengeance, and if they are told that the Lord repenteth and will save the race because of their want of proper instruction, they show by their expressions of indignation that they would rather have the whole race sink to the lowest depths of eternal darkness than to have their preaching and proclamations prove untrue. I behold, then, ye who thus preach, your own insignificance. Behold your dark and unnatural ingratitude to that divine and unchangeable mind who breathes in every department of his united system forgiveness and reconciliation. Behold, also, your likeness, by observing Jonah in his self-complacency and in his disappointment, for he is a correct mirror to convey the reflection of your insignificance. These teachers, then, are like Jonah. They would rather have the great Nineveh of the world and the inhabitants thereof experience all the calamities which they have been led to preach, than to have their prophecy prove false, or their present impressions straight to be unfounded. So much instruction, then, may be derived from the book of Jonah, and thus far it is a most perfect representation of the mental condition of the race in the 19th century. But further than this, the book is unprofitable, and might have been destroyed, like many of its kindred books, without the least injury or loss to the world. Section 126. Next follows the book of Micah, which is devoted to meditations similar to those contained in previous books, concerning the immense afflictions that were about being imposed upon the Jews and Israelites, who had by frequent idolatries been contaminated. This book is written in the style of lamentation, is slightly figurative, and very little prophetical. It professes to speak of no occurrence, except what was expected to befall the Jewish nation, and cities connected therewith. It refers to the vast amount of evil and wretchedness that was continually pressing more and more upon the Jews and the house of Israel. I discover no principles or figures as contained in this book that will admit of a useful application. I proceed, then, to the book entitled Nahum, which succeeds. The prophecy recorded in chap. 4, 1-4, concerning what should happen in the latter days, appears to be extracted, almost word for word, from Isaiah 2, 2-4, it is. For this reason, I suppose, that the author appears not to consider this prophecy as belonging to the book of Micah. 480 Nature's divine revelations. The foreboding calamities of the times were also the subject of this writer's meditations. He speaks very briefly concerning the things upon which he felt impressed to prophesy. His book, as it now stands, relates particularly to the evils that were coming upon Nineveh, which city appeared to him to be under the direct curse of an exasperated and revengeful deity. Next comes the book of Habakkuk, This writer spoke concerning previous and present abominations that pervaded the Jewish nation, even to an adulteration of their temple and forms of worship, which idolatrous corruption seemed to his mind to be the very stepping stones to destruction. He recapitulated in substance the sayings of other writers concerning the destruction that was to be experienced by the Jewish nation, and concerning an ultimate aim, liberation. Yet in this book, as in previous ones, I perceive no allusion to a period when would live the great reformer, but the book is confined, like former ones, to allusions to events and circumstances occurring within the limits of that exciting era. Then follows the book of Zephaniah. The style of this book is more symbolical, and it contains some severe denunciations against prophets and priests who prophesied untruly, and who had defiled their sanctuaries of devotion. In Zephaniah's visions there are some indefinite allusions to a period when happiness would again bless the Jews, and when the house of Israel and the Lord's house would be cleansed, and the latter rendered once more pure and suitable to receive a congregation of worshippers. But I discover no allusion to the period when the kingdom of Christ should be established on earth, and when the tree of righteousness should bloom with beauty, and send forth a fragrance of harmony and happiness. But the same reflections concerning the Jews and their unhappy condition that are found in previous records are presented also in this book, though they are expressed in different language. There are, however, some pleasing and beautifully expressed sentences in this book, which may be read with profit, though they are not altogether worthy of being made the basis of a long theological discourse, for they refer to then existing circumstances, and it would be an act of injustice to make them refer to anything different. The following book is entitled Haggai. This is composed mainly of admonitions and remarks concerning the rebuilding of the temple after the Jews had returned from Babylonish bondage, and is of no importance. Nature's Divine Revelations, 481, Section 127. But I am impressed to speak of the following book, entitled Zechariah, with more caution and gentleness, because of the author's very beautiful and truthful vision concerning him who was to come. It appears that Zechariah was generally beloved because of his amiable character and superior judgment. He nevertheless had all his feelings and affections involved in the sufferings of his countrymen. He records his prophetical reflections with great warmth of feeling, and displays peculiar force in his expressions. He appears to have written under the influence of a sanguine spirit, characterized by a peculiar positiveness and determination, the same being modified by a kind and affectionate disposition. He also relates a variety of visions, but these are of a local nature, though they are of such a character that they can be applied to more than the then existing circumstances. About 1/3 of this book is closely connected with the subjects dwelt upon in previous ones, and the other 2/3 are devoted to meditation and to prophetical allusion concerning the birth of Jesus, which pure and perfect personage was ultimately to arise among the Jewish nation, but whose teachings would be applied and fulfilled only in subsequent generations, even near the present time. I would refer the reader to the 6th chapter and 12th verse, wherein are recorded some brief thoughts concerning him and this era. I would also refer to the 9th chapter, 9th and 10th verses, which intimate quite as strongly the ultimate relief of the Jews, Gentiles, and all the inhabitants of the earth from ignorance, mental slavery, and physical disunity. It would be well for those who have speculated upon the subject to very cautiously read and reflect upon the expression here made use of to represent Jesus and his social and spiritual government. He is here called the branch, which is indeed one of the most perfect and truthful expressions contained in the primitive history. Many theologians have conceived, from observing superficially other isolated passages in the Bible, that Jesus was a being expressly destined and created for the purpose of redeeming the race from a fallen and degenerate condition. Others have supposed that he came merely to establish a connection between the spiritual nature of man and the divine mind, and thus to serve as a medium through which spirits from this rudimental sphere might approach the presence of him who made from internal essence the universe. Others have 482 Nature's Divine Revelations, supposed that he was a material organization capable of receiving the divine mind itself, and that as such he came to reconcile and elevate the spiritual nature of man to a degree whereby perpetual communion with holiness and righteousness might be established. The first opinion is in a measure true. He Ivus had destined me, I am an agent to unfold a higher degree of perfection than had been before possessed by man, but, for this purpose, he was created, as all the human family are created, by the workings of the laws and elements of nature. but the supposition that he came to redeem the world of mankind from a fallen condition is exceedingly contrary both to the laws of nature and the teachings of the primitive history, and is derogatory to the unspeakable perfection of that essence which has breathed life and animation throughout space. By the word redemption, the mind is instantly led to conceive of something being lost or forfeited. I am impressed that nothing has been forfeited as pertaining to the spiritual nature of man, so as in the least degree to require a supernatural restoration to a position which man once occupied. If mankind had once been socially united by an understanding of the laws which breathe unity, harmony, and consequent happiness, then would they, by means of that knowledge, have perpetuated that unity through all generations down to the present day. But mankind have not preoccupied the position they now sustain, and therefore the race has not fallen and degenerated, but was merely misdirected in youth, and now only requires gentleness of instruction, and the attainment of a pure and useful knowledge, to effect its elevation. Therefore the opinion is without foundation, that the race was once pure, perfect, and united, and had it afterward degenerated, because man partook a little of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. Nor is the opinion any more true that a being was expressly designed and adapted to destroy the deleterious effects of this transgression, and to restore mankind to the position they once sustained. The second opinion, namely, that Jesus is a medium through which mankind may ultimately receive forgiveness, and be admitted to higher spheres, is also unprofitable to entertain. We cannot conceive of any work plan informed by divine love and wisdom, being so incomplete as to lose all connection with the law of progress, civ development. The third opinion is exceedingly derogatory to the character of the divine mind, and absolutely charges him with a want of revelations. 483. Knowledge and predetermination, when his living energies were engaged in creating and organizing the univercoelum, for the supposition that he ever instituted laws, which are the very elements of his will, and which are as unchangeable as his divine essence, and afterward found himself incompetent to carry them out, and to perfect the system he had erected, is a supposition exceedingly unrighteous, and altogether opposed to his celestial dignity, and therefore it should be discarded and never more promulgated to the children of men. Divine revelations. But Zechariah has spoken the truth, and calls him a branch, that is, of the great tree, whose body is composed of the whole world of mankind. He is a branch of the great creation, and a putting forth and development of its interior qualities. And what the world should be thankful for and delighted in, is, that this branch has produced such delicious fruit. It does not follow that this branch originated and controlled the great tree of human existence, but it was produced from the qualities contained in the germ of the world, which were absorbed by the roots of this great tree, and thus the latter became developed through all the successive stages of its growth, until it became prepared to unfold a branch which would bloom with the immortal fragrance of interior purity and exterior gentleness. And this branch is Jesus, the elements of whose soul breathes peace on earth and goodwill to men. This, then, is the branch alluded to with so much feeling in vation of thought in the book of Zechariah. And this should be considered the most truthful and significant expression that can be applied to the great moral reformer. $127. Succeeding Zechariah is the book of Malachi. In this is contained some superior prophecy concerning this branch, which was unfolded upon the tree of mankind, whose roots extend through all lower creations down to the incomprehensible vortex from which love and wisdom perpetually flow. This great branch is by Malachi called the Son of Righteousness, and truly might have been called the flower of material and spiritual perfection that would bloom with healing qualities, the application of which would exalt and make happy the whole body of mankind. Such expressions found in this book as "the day cometh that shall burn as an oven," and "see," are ambiguous comparisons designed to typify the great calamity that was to befall the Jewish nation at the 484. Ambiguous comparisons designed to destruction of Jerusalem. These very severe and indefinite denunciations have conveyed to the world many unprofitable impressions, for they have been interpreted in a most unrighteous manner. The expressions, the day of the Lord, the visitation of the Lord, the day of judgment, the vengeance, and the consuming fire of the Lord, and many similar ones, were used by ancient writers, and especially the writers of the manuscripts now composing the Bible, in a very unguarded and indefinite manner. The Jews had been so long in bondage, and had experienced so many devastating invasions, that they were unable any more to repose confidence in their own power of ever procuring relief, so they fled for refuge to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who, they believed, possessed sufficient power and spirit of retaliation to revenge them of their enemies. Hence occur those frequent expressions throughout the Old Testament, and especially in various passages in Malachi. Malachi intimates that one was to be created who would be king over all the nations, and thus would relieve the then enslaved inhabitants from their extreme suffering and wretchedness. Him he calls Elijah, who has been supposed to represent the great reformer of whom I have spoken. I discover no use in this application, nor do I discover any such interior meaning in the passage. I forego, then, all further comment upon the books of the Old Testament. I have noticed particularly all prophetical allusions to the birth and teachings of Jesus, and shown that they were all general and anticipatory, but not particular, isolated, or circumstantial. 2. Have made them so would have been beyond the reach of prophetic powers. It is well to remark, also, that all intimations of the coming of the Messiah were suggestions developed from the then depressed situation of the various nations of the earth, and it was in order to console minds laboring under the prevailing affliction that this event was generally appealed to, and the prospect in some measure restored confidence and energy, and inspired their minds with hope and brilliant anticipations. Aside from this, the writers of the Old Testament professed mostly to relate mere historical truths, and many of their expressions and illustrations are strictly mythological, being derived, as has been shown, from prior and early imbibed theological opinions. We have seen also that many books in the Old Testament are absolutely useless, because they rather promulgate immoral nature's divine revelations, 485, and unrighteous principles than that purity and celestial refinement which would naturally be expected as coming from the divine mind. In some books, however, there are very many beautiful conceptions, figures that admit of literal or spiritual correspondences, in the language of which the ancient inhabitants spoke of themselves and all things created. To this style of communication they became universally habituated, and they would express all their thoughts in an allegorical manner, always relating the representative as though it were true, instead of the thing or thought represented. If, however, all the sayings in the Old Testament were clothed in a spiritual interpretation, it would not be of any possible use to the world, inasmuch as the world needs new and elevating instructions, which will produce corresponding results, as affecting their physical and spiritual relations. A spiritual interpretation of these sayings would be positively useless, because it would be incapable of a profitable application. The Bible, thus rogue, would not supply the physical requirements of the human race, neither would it soothe the affliction of the suffering, nor be fit food for the widow or the fatherless, nor would it reform the arbitrary and unholy governments that now exist in various portions of the earth. It could not wipe tears from off all faces, nor banish pain and sorrow from the earth, nor could it produce a social resurrection, the superior results of which would be spiritual happiness and exaltation. Moreover, a literal interpretation of all the sayings of the Old Testament, for the purpose of collecting materials to sustain a very unrighteous theology, would not have any tendency to produce the good results which are called for from every department of the civilized and uncivilized world. Yet the voices and supplications of nature cannot be hushed until the things called for are given in abundance, and nature, dwelling within living forms, speaks, and loudly calls for amelioration from ignorance, vice, imbecility, and every species of social iniquity, transgression, and disorganization. She has unfolded her choicest qualities in some noble forms of the human family, which breathe the very elements of charity and philanthropy. They exercise a benevolence unbounded and affection and sympathy comprehending the many requirements of all who suffer in pain and poverty. As the Old Testament, then, pretends only to be a history of circumstances and events of the ages in which it was written, and as the men called prophets pretended to nothing more than expressing 486 nature's divine revelations, hope and anticipation of relief, some of which expressions can be distinctly applied to the life and character of Jesus, and as the books have been collected and arranged by the agency of interested compilers, and as the fixing of the chronology, the positions of the books, and the division of the same into chapters and verses, have all been merely the work of those who were commanded by rulers to collect and arrange them, and as they cannot, though generally true, essentially benefit the race in any particular, it would be well to consider the primitive history in its primitive meaning, and thus let it repose. Mankind should forsake all dogmatism, all sectarianism, all mythology, all unrighteousness, and become at once associated branches of the great tree of righteousness. Then, the whole world of mankind may fully experience the ennobling consequences arising from a proper development of their inherent qualities. Then, indeed, will the earth bring forth her choicest beauties, and then will man be competent to appreciate the excellency of her productions, and thus be happy. F. Section 129. Among the Hindu and other Eastern tribes, the Shastra is supposed to be of divine origin. They consequently venerate its contents, strictly adhere to its teachings, and endeavor, by all kinds of persuasion, to inspire faith in the minds of those who disbelieve, and also to spread widely its doctrines and precepts. They entertain the highest respect for the writers of their religious book, and believe that they were inspired by good spirits to communicate such a divine revelation. They suppose that the world refuses to accept it because the world is alienated from the favor of their deities, and therefore is not permitted to enter into the enjoyment of their holy religion, which they venerate with the highest devotion. Such also is the case with the Persians with reference to their religious book, with the Mohammedans, and will the portions of the civilized world who have received and reposed confidence in the superficial interpretation of the primitive history. All sects that base their origin upon things contained in this history, suppose that the reason why all are not as they are is because they have ascended to a higher degree of knowledge, and, therefore, are permitted to enjoy these divine teachings exclusively, while others are groping in darkness of the most degrading character, unstrength. Nature's divine revelations. 487. E'en and unassisted by that mind who created them and the universe. All sects see the superiority of their own religious posses, science, and suppose that their light so far transcends that of all others, as to render the latter absolute darkness. It has been, therefore, most seriously believed and promulgated by the adherents of every sect and system of religion, that the reason why all are not as they are is because all besides themselves are under the indignation of that mind who instituted their own peculiar sect or religion. It is improper, therefore, as is manifest from these considerations, to regard believers in the primitive history with any more esteem and affection than those who seriously believe the Shastra, the Koran, or the Zendavesta, for all are alike devoted to the faith early impressed upon their minds, and therefore are alike subjects of education, and misdirection. I now proceed to a consideration of many principles and sayings recorded in the New Testament which have been most unjustly interpreted, and the interpretations of which are sowing the seeds of error and sectarian dissension throughout the civilized and uncivilized portions of the earth. The first opinion that is well to investigate is, that the New Testament was suggested by the Old, that the prophets foresaw and prophesied of it, and that it came to do away with the old law, and to establish a new one in its stead. In searching among the writings of the Old Testament, there will not be found one slight intimation in favor of this idea. The prophets nowhere speak of a NDW law that was to be thus written and placed before the world, and by which mankind were to be universally directed. They nowhere intimate that such a thing was ever intended, or that it would be of the least possible use to subsequent generations upon whose amelioration from bondage of a social and mental nature they so feelingly and explicitly prophesied, when they alluded to the dawnings of a new era, and the establishment of the spiritual Zion upon whose summit would bloom the tree of righteousness. They in no case intimated that this would be a result caused by any such written record as the New Testament. Moreover, it is neither correct nor profitable for mankind to believe that the divine mind ever instituted laws that he subsequently repealed. There exists no evidence to convince the discerning mind that a single law which once controlled and actuated nature has 488 ever been repealed or in any way changed, but there exists universal and unequivocal testimony, both in the general manifestations of nature and in the united experience of all mankind, that no established law, physical or mental, has ever changed in the least possible particular. It would be as consistent and as righteous to believe that the divine mind had created physical laws to govern generations past, that he afterward discovered to be incapable of performing all he at first intended, and that he therefore annihilated them, and created new ones to govern the same beings. It would be as proper to suppose that the physiological laws actuating and governing man's physical constitution are now entirely different from those controlling the forms of previous generations, that the law governing digestion was originally gross and imperfect, while food corresponded thereunto, and that now the same law is changed to an exquisite degree of delicacy to perform the same office, because food is differently compounded and transmitted to the stomach. If these things had ever happened, they would present unequivocal demonstration that a law once instituted by the divine mind can be changed, and a new and different one occupy its position to perform the same office. Therefore the belief that the law given by Moses to govern the Israelites was of divine origin, and was to be to them a constant and unfailing code of government, and that afterward this law was repealed and annihilated to give place to a new and different combination of actuating principles, is a belief in that which is contradic Tory of the celestial purity of that divine creator, who, like his laws, is unchangeable. Nothing is more unrighteous than limiting the extent of divine knowledge, and circumscribing the movements of him, who communicates life and animation to the whole universe. Moreover, if the laws instituted by Moses had been of celestial origin, then their effects would have absolutely corresponded. It is well to inquire of those who are familiar with the early ecclesiastical history of the world, whether such effects were universally experienced and manifested. If those laws originated in the vortex from which nature sprang, then their effects would have been in accordance with the divinity of the cause, even as nature unequivocally shows to be the case with herself. Again, if those laws were of human and imperfect origin, then their effects would manifest imperfection. It is well to inquire of those though reflect, whether this is not according to the invariable experience of all who are governed by arbitrary and human laws. 4:9. The highest devotion. The proposition, therefore, that the code of jaws contained in the Old Testament was instituted by the Lord, and that, being no longer useful, it suggested the establishment of new laws, which are given in the New Testament, is founded only upon a metaphysical speculation upon the relation which these testaments sustain to each other, and upon a superficial apprehension of their teachings. Furthermore, the partial knowledge relative to the teachings of the Bible is very much against the soundness of the proposition under review. 4. While theologians have defended the doctrine of the divine origin of the primitive code of laws, they have at the same time limited the application of those laws to the favored nations of the Jews and the Israelites, while at the same time the great majority of the inhabitants of the earth were influenced and governed by an entirely different set of principles. An admission of these views would circumscribe the love and wisdom of the divine mind to a very narrow sphere, while on the contrary, nature positively forbids such teachings and such a belief. Many have supposed that these arbitrary laws and customs were established by the divine mind among those only who were capable of receiving their teachings and obeying their requirements, while all the Asiatic world, which contained over 200 millions of the Earth's population, were left in ignorance and imbecility, and were therefore excluded from the divine favor. But it is manifest to every person of discernment that any system of worship producing such effects, and being enjoyed with such marked exclusiveness, must have originated in the human and not in the divine mind. Those who enjoy such supposed celestial privileges believe that it is because of partiality to them in the divine favor that they are thus enlightened and blessed. It is plain that if these laws came to man from the deity, they would flow directly among those who need instruction, and therefore the portion of the world that are not enlightened would soon become the receptacles of wisdom and divine government, the results of which would correspond in their purity and perfection. Neither is it righteous to believe that the deity would breathe forth thoughts to a select number on earth, with the intention that those thoughts should be universally believed and made useful, and meanwhile leave their distribution to be governed by the 10 now sand contingencies controlling all circumstantial things, and which, though man may generally, he cannot individually control, nor is 490 nature's divine revelations. It right to believe that any system of divine teaching can exist in one land, and be entirely unknown and unenjoyed in another, or that if it ever extends to other lands, it will depend for its dissemination upon paper, accuracy of printing, prudence of men, well-constructed ships, favorable weather, or upon any contingencies which are capable of preventing any artificially embodied teachings from extending any further than to the small portion of the earth's inhabitants among whom they may now exist. Those who have an exalted conception of the divine character and government repose confidence only in that which is beyond the influence of contingencies or circumstances, and which even the constitution of nature cannot oppose or reject. And such believe that all laws emanating from the divine Creator are such as comprehend all living intelligences, such as know no bounds and manifest no exclusiveness in their application, but breathe a universal security and divine benevolence. Section 130. Again, it has been supposed that the primitive history is divinely originated, and is the center of all moral and righteous truth, to which even reason, the pure promptings of the judgment, nature, and all things, should be considered as subordinate, and that the truth therein contained is not universally taught and believed, because the greater portion of the world is yet in ignorance. This supposition is also founded upon a want of due confidence in the potency of truth. For any law, substance, or organization that is divinely originated will be the same under all circumstances and conditions, and also will be manifested alike universally. Remember, the earth revolved, though the whole world of mankind was at the same time in ignorance of the fact, but with the same propriety. Misright it be said that the earth revolved not until man ascended to a proper degree of mental refinement to receive this truth, as that any other truths have been concealed in the same way for want of mental capacity to receive them. It is useful to remark, also, that the productions of the vegetable and animal kingdoms are constant and unfailing, and are not affected by the mental convictions of man in the least particular, nor has one physiological law been arrested in its operation by a universal ignorance of its nature and mode of action. For the laws governing the solar system, developing the vegetable and animal kingdoms, and perpetuating physiological operations in the human constitution, are divine and eternal, not affected by belief or disbelief, and thus, nature's divine revelations. 491. They proclaim the universal and immutable principles emanating from the bosom of the unchangeable Creator. If any system of religion has the same origin with these laws, then will its effects be as pure, as unfailing, and as universal. All arbitrary laws that ever existed upon the earth originated in the human mind, and I do not exclude the laws of the Hindus, derived from the Shastra, the laws of the Mohammedans derived from the Quran, the laws of the Medes and Persians derived from the Zendavesta, or the laws of Moses derived from the primitive history. Nor is it proper to exclude any of the diversified Modifica tie-ins of these existing in any other portions of the earth, because their influence is partial, and their tendency is to restrict the teachings of the universal law as displayed in nature and in man, and they are therefore unholy, imperfect, and positively unprofitable. From these considerations it becomes equally just to suppose that all religions and superficial systems of worship have originated also in the human mind, and I do not exclude the system of the Chinese, of the Hindus, of the Mohammedans, of the Persians, of the Jews, or of any who derive all their distinctive impressions from the teachings of the primitive history. Any belief that has a tendency to destroy the natural benevolence of a noble mind, or to restrict its movements and circumscribe its sympathies and affections, or any belief which infringes upon the high moral susceptibilities of mankind, and compels man to forsake the pure and divine promptings of nature, or those manifestations of the divine mind, which are general and unrestricted, is evidently demoralizing, retarding to mental and spiritual progress, and tends to generate sectarianism and unrighteousness, and is indeed not worthy of the most contracted place in the human affections, or among the approved tenets of the judgment. Those who have speculated upon the imaginary relation which the teachings of the Old Testament sustain to those of the New, should reflect seriously upon all the grounds upon which this speculation is founded. They should also consider that if the Bible is of celestial origin, its effects would have been pure and celestial, and if it is of human origin, its effects must have been, and will continue to be, in exact correspondence. Let these reflections always constitute a step to be taken before the affections are bestowed upon any system, and before the judgment assents to the truth or falsity of any production. 492. It will be seen from past investigations that the Old Testament is without a single intimation concerning the production and revealments of the New, that the prophets never intimated that such a book would be written, or once mentioned the name of Jesus, or referred to the account of him which would be given to the world in the New Testament. Nor is there any allusion to the proposition urged by theologians that the law of Moses, given by the Lord of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, was to govern the children of Israel only until a new law and a different set of principles were given to take its place. This, therefore, is the inevitable and legitimate conclusion of these investigations, that the divine mind never institutes a law in one age to be superseded in another, and by a different law, that nature everywhere proclaims and demonstrates this truth, and that even the Bible makes no pretensions to the contrary. The prevailing opinion, therefore, must have arisen from a misdirection of the human mind by early impressions and education, and from misinterpretations and falsifications of the primitive history. Section 131. The first book of the New Testament professes to be AC, according to, though not written by, Matthew. This fact, however, involves no useful consideration, though in connection therewith it may be stated that the sayings of Matthew were subsequently transposed and modified materially by revisers and compilers. This book commences with a genealogical history of the succeeding generations from Abraham to the birth of Jesus. It then proceeds in a very serious and unsophisticated manner to relate the birth of Jesus. I am not impressed to enter into particulars in relating the history, or in quoting the account, but it is necessary only to consider the internal manifestations of truth in speaking of the things here related. It is well to refer to Ecclesiasticus for a proper and truthful declaration concerning the importance of dreams, and with this on the mind, it is well to observe that Joseph is said to have received instruction while in a dream from an angel concerning the holy and immaculate conception, which surprised Joseph because it was opposed to his experience, and he was also directed in the same manner in his future movements. If Joseph had presented his own testimony that he had had this influx of divine instruction, then it would be more proper for confidence to be placed in the relation. Ecclesiasticus 34, 1-7. Nature's Divine Revelations, 493. But the book was not written until long after this alleged occurrence, and after the death of Jesus. Moreover, it is not proper to believe that a dream would have been the only medium of the declaration of such a wonderful and incomprehensible occurrence. If the divine mind had intended to produce a conviction in the world that this child was of his spirit, some more grand and noble manifestations would have occurred, such as would have been convincing from their very nature, such as would have been lofty, sublime, and magnificent, becoming the character of the omnipotent parent. The whole world would have received a thrill of conviction, and of such a nature, too, that the judgment would approve, and nature everywhere sanction. Instead of this being the case in the instance before us, a portion of the world is led to believe that a violation of physiological law must have occurred, and that the reproductive principles established in nature were entirely set aside. Moreover, such believe that the conception was produced and determined by an invisible and unknown cause, and thus the occurrence is called a miracle, because of the strange and incomprehensible causes and violations that were engaged in its accomplishment. Mankind believe this because it is related in the first book of the New Testament, and because it has been believed by their forefathers and confirmed by commentators, and it is at the present time immersed into the hereditary affections of men, but is not in the least degree sanctioned by a well-constituted and devil-op-ed judgment. It is a speculative hypothesis, but not a well-grounded conviction. Philosophical researchers and investigators do not believe in any law as governing nature, the planetary system, or the universe, because their forefathers believed it, but because their judgments are convinced, and nature incessantly exhibits demonstration of the truth of the conviction. If this were the case with theological investigators, then would hereditary affection for peculiar modes of faith be banished, and the judgment would receive and cherish only that of which all things around and above contribute evidence. It is not necessary to appeal to the united experience of mankind to prove that such a preternatural conception is not true. It is only necessary to contemplate upon the celestial majesty of the divine mind, and upon his unchangeable laws, to know that he would never. The author remarked incidentally in this connection that the Virgin simply meant young woman in the language of these writings. 494. Be engaged in such a positive transgression of his own nature and dignity, or condescend to produce such a trivial evidence of his divine purpose and of the superior character of his Son. The prevalent ideas concerning this conception cannot possibly be received by every mind, and it must be plain to all who possess any high degree of spiritual discernment, that whatever opinion can not enter the universal mind, and be sanctioned by the sublime faculty of reason, must be an untruth. The human mind will admit all things that agree with its nature, and are congenial to its requirements, but no man, mark the assertion, ever really believed the miraculous conception as related in the first book of the New Testament. But mankind have cherished the opinion, not from a conviction of judgment, but merely from an affection for hereditary impressions. Thus faith in this idea has never ascended the throne of reason, and when the reasoning faculties turn their attention to the faith of the affections, they inevitably discover an unreal and imaginary belief, and retreat from the view as by a positive repulsion. The faculty of reason is a flower of the spirit, it blooms, and its fragrance is liberty and knowledge. But the affections flow merely from sensation, upon which is impressed hereditary faith. This faith exists only as an unreal direction of the desires and affections, and from the workings of these, some are led to believe that the judgments are convinced. This is only supporting faith by faith, and endeavoring to deceive the judgment. It is standing in awe, fearing that reason may break her fetters, discover the deception, and discard all hereditary belief forever. The proposition should be well considered, that no judgment ever has, or ever can be, convinced of the truth of the miraculous concept, and this is presumptive evidence upon which to predicate the conclusion that the idea in question is untrue. For the reasoning faculty is unfolded as a result of an immutable law, a law that is pure and divine. Consequently, the judgment, the reason, the intellect of man must be correspondingly divine, and therefore whatever it cannot sanction, the divine mind never created. The account given of the birth of Jesus by Matthew does not indicate any intention on the part of Joseph and Mary to have it understood and believed that he was the legitimate son of the deity, thus deposited and developed in a material form, as is claimed by theologians. If this account of the birth was to be the basis upon which all evidence should rest of the divine incarnation, then would Joseph, 495, have proclaimed these facts in a tangible form to the world, as also would Mary have proclaimed her absolute knowledge of the same, and this would have established the truth in the minds of many who dwelt within the neighborhood where the occurrence took place. This knowledge would not have been withholden from the world for the space of many months, while the actual indication of the conception existed, during which time thousands of testimonies would have transpired to produce universal conviction and knowledge. Section 132. Matthew, after having related the account as he received it, traditionally closes by saying, "And all this was done that the prophecy of Isaiah might be fulfilled, saying, A virgin shall conceive, and bear a son." This passage is entirely disconnected from the subject on which Matthew was speaking, and cannot possibly be made to represent an intention on the part of Isaiah to prophesy concerning this circumstance, nor is in any way affirming its truth, though the occurrence is said to be a fulfillment of the prophecy. Again, such a divine manifestation of original design would not have been inculcated by an appeal to such superficial evidence as proving a foreknowledge of the occurrence, or as demonstrating its accomplishment. This quotation is entirely derived from the 7th chapter and 14th verse of Isaiah, and is used for a purpose for which it was manifestly not designed. It is well to understand the origin of this expression in Isaiah, and thus to see how utterly disconnected the passage is with the circumstance related by Matthew. After the death of Solomon, the Jewish nation became divided into two kingdoms or monarchies. The kingdom of Judah possessed Jerusalem as its center and capital, and at the time this passage was written, Ahaz was their king. The other nation was called the kingdom of Israel, whose capital was in Samaria, and Pekah was at this time their king. The nation of Judah followed the line of David, but the nation of Israel that of Saul. At this time, also, Rezin was the king of Syria. Pekah and Rezin fought many battles against each other, each, meanwhile, entertaining hostile intentions toward Ahaz and his kingdom, which was then at peace. Subsequently, Rezin, king of Syria, and Pekah, king of Israel, joined their armies and marched into the kingdom of Judah against Ahaz. Isaiah, according to previous delineation, was generally beloved because of his strong social affections, and for the abundant sympathy which he ever manifested toward those who were under trials and 496 nature's divine revelations, afflictions, of whom he was a general consoler. Being a resident of the city of Jerusalem, and possessing much popularity, he was requested by King Ahaz to come and prophesy concerning the result of his anticipated contention with the two kingdoms that were then against him. After having some conversation with Isaiah, he called for a sign as evidence of the truth of Isaiah's prophecy, to which the latter said, Behold, a virgin is with child, and beareth a son. Butter and honey shall he eat, and before he shall know to refuse the evil and choose the good, these kingdoms shall be relieved of both their kings. According to biblical chronology, it was over 700 years after this prophecy that the birth of Christ related by Matthew took place. But, as has been shown by previous remarks, the signifier must precede the thing signified, or else there is no signification. Therefore, if Isaiah had reference to the birth of Christ, then the sign was no evidence nor signification to Ahaz, inasmuch as it happened after the thing to be signified. It is plain that Isaiah had no such reference, and it is not right to look upon such superficial evidence as sustaining that which has been supposed by commentators to be of divine origin and design. When Isaiah prophesied concerning the establishment of the kingdom of peace and the growth of the tree of righteousness, he employed general and unlimited expressions. He presented no sign, with the exception of those signs existing in the tendency of things, and in the nature of his interior promptings and intuitions. Nothing could be so much against the character and dignity of any individual as such unjust and unrighteous accounts as are given concerning the birth and life of Jesus. Such things as are related are indeed derogatory to the purity and refinement of the character of this personage, in the minds of those who reflect understandingly. The account also derogates from the character of the divine mind, and removes from him his celestial dignity. Matthew proceeds to relate an account concerning a star that was seen in the east by the wise men who came from the east to Jerusalem, and these were instructed by Herod to go and search out the residence of the child, that he, with them, might go and worship him. He relates that they followed the star, which was a silent indicator of the place where the child was. The speaker incidentally remarked, in conversation, that the present tense was employed by Isaiah. Nature's Divine Revelations, 497. It is well to remark that it is not easy to behold a star in the daytime, nor is it probable that any solar system could be so disconcerted, or its movements so deranged, as that a star belonging to it could perform the office of a messenger. This account, however, is only related as a traditional impression received by Matthew. After the wise men found the child, they presented beautiful gifts of gold, myrrh, and frankincense, and departed, by interior direction, to another portion of the land that they might not be compelled to inform Herod of the child's locality. Again, it is said that Joseph dreamed, and by impressions thus received, was led to depart, with his wife and child, into Egypt. It is well, however, to remark that Herod's proclamation to put to death all the male children was generally circulated before Joseph departed into Egypt, and it does not evince much capacity of discernment for a man under any perilous circumstances to rest when in danger until prompted by a dream to escape. They departed into Egypt, and remained there until the death of Herod. This Matthew endeavors to confirm by quoting a passage from the 11th chapter of Hosea and 1st verse. It is only Nice's. Sorry to read the passage quoted to discover its non-allusion to that to which it is here applied, and the uselessness of the application. It will be seen that the chronology of Matthew, and his account given of the death of Herod, contradict entirely the record of the same circumstance in the book of Luke. For Luke in the 3rd chapter and 23rd verse says that Jesus began to be about 30 years of age before he began to preach, being as was supposed the son of Joseph, and afterward, viz., in the 13th chapter and 31st verse, he relates that one came to Jesus and said, "Get thee out and depart hence, for Herod will kill thee." The language which follows is exceedingly unlike the kind spirit of Jesus. He is represented as calling Herod a fox, and sending a message which could not have been prompted by his refined soul. Thus, Luke represents Jesus as being 30 years of age before he began to preach, and that at that time Herod sought his life, while Matthew relates that Herod died before he returned from Egypt. This discrepancy has been overcome by commentators by referring Luke's account to a king who succeeded Herod, of the same name, but evidence of the independent origin of the two accounts is not derived from any reliable profane or ecclesiastical history, inasmuch as these manuscripts, 498, were uncollected and uncompiled for more than 300 years after the birth and life of Jesus. Section 133. Matthew then proceeds to speak of the prophecy in the book of Hosea, 11th chapter, 1st verse, which says, "Out of Egypt have I called my son." This passage has no significance tie-in except in connection with the verses preceding and following it. Then, again, in connection with the account of Herod's putting to death all the male children, he quotes from the 31st chapter of Jeremiah and 15th verse, which says, "In Ramah a voice was heard, weeping and lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted, because they were not." It will be remembered that Jeremiah was a pathetic describer of suffering, and a sympathizer with those who were of his brethren and nation, and also that he himself suffered many afflictions, of which his tie-ins evidently bear testimony. This passage is derived from one of his pathetic strains while meditating upon a subject sustaining no connection whatever with the destruction of the children by Herod. Then, again, Matthew speaks in connection with the return of Joseph from Egypt, and his going to the city of Nazareth, saying that this was done that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophet, he shall be called a Nazarene. Matt. 2:23. At the time this passage was recorded, this expression existed in one book of the Psalms, but this was subsequently voted uncanonical, and, hence at the present time there is no such book in the Bible. Further on, chap. 8:16-17, there is a quotation from the prophecies of Isaiah, 53rd chapter, 4th verse, which Matthew cites, in connection with the healing of the sick and casting out of devils, saying that himself took our infirmities and bore our sicknesses. This is in no way applicable to the doings of Jesus in casting out devils and healing the sick, for notwithstanding Isaiah mentions no name, his remarks are distinctly and only applicable to the sufferings and afflictions of one Jeremiah, who lived at the time this was written, *. Although the allusion is indefinite and obscure, yet it is decidedly to him that the passage alludes. It could not have applied to Jesus or his kind and gentle treatment of the sick and diseased, for he neither. In answer to a question, the clairvoyant informed us that this Jeremiah was a friend and associate of Isaiah, was a man of very amiable disposition, and a general sympathizer with human suffering, but still, from various causes, was subjected to persecutions and afflictions. 499. Took upon himself their infirmities nor bore their sicknesses, but was merely active in relieving persons of those afflictions which neither they, himself, nor any other person afterward possessed. Matthew also quotes a prophecy as referring to Christ's dwelling in Capernaum. This, again, upon examination, appears to bear no distinct evidence of being intended for the purpose for which it is employed by Matthew. Again, Matthew relates that Peter drew his sword and cut off an ear of one of the high priest's followers. He was commanded to desist from any defense, and permit the enemies of Jesus to proceed in their own way, that another prophecy in the scriptures might be fulfilled. Matt. 26:51-56. But the verification is not disco vera bli in any prophecy, when the same is duly analyzed. Neither is it just to associate the deeds of charity, purity, and benevolence, performed by Peter, with such an act as is here ascribed to him, for Peter was a much engaged disciple of the great reformer. Swords, and their use, have no possible connection with charity, purity, and righteousness. Again, a quotation from Zechariah 11:12-13 is made to refer to the 30 pieces of silver with which a potter's field was bought for the burial of strangers, Matt 27:5-9. This, however, is not the intention of the original text, where the whole account is distinctly given as having no reference to a potter's field, but merely to a potter, while Matthew makes the account affirm the 30 pieces of silver in possession of Judas to have been expended for a potter's field. He also, chap. 21:1-5, relates the account of Jesus riding into Jerusalem upon an ass as fulfilling another prophecy in Zechariah 9:9. Commentators have supposed that this was an act evincing the gentleness and humility of the character of Jesus, but there exists no manifest reason for this conclusion, inasmuch as asses were the animals usually employed for such purposes, and camels and dromedaries were engaged in more oppressive labors. Then, again, he quotes, chap. 27:35 from the prophecies, ps. 22:18, in speaking of the casting of lots for the garments of Jesus, in order to determine to whom they should belong. This cannot sustain or confirm this prophecy, neither can the allusion or the quotation be of any use in proving prior knowledge of the occurrence. Matthew 4:15-16, as taken from Isaiah 9:1-500. Occurrence took place, for the casting of lots for garments in similar cases was a universal custom of those days. In all, Matthew makes 12 quotations from the prophecies of the Old Testament, each of which is as disconnected from the subject to elucidate which it was quoted, as the birth of Christ was disconnected from the fact that the kingdom of Ahaz should not be invaded or overthrown. These are collateral and abstract sentences, contained in various books of the Old Testament, from which, if disconnected, they have no signification, and it must be indeed unrighteous for any history, record, or system, to urge such superficial and evanescent evidences to sustain it, and nothing can convey stronger and more unequivocal evidence against any system, history, or alleged occurrence, than the discovery that it is sustained by a number of superficial and merely apparent proofs, all of which, when analyzed, are not worthy the serious reflection of any mind, to say nothing of the character of that divine being who rules omnipotent in higher spheres. I find no allusion in the Old Testament to any isolated circumstance that happened at the birth or during the life of Jesus, and even if those passages quoted by Matthew appear in their form of expression applicable to any circumstance that did occur, this does not prove that they are divine or genuine, for these occurrences recorded by Matthew were minor and isolated circumstances, having no connection with general law, and could not therefore have been truthfully foretold by any person receiving interior or divine instruction. To understand the force and application of former remarks upon the probabilities of truthful prophecy, it would be well to compare the superficial quotations made by Matthew with the explanation which has been given of the nature and province of all prophecy or interior instruction. 134. Having briefly spoken concerning the superficial evidences accumulated by Matthew to verify his traditional history, I will now proceed to speak of the origin of many important doctrines, at least esteemed as such by theologians, as derived from the book of Matthew. This book contains many sayings which it is righteous and profitable to analyze and explain, these holding, as they do, a close relation to real, transpiring facts, from which the materials of the record have been superficially collected. Matthew proceeds to relate, in a promiscuously historical manner, the selection of the apostles who were to follow Jesus and assist his nature's divine revelations, 501, workings, and also to promulgate his existence, character, and teachings to various nations of the earth. He also gives an account concerning the sermon that was preached upon the mount, the influence it had upon the auditors, the observations which the multitude made upon its prominent features, and concerning the principles therein inculcated. He also relates the prophecy of Jesus concerning the destruction of Jerusalem, and the end of that era, age, world, or dispensation. On the question as to the origin and truth of these relations, I am not at the present time intending to speak but the object is to analyze some of the most prominent theological speculations that have been based upon this merely historical narrative of Matthew. The first of these is the opinion concerning the use and intention of the birth and teachings of Christ. It has been supposed that he was a designed instrument, possessing in spirit the divine qualities of the Creator, to redeem the race from a low degree of physical wretchedness and spiritual death, so that they might thus be restored to a position they once occupied, and become subjects of the favor and goodness of the divine mind. This speculation is founded upon the assumption that man at one time was pure and unsophisticated, and far more advanced in physical and intellectual attainment than at the present period. It is plain that this is founded upon a very equivocal and unwarrantable basis, because it is strictly mythological, an opinion that arose from the early conception of the origin of evil. It was entirely imaginary, and was handed down through each succeeding generation, undergoing successive modifications, until it was historically introduced into the Old Testament, from which it has been extensively disseminated by theologians. Moreover, the belief in such a defect in the human race, in such an absolute retrogression, is a virtual denial of the superior harmony of creation, and of the perfection and the universal knowledge of the divine cause, and the deity is thereby charged with a want of wisdom, with an incompetency to produce an effect, which is the universe, corresponding to himself, who is the cause. From this, it is made unequivocally evident that this speculation concerning the design of Christ's advent is only attributable to the fertile imaginations of those who confined their spiritual and natural observations to the superficial inconsistencies consequent on human existence. Again, it is supposed that Jesus came to inform the race of principles never before taught, by and from which mankind might be 502 nature's divine revelations, stored to primitive innocence and spiritual perfection. This is a proposition equally unfounded, for it cannot be proved from his teachings, or from any ecclesiastical history, that any principles were by him promulgated that had not an existence in the minds of many enlightened men in previous ages. Furthermore, this is giving him power to create that which could not be created, and of unfolding that which had no connection with the nature and constitution of man, nor even with the pre-knowledge of the great positive mind. If he came to teach that the germ of which was never before deposited in the human mind, then would his teachings have been unprofitable, and beyond the possibility of any human practice. If they were new, disconnected from the teachings of nature, then would man be incapable of conceiving of their importance, because they would have no affinity with any principles dwelling in his constitution. Again, it is supposed that he came to be and act as a mediator between the divine mind and his children, that is, to be a creator of a mutual affinity, such as might join together the universal creations and their creator. to form a connection between cause and effect, so that a relation might exist between them which never had before existed. If he was designed as a mediator, then he was entirely incapable of performing the office for which he was set apart. For how is it possible for a medium to be added to any already united system, the relations of which are the relations of cause and effect? This proposition is also superficially founded, and its tendency is to destroy in the mind the order and uniformity of the vast creations of the universe, all of which sprang spontaneously from an inconceivable vortex by the impulse of an eternal cause. The belief that Christ was to be a medium, by and through which man might ultimately ascend to higher spheres, is a belief which is most unrighteous, and has a tendency to create hostility, exclusive sectarianism, and presumptive arrogance. It elevates one person above another, and tends to establish exclusive privileges. It tends to impress deeply upon the uninformed of mankind that they are by nature exceedingly sinful, depraved, and despised of him who is called their Creator. It breeds envy, bigotry, and superstition into the heart of man, into the bosom of society, and almost causes the human judgment to sanction the same. It is a belief that depreciates the constitution of nature, of man, and of his spiritual principles, together with that cause who breathed them all into being. It is indeed a belief unworthy the human affections. It is too unholy to 503 be entertained even by the uncivilized of the earth. It should be banished from the world forever, because it is destructive to a proper knowledge of the cause of human existence, of the characteristics of man, of his spiritual possessions, and of his immortal destination. Section 135. Again, it is supposed that Jesus came to bring life and immortality to light, and that by revealing these to man, and employing means to produce conviction of their truth, the race became instructed, and thus knew of spiritual life and an immortal existence. This proposition cannot be legitimately derived from the New Testament, for there it stands as a mere incidental and impassioned remark, and not as designating an important feature in the nature of Christ's mission. If the revealment of this truth was the intention, and Christ was the means employed for that purpose, then the means has been inadequate to the end, for life and immortality are neither demonstrated nor clearly taught in any of the books, either of the New or Old Testament. A conviction of life and immortality flows only from a knowledge of the nature and constitution of matter, and of the divine essence which animates it in all forms and being, also from the spontaneous teachings of the Spirit, and the corresponding sanctions of nature, of the divine mind, and of the immutable principles which control and make of the universe a perfect and harmonious whole. He did not unfold the knowledge of these things, and therefore it cannot be truthfully said that he was designed to bring life and immortality to light. Besides this, the doctrine of immortality and a belief in spiritual life existed in the world long before either the New or the Old Testament was written. Then it might be argued that he came to confirm and develop that which had already been implanted in the human mind. Even this cannot be true, for he neither confirmed nor developed the previous convictions of men on this subject, nor have the teachings of any portion of the Bible done this, but instead thereof they have, as interpreted, drawn a darkening mantle between the natural yearnings of the spirit and the blooming beauty of the celestial home. The Bible has even darkened the pathway that once was illumined by the spiritual promptings of mankind. It has obstructed the progress of physical and spiritual development, and has therefore operated against its alleged design, which was to inform man of the relations of his present existence, and to illustrate and demonstrate future and IRA. 504. Mortal life. It has failed to do this, and hence the proposition under review is more a child of the imagination than of the properly unfolded human spirit. Again, it is supposed that Christ was designed as a medium by and through whom man might escape eternal condemnation. This is, indeed, an opinion not transcending the theology of the early inhabitants. And what is more notorious still, is, that it is believed, and flourishes to the greatest extent, where folly, ignorance, and superstition exist in abundance. It is no less notorious that as the human mind discards preconceived opinions, and becomes intelligent, this horrible and unrighteous dogma recedes, and it is as far from an enlightened judgment, as intelligence is from ignorance. It originated in darkness, it develops darkness, and is itself so exceedingly dark, that it cannot approach the serene and brilliant light that surrounds the throne of an enlightened reason. Men have been led to believe in the existence of an ocean of unceasing flame, where one wave of fire succeeds another, sustained by the fuel of discarded and condemned human spirits, whose sufferings would add to the glory and majesty of the divine mind, who, with all complacency, receives the perfumes thereof, as the fragrance from an open flower. By him this burning abyss is thought to have been created, and that, from him also proceed the fiery darts aimed by the omnipotent vengeance of dark and terrible damnation. Indeed, it is supposed that he is the great fire key, idler, and that he fans the flames by his own breath, and consumes innumerable spirits of his own creation in the bosom of that terrible gulf that has so divinely and so properly originated. There is no truth, nor can it be said that there is one particle of pure thought in the proposition that Christ came to pay a debt that mankind contracted. If this were true, then even the fiery gulf, supposed to have been created, would be ultimately robbed of its possessions, and thus the Creator would be involved in the charge of instituting that which is absolutely useless, and, consequently, in the charge of absolute imperfection. As this popular and imaginative belief originated in the very bosom of darkness, ignorance, and imbecility, it is not proper to dwell upon its hideousness and absurd ity, because it will die in the habitation of its birth, and thus be sacrificed on the altar of pure reason and intelligence. Christ, in foretelling the destruction of Jerusalem, according to the record of Matthew, made use of many metaphorical illustrations, nature's divine revelations, 505, and expressions to elucidate the subject on which he was prophesying. He makes use of heathen parables and fearful illustrations, because these were in use, and his hearers could comprehend their meaning. This is conclusive evidence that his auditors were not far beyond the superstitious theology of previous and long-forgotten ages. He makes use of the terms hell, angels, darkness, weeping and gnashing of teeth, ye cursed, the undying worm, the fire that is not quenched, and in connection with punishment, uses the word forever, everlasting, etc. These were customary phrases, and were sometimes applied to the great abyss, of which the sun was a representative. At other times they were applied to darkness, death, grave, pain, wretchedness, and a valley near Jerusalem, which was used emblematically to represent filth, loathsomeness, disease, perpetual pain, death, and evil spirits or actions. The term Sheol was synonymous, originally, with the first of these expressions, and Hades is a Greek term of the same signify. Cation. Gehenna is an entirely insignificant term, and is a total corruption of two disconnected words. It is derived from Gai, the name of the valley near Jerusalem, and Hinnom, its owner. Thus joined, it forms in the Greek, Gehenna, and it is, therefore, a word whose origin is as corrupt as the valley which suggested it, and as that imaginary abyss, hell, to which it is applied at the present day. Those who urge the antiquity of a belief in hell and proof of its sacredness and truth should pause one moment and reflect that the further research is made into the depths of antiquity, the deeper and darker grows the folly, ignorance, superstition, and imbecility of the human mind as then existing, and it may well be said that this doctrine is of so great an age that it defies all skepticism on that score, and all investigation as to its origin. It is not in the least degree surprising that such a doctrine should be of so early a birth, much as all the most repulsive superstitions originated about the same time, and have existed from the remotest periods of national antiquity. More developed and consistent views, which originated only in the pure teachings of the judgment, are not regarded with the same veneration, nor as being equally sacred, because they have so recently commenced their destructive work against all long-established superstitions and crude theological systems. Christ, then, in dealing so extensively in Oriental allegories, and the customary expressions of those days, has been understood as teaching this doctrine, and it is supposed that the inculcation of this -506 nature's divine revelations constituted a part of his peculiar mission to mankind. Notwithstanding the terms which he used were originally applied to an actual abyss of burning flame, and are in some instances thus applied in the Bible, the doctrine is as false as the superstition of generations past. Indeed, it is so obviously and absolutely inconsistent that the unenlightened judgment can scarcely conceive of so gross a belief having an actual existence. Here, then, is another theological proposition based upon mere imagination, and for which there is no rational foundation. Section 136. Theologians are in the habit of manufacturing most ingenious and cunningly devised creeds, and of claiming them to be founded on the Bible. These are put forth to the world, accompanied with most severe and imperative demands that they should be believed. To enforce these demands, theologians will quote a passage from the New Testament which says, "He that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, but he that believeth not shall be damned." This policy somewhat resembles that of Matthew, who labored to confirm the truthfulness of his record by quoting promiscuously from the prophecies. People of many nations will bow in silence when their potentate exclaims, "I am your king." Others will tremble when their king exclaims, "You shall be beheaded." The Medes and Persians shudder when recurrence is made to the immutable laws and requirements derived from the Zend Avesta. The Chinese are in a similar state of fear, bondage, and depression. The Hindus will fall and worship the Shastra, and will greatly tremble as the Brahman points to it, and then to a flash of vivid lightning, in enforcing faith and submission. And what is still more to be regretted is, that the whole Christian world can be made to tremble, and to discard the dictates of their judgment, and almost to renounce proprietorship over their own persons, when the theological teacher points to the Bible and exclaims, "He that believeth not shall be damned." It is to be deeply lamented, even unto tears, that a portion of the world should be thus called Christianized, while public teachers are pleas of folly, ignorance, and fanaticism, unworthy of an existence in the 19th century. That a portion of the world, thus an evanescent and unreal theology is in the world, because men have been so situated and influenced as to become superficial expounders and commentators. These men are indeed most 507. That a portion of the world, justly called theologians, for it is absolutely demonstrated that the universe or nature is the great revelation of the divine mind, and is the universal and eternal expounder, commentator, and preacher. In order that a man may be properly termed a theologian, he should take his text in the universal book of nature, and his sanctuary should be the expanded earth and the unfolded heavens. From the foregoing considerations, it is made evident that not one of these propositions concerning the mission of Christ can possibly have the least foundation in truth. The universal testimonies of nature and her laws justify any strength of assertion to this effect. Again, it is said that Christ had a divine commission to prove and establish which he performed many incomprehensible miracles. How such an opinion can be derived from the literal teachings of the New Testament, it is impossible to conceive, for although Matthew and the apostles seriously believed in the miracles, they have not in all their writings intimated that these were designed as a confirmation of Christ's mission, nor do they represent him as ever making any such a declaration. Matthew relates some miracles that were performed by Christ after descending from the mount, and while traveling through various portions of the land. It is well to mark the reading of those records. Those miracles would apparently never have been performed, had not Christ been earnestly solicited by those desiring relief and assistance. He is represented as rewarding their faith and confidence in him by complying with their desires. But if the miracles had ever been designed as a means by which the exalted character of his mission might be demonstrated, then would they have been performed under different circumstances, and at other times besides, when he was prompted by his own sympathy for the suffering, and by their earnest solicitations for relief. So far, then, biblical interpretation has transcended the meaning of the expressions interpreted, and is therefore void of all proper and truthful suggestion, and has its foundation only in imagination and misconception. Again, it is said that no system of religion is sustained by miracles, with the exception of that found in the Bible. This is not true. Muhammad, who wrote the Quran, appeals to the authority of miracles to establish a belief in his revelation miracles, too, which he says he himself performed. He says that he was transfigured, and 508 thus passed through 90 heavens in one night, had a long conversation with the deity, and returned again to the earth early on the subsequent morning. Surely, a greater miracle than this has never been recorded. Zoroaster also constantly appealed to the marvelous faculty of the human mind for credence in relation to his very strange and miraculous conversation with the gods. Moreover, the doctrines of miracles, like the doctrine of endless suffering and condemnation, can boast of a very early origin, and hence the claims of theologians, as based upon this ground, are worthy of at least as much veneration, because of their antiquated birth. Again, it is said that miracles were not only intended to demonstrate and establish the divine commission of Jesus, but also to establish incontrovertibly the Christian system of theology, and that his mission and the Bible were established by supernatural evidences and manifestations. Thus the miracles are considered works accomplished by supernatural potency. It is perfectly clear that nothing is, and nothing can be, but the divine mind, which is the cause, and the universe, which is the effect. Cause and effect thus uniting and harmonizing in one soul system, it follows that whatever occurs in any of the innumerable departments of the universe must occur because it is caused by a natural instigation. Nothing, therefore, can occur in the vast empire of universal creation opposed to, or transcending, the principles of nature. All things, then, whether organized or unorganized, developed or undeveloped, must be strictly and unequivocally natural. If anything, therefore, transcends nature, or the natural movements of the universe, it must be an effect of absolutely nothing. The term supernatural, then, indicating something above nature, is a solecism, and nothing is more distinct than the untruth of the theological proposition that miracles were accomplished by supernatural power, for that is clearly teaching that they originated from nothing, and consequently never existed. It is indeed remarkable that any system of religion could have been so effectually established by manifestations and evidence of its truth, caused by an omnipotent nothing. On the other hand, it would indeed be a miracle if such systems of belief did not exist where folly and ignorance universally prevail, and where have existed circumstances favorable to the development of so many superstitious ideas. Section 137. Again, it is alleged that the apostles were selected to witness these miraculous displays, and to communicate the facts to the Revelations 509 world. This, it is supposed, they would truthfully do, because they were good and disinterested men. This is a proposition scarcely worthy of comment. If these apostles were chosen, did they not become at once deeply interested? And if they were such good and righteous men as they are represented to have been, would they not have been so pure and harmless in disposition as not to carry with them swords? For it is plain to every mind that swords and goodness have not a very close affinity. And what prevented Peter, when he drew his sword and cut off an ear of the servant of the high priest, from cutting off his head also, is not clearly explained. It is plain that whatever spirit prompted the first act could have severed the head with as little compunction. If the apostles were chosen to communicate the knowledge of those miracles and the teachings of Christ to the world, would they not have drawn up a voluminous account of the miracles performed, such as would have flowed through all the channels of the Christian dispensation? And would not this account stand at the present day as a monumental evidence of a divine intention as connected with the display of the absolute truth of the Christian religion, and also of the unequivocal knowledge of those who were eyewitnesses of the things related? Instead of this, they make no announcement of any such intention of Christ, or of any such conviction in their own minds. In their writings in the New Testament, they relate the miracles as being acts merely incidental to their journeyings, and those performed by Christ were not regarded by any of the apostles, nor by Christ himself, in any other light than as promiscuous and incidental occurrences of his life. All things, then, whether Matthew was certainly not capable of being an eyewitness to those miraculous works of which he speaks, because he was an officer under the Roman government many years after the death of Jesus, and did not become an apostle until he was greatly advanced in life. He then only wrote a few accounts, and at last died a martyr in Persia. Ecclesiastical historians have striven to make it appear that he wrote the first chapters in the book ascribed to him, but they have failed, merely because it is not true. Besides this, no information is given of Matthew by any historian who lived in those days, because he deserted the Jewish and adopted the Christian religion in the latter part of his life, and did not become in any degree popular, except from the fact that he suffered martyrdom under the government of Persia. 510. Then the proposition under review cannot be proved, either from ecclesiastical or profane history. Besides, this proposition was never taught by Jesus, scarcely intimated by the apostles, and entirely disbelieved by the whole Jewish nation, who were in a condition to be eyewitnesses of the occurrences, and if these had been convincing, they would have been convinced. Again, it is said that as the miracles were designed to confirm and establish the Christian religion, and as they really were performed, and actually witnessed 1800 years ago, it is absurd and even unrighteous to entertain a suspicion concerning their original intention or actual occurrence. This proposition bears no evidence of consistency, inasmuch as it arbitrarily demands universal faith. It is impossible for the divine principle of reason to be convinced of. Anything without a positive knowledge of some foundation whereon its truth may rest, faith may exist as an evanescent conviction of the affections, but the judgment knows of no faith, no belief, but that which flows from the basis of absolute and unequivocal knowledge. Then in order to justify the demand for universal faith in this proposition, equal evidence must be presented to every mind, in every age, for otherwise mankind cannot be convinced. But the proposition as it stands is equivalent to saying that, as the sun gave forth its light, heat, and fertilizing atmosphere, 6,000 years ago, at which time it ceased to shine, and as those who were then living recorded that occurrence, together with a description of all the fertility produced by the sun's congenial influence, therefore, man must believe that it once shone, and then to him the productions of the earth will continue the same. This would be as consistent as to demand faith of the human mind in a thing or occurrence which all probabilities and possibilities, and the universal testimonies of nature, are against. It would be like calling upon man to enjoy the light and heat of the sun now, because it was enjoyed 6,000 years ago, or to believe that the earth continues to be fertile, because it was so when blessed by the smiles of the sun. Belief in the miracles must cease with the cessation of the evidence, the same as the earth would be rendered barren should the sun cease to shine, and a probal of the proposition under contemplation would be as impossible to the enlightened judgment, because of the universal evidence against it, as it would be to believe that the sun had been arrested in its course, while divine harmony continues to pervade and join in separately all created things. Nature's Divine Revelations, 511, Section 138. The miracles as recorded in the New Testament are of such a nature as only to create fear and marvelousness in the minds of those who might witness them, and also in the minds of those who hear or read the accounts of them. They are not represented in a manner becoming the object for which they are supposed to have been intended, and are entirely void of all that high and celestial dignity which they would naturally be expected to possess if they were of divine origin. Nothing can be more unjust than to interpret those relations in the New Testament as having an important bearing upon the question as to the truth or falsity of Christ's messiahship, for they are entirely destitute of those high and exalted manifestations, which are constantly and unvaryingly displayed in the mighty architecture of the universe. There exists in them no grand and elevated principles, no intrinsic beauty or excellency which can or will have any tendency to benefit or reorganize mankind. It is well to inquire, what possible good can arise from a little experiment like that of turning water into wine, or from any of similar nature? Besides this, all who are acquainted with the chemical relations of substances, and the laws of their combination, will at once conceive that such an occurrence would be entirely opposed to those laws, and could not, therefore, have taken place. Another account is related of two men possessed of devils presenting themselves to Jesus for relief. The devils are represented as at that moment beseeching Christ to let them depart from the man form, and enter into a herd of swine at a short distance from them. Jesus is represented as granting their solicitation, and at once they left the persons and entered into the swine, which, being exceedingly deranged by this very unjust intrusion, ran over a steep place, and were destroyed. It appears from this, that man in that instance was but little superior in his nature and organization to these animals whose lives were destroyed, for the devils would not have desired to change their habitation thus immediately and directly from the forms of the men to the forms of the swine, had not some close relation existed between the two, and there could not possibly have been instituted a better and wiser plan to accomplish the destruction of a multitude of such annoying and intrusive devils than the plan here carried into execution, for there exists no account whether they evacuated the interior of the swine qn their way down the precipice to the water, or whether they, with the swine, most effectually perished. Certainly no one will presume to say that this is not 512 Nature's Divine Revelations, one of the most useful and important miracles that is recorded in the New Testament. Further, this wonderful performance astonished and excited the inhabitants of the place to such a degree that they are represented as persuading Jesus to depart out of their coast. Indeed, nothing can be more just and natural than this, for what man or community would not apprehend a great deal of injury and injustice from the existence of a person among them so effectually engaged in destroy ing their herds? It is a most happy reflection that this is a mere record of Matthew, but was not an actual occurrence. The character and tendency of the miracles related prohibit completely the possibility of their divine intention as apprehended by theologians, because they were exceedingly limited, and their use was confined exclusively to the persons receiving such medical assistance as they afforded. Such deeds of charity, sympathy, and benevolence are to be admired in the character of any person who ever has lived or ever will live on earth, but further than this, they are of no importance, and demand no veneration nor approbation, for they are simply the good and just deeds which may be performed by any person who is naturally qualified for their accomplishment. But there has arisen a vast amount of misapprehension concerning these miracles, from the style of the written record. Matthew, and all the other apostles, record the cause and effect as occurring in rapid succession, almost simultaneously. Such expressions frequently occur as, he laid his hands upon him, and he was healed. So in all the cases mentioned of palsy, lameness, blindness, deafness, and other physical infirmities, cured by Jesus, the effect is related as though it followed the cause immediately. All who are acquainted with physiological principles, and with the calm, gentle, and energetic movements of the human organization, are persuaded, even positively convinced, that no cause can be brought to act so as to produce health as an immediate result, in case of any established dis-ease. Therefore, notwithstanding the things recorded were performed, they were effected by causes agreeing with the nature of the human system, and the re-establishment of health, which actually occurred, was effected gradually, and by means adapted to the temperament of the individual, and the nature of the disease. But Matthew and others have conveyed a wrong impression by relating those circumstances in such an unqualified manner. Their Nature's Divine Revelations, 513. Form of expression was similar to saying, the sun retired behind the western hills, and all was involved in darkness, or, 1 AP, plied such a medicine, and was cured, or, I deposited a germ in the earth, and behold this beautiful tree, or, we sowed the seed, and we gathered the harvest. This would be leaving, as Matthew did, the intermediate period between cause and effect entirely unnoticed, and recording the occurrence in general terms, and in a comprehensive manner, and the same style of narrative is frequently exemplified in the writings of the apostles. I do not make this remark to relieve those passages of their inconsistency, though the writers of them evidently believed as they wrote, but merely for the purpose of revealing the cause and origin of those expressions. If thousands of such experiments were performed as the casting out of devils, or transforming water into wine, or destroying the lives of a number of undeserving swine, or the withering of a verdant fig tree, what possible use, what grand design, what celestial result would be accomplished? Would not such means be altogether inadequate to the fulfillment of the end for which they are supposed to have been originally designed? Are they not useless and insignify? Can't manifestations, such as have a tendency to corrupt a just faith in the workings of the great divine mind? Are they not, indeed, most unworthy the dignity of any human being, to say nothing of the great cause, which is the very essence of infinite perfection? Have they any tendency to extirpate evil from the earth? It is distinctly evident that the race of mankind were not benefited whe copyright. They were performed, nor prevented from subsequently becoming most unrighteously disorganized, and have not the very existence of those accounts caused war, persecution, martyrdom, and death? Have they not divided nation from nation, by establishing an antagonism in those personal and national interests which should unite them as a brotherhood? Nay, has not even the whole Christian world, so-called, been divided, and each person drawn the sword of sectarian hostility against another? Are these celestial effects indicating that the cause was divine intention, and born from the bosom of celestial perfection? If such is the cause, do the effects correspond? If these things were designed to produce conviction of the Messiahship of Christ, could it have been possible for the efforts of divine wisdom and power to be thus completely deranged and baffled? And if they were designed to convince mankind, why does skepticism go on increasing as knowledge advances? 33. Actual occurrence. 514 Nature's Divine Revelations *. It is distinctly clear that they have produced precisely the effects which might naturally have been expected from their operation upon the minds of the superstitious and uneducated generation which so earnestly believed them. They were written under the promptings of misguided judgment, and having thus originated, their effects have fully corresponded in every generation, even to the unfolding and ripening of the human mind in the 19th century. The theological propositions, founded upon the supposed performance of supernatural miracles, are so completely transparent that the discerning mind cannot fail to see their utter nothingness. And though volume after volume has been written to elucidate these opinions, metaphysically, I am constrained to leave them all unnoticed, because they appear to me as the shadows, and not the substance of things. Section 139. I now proceed to an investigation of the fundamental and essential principles of what is claimed to be a pure and celestial, the ology, or, rather, of the four pillars upon which the theological structure is sustained, and I would bespeak particular attention to this attack, because it may be that it will demolish the whole system, and leave nothing of it but a mass of disgusting rubbish. The first point is original sin, the second, the atonement, the third, faith, and the fourth, regeneration. First, original sin. To dissect this proposition in all its numerous forms and modifications would be to interfere with that which is not capable, because of its unsoundness, of receiving any interference. But there is one principle involved in the subject, by which the human mind has been most unjustly perverted, and this principle demands a brief notice. It represents man as being originally pure, as to his physical and spiritual nature, even as a flower from the bud of the divine creation, and that he possessed nearly all the characteristics of a celestial being, pure, spotless, unsophisticated. While thus existing, temptations were placed before him, of so captivating a nature that he was unable to resist them. Oh, how unjust, to charge the divine mind with creating man, and endowing him with all the attributes of purity and goodness, and at the same time with holding from him a competency to resist temptation. How unholy, to accuse him of constituting man a perfect being, and at the same time instituting a most destructive plot to injure him for life, and perhaps forever. A plot, too, which would implicate an unborn race for thousands of years. 515. Original sin, then, is based upon this grand but most unrighteous impeachment of the wisdom and love of the Creator. It assumes that man was tempted, that he yielded, and that spiritual death ensued, a death so terrible in its influence, that an unborn and innocent creation were necessarily involved in its inconceivable horrors. Nay more, it disconnects the whole world of mankind from any spiritual communication with that holy essence which breathed them into being, even totally banishes them from all parental favor, and presses them to the very brink of an awful burning gulf. Still more horrible, it teaches that millions on millions are, owing to this divine curse, destined to writhe in the waves of darkness in the bosom of a burning abyss, whose dissolving fires were blown into a flame by the very breath of divine love. Thus, according to the doctrine under review, an innocent man, who had no experience, who was pure and undefiled, came under the wrath and curse of that being whose very essence is love, wisdom, and celestial perfection. In this his posterity are also unavoidably implicated, and thus are charged with a debt which they had no agency in contracting, and which was incurred before they were born. Here is a most unjust and impious charge, and the proposition involving it is too corrupt and vitiating to the moral sensibilities of men, to have an existence even in the darkest recess of a distorted imagination. This great debt, caused by spiritual death, the whole race is said to owe to him who spoke, and they lived. The divine mind is said to have assumed the human form, in which he calls himself the Son, for the purpose of relieving the race of this debt, which he himself created, by living on earth, suffering all descriptions of persecution, and at last dying an ignominious death. He himself thus suffers innocently to remove effects that must have originated in his own infinite wisdom, and this is called the atonement. This is equivalent to saying that the Creator instituted a celestial plan to deceive and implicate mankind, of which he subsequently repented, and could not annihilate its awful consequences without his Son, even himself, dying the death of a persecuted martyr. Retain thy complacency, continue to unfold thy charms, perpetuate thy undying beauty and grandeur, even though man in his audacious folly has clothed thee in a mantle of darkness, terrible as the vengeance of an exasperated deity. Ye theologians, behold now your speculations. Your original 516 sin is discovered to be a repulsive blasphemy, and your atone meant to be the very climax of a deranged imagination, and one that is of the most unrighteous and immoral character. The first is diametrically opposed to all distributive justice, annihilates all conception of wisdom, banishes from the soul of man all appreciation of celestial love, dissipates all thirst for knowledge and progress, and shuts the very portals of reason by the hand of omnipotent vengeance, and by pointing to a fount of infernal fires. More terrible darkness, a more soul-revolting conception, a more wretched play of human folly, could not possibly occur in any of the wide fields and spheres of creation. The second proposition involves a charge of injustice unworthy the deeds of and character of a heathen potentate. Its tendency is to generate absolute immorality in the world, and so far it is absolutely a curse to man. But its deleterious power is limited, for it cannot arrest the sublime workings of established and immutable laws. The third essential element in the received theology is called faith. This, like many other alleged Christian virtues, is not capable of manifesting itself, nor is it even known to be existing until its possessor verbally makes the fact known to the world. It is like many Christian principles, so-called, that are never manifested by deeds or proper actions, but are only known to exist when the world is told of them. Annals of the Christian faith. What is it? Certainly it is a conviction of the judgment, resulting from appropriate and adequate evidence. Then it is an effect derived from knowledge. It is therefore void of all merit or demerit, inasmuch as it is a natural consequence of known facts, and not a voluntary acquirement of the mind. Is it proper to call upon man to believe an inconsistency in order that he may escape an irretrievable condemnation? This, indeed, is the most unnatural man that folly can possibly urge. Is a man to be approbated because he has faith in the existence of any external things received through the channels of the senses? Is it to be considered a merit for a man to believe that the sun shines, and that the earth is rendered fertile thereby, or that the earth, together with the whole solar system, revolves? Is faith to be considered a merit when it is a result of a conviction of the judgment? It is plain, then, that the common religious requirement of faith is unjust, untrue, immoral, because it is opposed to all laws of causation and all teachings of the interior and external world. 517. The fourth point is regeneration. This is founded upon the assumption of regeneration, and therefore the doctrine is only an evanescent and unreal effect, proceeding from a cause equally unreal and unsubstantial. Regeneration is considered as an effect resulting from faith. The latter results from it is impossible to tell what, and it is entirely useless to dwell upon a term containing no interior meaning, and which has generated and will continue to do the same, unless abandoned, every species of superstition and unrighteous thoughts. Such, then, are the substantial and inherent elements which constitute and sustain the great theological superstructure. Their qualities are impure, their composition is decayed, they are performing the work of their own destruction, and behold the temple falls, and who shall stand? Subsequent generations will testify. Section 140. No class or series of expressions have been associated in the enfeebled mind of man with more fear and depressing dread than some of those said to have been used by Christ while preaching and prophesying. It has been a source of wonder and extreme perplexity that a being represented as possessing so much spiritual refinement and brotherly kindness should have employed such violent and unkind terms in speaking of those who were merely opposed to the doctrines he promulgated. For it is plain to every pure, benevolent, and philanthropic mind that the mental constitution of that person must be impure indeed, who could look abroad upon the face of creation and mark the weakness of erring humanity, and then say to his own brethren, ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, or, ye scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites. For these were merely misdirect brethren, whose condition of mind was not caused by themselves, but by inferior and unpropitious circumstances. The well-informed mind is personally conscious that the causes of evil lie not in man, but about him, and this knowledge at once creates a universal forgiveness, and forbids the application of any harsh terms to a brother, much more to a brotherhood. Persons who are not acquainted with the cause of moral evil are in the habit of accusing each other falsely, and applying to each other terms no less unjust than, such as, ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell? Surely a more unrighteous sentence could not proceed from an ignorant devotee of the Juggernaut, if it is said that these expressions as ascribed to Christ have an 518 interior signification which is not discoverable upon the surface, then still more should the language be discarded, for it no longer answers the purpose for which it was designed. If the expressions have a meaning which is not perceptible, then should they not be uttered, because they are, to say the least, entirely useless. Perhaps no terms have oppressed the mind with more gloom and dread than the terms hellfire, everlasting fire prepared for the devil and his angels, weeping, wailing, and gnashing of teeth. And see, it will be remembered that it is the expression, and not the meaning, which terrifies the weak and uninformed mind, for Sheol being a Hebrew word, has no specific application but was used promiscuously among the early inhabitants in application to almost any thing they disliked. And Hades is a Greek word applied in the same way, and as Gehenna is a Greek word derived from two Hebrew expressions, it cannot be truthfully said that either of these words is worthy of the least regard, much less that they should be productive of fear, and thus circumscribe the movements and lofty aspirations of the human spirit. I am deeply impressed, and that, too, by an influx of superior information, that if these remarks will assist the efforts of others to rend the dark curtain of superficiality from off the windows of the soul, one great and glorious achievement will be accomplished, and light will illuminate the spiritual possessions of every human form. A most remarkable and conspicuous personage, who may be considered as an inmate of this theological temple, I have not as yet specifically noticed. I allude to the being called the devil. This potent personage has been as active in establishing his portion of the kingdom as any influence which we have as yet considered. But it is well to analyze the term devil, so that we may arrive at a more familiar acquaintance with his origin and disposition. This term is synonymous with Satan, which latter is derived from shaitan. This originally signified almost nothing, but was generally used in a loose and unguarded manner, meaning sprightly, godly man, deified spirit, disease, monomania, evildoer, and all of these significations are comprehended in various expressions in the Bible, such as Satan, death, devil, and but even in the Bible, devil signifies evil, wickedness, abomination. And when this evil deity is represented as ing up and down the earth, or going about like a roaring lion ing whom he may devour, the word devil is nothing more than a figurative personification of evil. As a proof of this, every discerning 519 person can see that he creates the most tumult and disturbance where ignorance and superstition abound to the greatest extent. It is well known to biblical commentators, or at least to those who have investigated the early application of terms, that the ancient magicians deified an evil principle, and that their theology was systematized by Zoroaster, who possessed all the materials existing prior to his life, from which he erected his supernatural revelation. As the word shaitan meant only a little more than nothing, certainly the deified imaginary evil principle to which it is now applied cannot mean a great deal more. But the terms hell, devil, Satan, and have created more fear and superstitious apprehension than any others contained in the whole primitive history. But as has been shown they were intended to express only that which the uncultivated inhabitants of the earth aided by false conceptions of the manifestations of nature, and of the character and attributes of man. Therefore they should be regarded with at least as much respect as any oriental, poetical mythos, merely because of the imaginative and marvelous conceptions which they exemplify. While I am speaking thus, I feel a constant and insuppressible yearning for the elevation of every mind to that degree of mental discernment in which these things which I relate might be equally known to them, and equally discarded by them. This would be a benefit to man, because he would then be restored to communion with the sublime teachings of his nature within, and of nature without, the happy results of which would not only be experienced in the present, but more perfectly in higher spheres. It is also supposed by the majority of mankind, especially by those acquainted with the teachings of the Old and New Testaments, that the resurrection and general judgment were never presented to the world before the life and disclosures of Jesus, and that the golden rule was then for the first time promulgated by Jesus, and was never conceived of or expressed by any previous mind. That is not true. It is well known to some who have explored the pages of antiquity, that Confucius, the Chinese philosopher, expressed the golden rule nearly 600 years before Christ lived, about which time Zoroaster also flourished, who succeeded in establishing throughout the whole Eastern world the doctrine of a physical resurrection and general judgment. Zoroaster even prophesied, with a great deal of perspicuity, ingenuity, and truthfulness, notwithstanding his 520 nature's divine revelations. Conceptions of a general resurrection and judgment were derived from the many conceptions of earlier ages. They are presented in a more systematic and rational form than those which are contained in the New Testament, and which the apostles endeavored to promulgate on the authority of the teachings and martyrdom of Christ. Section 141. Matthew, after having related the prophecy of Jesus concerning the destruction of Jerusalem and many other promiscuous sayings, closes by giving a description of the trials, sufferings, conditions, damnation, and crucifixion of Christ, who was a person of remarkably excellence in all his physical and spiritual possessions. But as I shall speak concerning this subject hereafter, I dismiss it for the present, and proceed to notice some remarks of Matthew upon this very unjust crucifixion. He relates that Christ was exceedingly disliked by the Jewish nation, and that he was accused, arrested, and conveyed to the presence of Pontius Pilate, who was not over-anxious to condemn, but was compelled by the vociferous multitude to yield his assent and seal the condemnation. After this, a cross was prepared, which Jesus was enforced to carry, and which he did with a great deal of gentleness and humiliation, until he arrived at the spot where his noble and dignified person was to be sacrificed. They placed a crown of thorns upon his head, and gave him impure and bitter drink to quench his thirst, and what is still more to be lamented is that they nailed him to the cross, and then perforated his body with their spears, that his sufferings might be increased, and their exasperation gratified. He is represented to have had but a few followers, and these came and wept beneath his body, after having related the prophecy of Jesus after he was taken from the cross and deposited in the sepulchre, before whose mouth a stone was placed. He is represented as being guarded for 3 days, and then coming forth and appearing to 3 of his disciples. After this, he was seen, it is said, by upward of 500 souls, and not long afterward he ascended amid the clouds and disappeared, to occupy a position as judge on high. This, as it will be remembered, is recorded by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The record is not a demonstration of its actual occurrence, although those who wrote were pure and undesigning men, whose testimonies are worthy of the highest respect and consideration. I will explain hereafter how this opinion was created, the causes engaged in producing it, and why these persons wrote Nature's Divine Revelations, 521, with so much pure simplicity. But at present I am only investigating the theological speculations based upon these records. This martyrdom of Jesus is called the vicarious atonement, that is, his suffering for the sins of the world, suffering an innocent and ignominious death for that which his death could not alter, and that which the divine Creator is represented as having instituted. Why should the Jews be persecuted for crucifying Jesus, if indeed it was originally designed that the latter should thus suffer for the redemption of mankind? The merit did not consist in his death independently, because he would not have been persecuted nor put to death had not the Jews performed that office. Then why not say that the Jews were essential means employed in the accomplishment of this vicarious atonement? And why should the whole be ascribed to the object sacrificed? The Jews, however, are charged with exceeding cruelty, injustice, and unholy persecution. They are accused in every possible way, and with a degree of virulence which is much against their accusers. But how could they be guilty when they were made agents of the divine mind to fulfill one of his original designs? Then the Jews should receive a great share of the adoration and praise, for it was by them that this great end was accomplished, and not so much by the sacrifice or vicarious atonement, which was merely the effect of their united efforts. Why, then, place merit, adoration, and praise where they do not belong? For it is manifestly unjust to adore and venerate an effect more than its cause. But the death of Christ had no possible connection with the sins of the world, nor with the cause of sin. Sin, indeed, in the common acceptation of that term, does not really exist, but what is called sin is merely a misdirection of man's physical and spiritual powers, which generates unhappy consequences. The death of no being will extirpate these evil consequences. Nothing short of a general null edge of the causes of these evils, and of the general capabilities of mankind, will restore permanent harmony and happiness to the race. Nor is it possible for any principles involved in the idea of a vicarious atonement to produce the work of general reorganization, but a rejection of this doctrine will be one of the mightiest steps toward ultimate amelioration and consequent happiness. Further, there is no law governing any composition that will add MIT of its ascension above the forms of nature, before each part of that composition becomes fitted for ascension. Then the body of a person cannot be made to ascend while the law of association exists. 522, and governs nature universally. Nevertheless, it has been supposed that the composition constituting the body of Christ might have undergone a process of refinement suitable to render an ascension possible, but then it must have become completely intangible, and could not have been seen by those who were present at the ascension. But this supposition is not founded upon a knowledge of arrow laws, or of their unvarying effects as manifested in every department of nature. Such an ascension would indeed have been impossible, because there could not have been such an accelerated process of refinement as to perfect any composition in the space of 3 days. Moreover, the term anastasis, rendered resurrection in the New Testament, does not originally express any such an ascension. It there signifies a rising up, an elevation, a progressive reform, a resurrection, a gradual and steady improvement. It may be added that the doctrine of a general resurrection is founded only upon the supposition that the Bible teaches it, which it cannot be proved to do, nor is there any such meaning attached to the original expression, anastasis. It is well to remark, however, that Paul, who philosophized upon the subject, really believed in a general, corporeal resurrection. Still, all his expressions, as well as those of the other writers, will admit of a different signification, for terms have become greatly modified since language has become so copious and superfluous, and therefore what they mean now is not always what they meant originally. The mightiest steps toward. Then, again, Matthew relates a most marvelous phenomenon concerning the temple being rent, the earth quaking, graves opening, and their tenants being quickened into life, and appearing unto many in the city. Matt 27:51-53. This would not have been believed for one moment, had it been related in any portion of the Zendavesta, although there are more remarkable things therein recorded than this. When such things are presented for credence, it is always proper to reflect upon the probable origin of such relations, their use, if true, and then to inquire whether they are susceptible of an application. If these questions were urged with reference to this account, its truth or untruth would not be regarded as of any importance, for it is manifestly a confusion of the order of nature, and void of all practical utility. As to a day of general judgment, not much comment is required, for it is neither taught in the scriptures, nor believed by any biblical nature's divine revelations. 523. Investigator of a superiorly enlightened mind. A remark heretofore made will answer instead of a protracted argument, whatever they judgment cannot sanction, the divine mind never created. Section 142. As the book of Matthew comprehends all that is related in the succeeding books, I have given attention to its contents to the exclusion, as yet, of all the collateral evidences found in the other books for or against the propositions touched upon and analyzed. But I will proceed to a general reflection upon each of these books, in the order in which they are placed, speaking also of their origin and prominent principles. Before doing so, however, I will state a few facts in the history of Matthew. Matthew became an officer under the Roman government some time previous to the death of Christ, in which occupation he continued for a long period, even until old age, at which time Paul, Dionysius, and others were preaching the important doctrines of Christ. Matthew deserted the Jewish and embraced the Christian religion not long after Paul's conversion, and he then soon began to write concerning the things heard and seen as appertaining to Christ and his teachings. It will be seen by a review of his book that he apparently grouped the sayings of Christ, not in the order in which they occurred, but merely as they were presented to his mind, for, in many places, he evidently comprehends in one tense an historical account of the miracles and sayings of Jesus which seemingly occupied many months. Besides this, his manuscripts have never been known to the world. The only remains of them are contained in a Greek manuscript, but they were, as commentators admit, originally written in Hebrew, and for the express use of some Jewish converts. There evidently existed no intention on his part, nor on the part of those who transcribed his writings, to ever have them merged into a canonical book. Certainly he was never directed by Christ to write and present this manuscript to the world for this purpose, nor can it be proved that he ever had such an intention himself, either from the nature of his record, or from the very unsatisfactory manner in which the same has been compiled, received as canonical, and voted as the first book of the New Testament. Nothing could be more proper than the title of this book, which designates it as according to, though not as written by, Matthew. They who prefixed this title were themselves doubtful as to its origin. Ecclesiastical history proves that its chronology is discrepant. 524 Nature's divine revelations with that of the preceding and subsequent writings, and very many even admit that the first 2 chapters are exceedingly doubtful, while none are very anxious to vouch for their truth. After Matthew had written a few manuscripts, he was captured by 2 officers of the Persian customs, carried to the governor, pronounced guilty of heterodoxy, and was condemned, and died a martyr. some wise men have written profound criticisms upon the contents of the Old and New Testaments, and seem to have mistaken evidence to be against, rather than in favor of, the writings of the apostles, especially where unguarded expressions occur, or quota tie-ins from the Old Testament, or historical relations which do in reality oppose the records of other writers. The Book of Mark contains many things that are discrepant with the contents of the Book of Matthew, but this is no evidence that they intended imposition upon the world, nor is it in any respect against the moral purity and rectitude of their historical writings, but it rather manifests a pure design in giving to the world that which they seriously believed, and which was equally believed by others. It proves that there existed no designing plot, no collusion, whereby all things therein related might be joined and confirmed in such a manner as to exclude the possibility of detection and exposure. It proves, also, that they wrote merely from an influx of external impressions, and the reflux of these gave rise to the manuscripts of the New Testament. It proves, also, that they wrote with an entire unacquaintance with each other's private opinions or concurrent views, and that they wrote free from any intention except that of presenting a pure and truthful account. 143. The Book of Mark commences unlike that of Matthew, for, instead of introducing a genealogy, it begins by quoting from the Book of Malachi, 3rd chapter and 1st verse, a prophecy concerning one who would, and did, come to prepare the way for the introduction of the teachings of Christ to the world. It will be seen, by read the quotation in Malachi, that it is in the first person, and has no connection whatever with the future, but the expression is applicable to the fact that John preached and prepared the way for the introduction of the gospel. Considered as a prophecy, however, the expression is not applicable. 525. This book contains fewer references to the prophecies than Matthew, and is confined particularly to a comprehensive relation of many things which are also recorded in Matthew, and with a very little dissimilarity. Mark makes mention of the colt on which Jesus rode to Jerusalem, adding to the account what Matthew did not mention, that it was a colt upon whose back man never before sat, with the exception of this slight variation, which was supposed to make the occurrence nearer a miracle than the simple relation of Matthew. The two accounts coincide. He mentions, also, the casting of lots, to ascertain who should possess the garments of Jesus. This, also, is related differently from what we find it in Matthew, for Matthew, in connection, makes a quotation, which he appears to have considered as a confirmation of the idea concerning the pre-knowledge of the early writers. Such quotations consist of incidental expressions occurring in the Old Testament, having in all cases a connection with the historical events or circumstances referred to in those books. Mark then proceeds to quote from the 53rd chapter of Isaiah the words, "And he was numbered with the transgressors." This he applies to the crucifixion of Christ with the two thieves. It is well to remember, again, that it was the expression which they quoted, and that in order to relate the circumstance in the language of others, instead of employing their own, the same as one at the present day would quote from the poetical, theological, or philosophical productions of any previous writer, when passages are found which are applicable, in order to embody or confirm his own reasonings or impressions. If Mark and the other New Testament writers had used the phrase, that the expression might be verified, instead of, that the prophecy might be fulfilled, the reader would not be led to believe so many unwarrantable ideas concerning the foreknowledge of those prophets. The expression that occurs in Isaiah, "He shall be numbered with the transgressors," applies only to, and was originally intended to represent, the sufferings and trials of Jeremiah for although he was a very affectionate and amiable man, and was generally beloved, he was nevertheless numbered with the transgressors many times, and was thus as often despised. It is true that Isaiah mentions no name, but a careful reading will decide that the allusion was to some thing of this kind, though made in an indefinite and obscure manner. C note on page 498, 526. The Book of Mark contains no distinct doctrines that are not contained in Matthew. It is written in a more condensed and perspicuous manner than the Book of Matthew. It is generally regarded favorably for its brevity and plainness of historical and biographical details. The writer closes the book by relating a command given to the apostles to go forth into all the world and preach the gospel, and, according to what follows, their testimony was to be offered to the world on terms most severe and absolute. It does not seem possible that any being possessing a very high degree of spiritual knowledge could have uttered such a sentence as, "He that believeth not shall be damned. This declaration is contrary to the teachings of all laws of cause and effect. He who believes any principle, faith, or philosophy must believe it as the result of a deep and immovable conviction of the judgment. Certainly the mere fact of the apostles' preaching could not have been sufficient to produce such a faith as was demanded. Faith could not be expected when there did no exist sufficient cause to produce it. Again, the reward for faith was to be a salvation, a saving, perhaps, from sin, from skepticism, from destruction by moral or physical death, or from an abode of suffering and wretchedness. Neither of these is distinctly mentioned, but whether it was to be a salvation from one or all of these calamities, it would be well to inquire, how is it possible for faith, by any natural process, to produce such an effect as is herein stated? The effect of faith is merely a tranquil lighty of mind, from which flow bright hopes and anticipations. For faith cannot save from sin, or pain, or wretchedness, or moral, or spiritual death. For the world to be saved from such direful evils, the laws of society and the arbitrary governments of nations must be changed, so as to coincide with the principles of nature, with the constitution of man, and with all his physical and spiritual requirements. The blessings that would follow such an harmonious organization of mankind could not properly be considered as a reward or effect of faith, because faith is merely an involuntary assent of the judgment, and produces that calmness and tranquility of mind which constitute happiness. This happiness is confined to the mind whose judgment is thus decided, and it is not capable of being communicated to another, nor can it even supply the physical or spiritual necessities of its possessor. How, then, can salvation be a resuck of nature's divine revelations? 527. Faith 9. And what can be more unjust than the severity and positiveness of that declaration which says, "He that believeth not shall be damned"? A man cannot believe or disbelieve at will. He cannot control the convictions of his own judgment, but is obliged to submit to be controlled. He can no more have faith upon any subject at will than he can, by the exercise of will, have a warm or cold feeling, or a love or hatred, or a delight or displeasure. How unjust is it, then, to call upon man to do that which is so entirely beyond his power? It would be as proper and consistent to cast a man upon a burning pile, and bid him live under the penalty of being forever damned if he did not comply, or to cast a man into the waters of a foaming ocean, and bid him preserve his existence, while, at the same time, all means of salvation are beyond his reach, or to place a man under the keen-edged guillotine, and, at the moment appointed for the severing instrument to drop, to exclaim, "Resist, and prevent the blow, or you shall be forever lost in the depths of a burning abyss." Any being who would do these things would be called by the world a tyrant, a heathen, a being not worthy of the human form or of its sublime possessions. Listen, then, ye who admire the sentiment expressed in the book of Mark, while I inquire, how can the least degree of justice exist in the absoluteness of that demand which attaches the penalty of damnation to the non-performance of that which is beyond the powers of man's nature to accomplish? If, then, this expression was ever uttered by Christ, it bears all the marks of cruelty and heathenish unrighteousness. This is no less the case if it proceeded from the mouth of any other being, but I am happy to relate that although this is in the book of Mark, it was not uttered in the preaching of Jesus. Section 144. The next passage states a number of evidences to be manifested why those who truly believed. It reads as follows, "And these signs shall follow them that believe, in my name shall they cast out devils, they shall speak with new tongues, they shall take up serpents without harm, and if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them, they shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover." This is one of the most unfortunate passages that could possibly occur for theologians and the followers of their philosophy and teachings. It cannot be truly said that any possess the power of casting out devils, in the sense in which the phrase is here used. If the passage had said, "They shall cast in devils," or evils, then would it have been verified throughout the whole heathen and Christian world, for nothing is clearer than that the very believers and promulgators of this system of theology have cast evils, or devils, into the bosom of man, and into the heart of society, to an extent that is beyond estimation. Believers, then, cast devils in, not out, by preaching the doctrines supposed to have been taught by Christ, but it cannot be said with the same degree of truth that they ever succeeded in effectually banishing one devil, or evil, from the world. The sentence which immediately follows has been fully verified, viz., "They shall speak with new tongues." it has appeared in the course of past investigations that theologians, at least many of them, do frequently employ words in which neither they nor any other person can discover the least particle of signification there, for they truly speak in new tongues. For the terms Satan, hell, reward, punishment, involuntary, supernatural, disinterested, and see, are terms which express as near the shadow of no substance as it is possible for the mind to conceive, and I do not hesitate to venture any strength of assertion that these terms, with a vast number of others, are significant of no real thought, and are incapable of being applied to any real principle, phenomenon, or development, in any department of nature or the universe. Any poor son, then, entertaining the least particle of doubt concerning the truthfulness of the above sentence from Mark, should reflect on these things, and banish all doubt immediately, for it is evident that these theologians do speak in new tongues, inasmuch as they are scarcely comprehended either by themselves or any other being. I cannot let this opportunity pass without observing some late developments among the followers of new faiths. These have occurred within the last century, and therefore no particular historical detail is required. So I proceed to mention the performances of the sect known as the Mormons. The founder of this sect presented to the world not only his own testimony, but that of many others, in relation to his and their religious faith and miraculous performances. They profess to heal the sick by the laying on of hands, to cast out devils, and to converse in unknown tongues. They can produce evidence of an artificial character of these things, and of their actual occurrence. But there exists no interior evidence, probability, or use in any such performances, and therefore they should not receive the credence of any rational mind. One thing, however, in evidence of the possession of the right faith, they could produce in abundance, and that is, they could converse in unknown tongues. Strictly true is this statement, for some of the dissenters from that faith do not hesitate to acknowledge that they could and did converse in a language unknown either to themselves or to anybody else. The followers of Enlil, also, whose history is well known, make the same pretensions, and produce the same evidence, and their dissenters make, without hesitation, precisely the same acknowledgement. Therefore beware of superficial testimony, external appearances, visible, tangible, sensual evidences, because such are invariably liable to deceive, and are oftentimes unrighteous. Beware, too, of the character of every external testimony. Search well the cause of its existence. Reflect well upon the external means employed to produce credence in respect to any phenomenon, any marvelous circumstance, any miraculous development, either in nature or in man, and also upon the uses made of such, because there exists a strong probability that there are latent intentions connected with such evidences that constitute the very elements of deception. Section 145. Many in past ages believed that the elephant was a prodigy, or miracle of nature. Some of the ancients supposed that he was not only the result of a miraculous conception of nature, but that he possessed a spirit and reasoning powers equal if not superior to those possessed by man. Besides this, his social habits were believed by some to be established, directed, and controlled by spirits of the mountains, forests, and other places which they frequented. The ancients had also an opinion that spirits communed with elephants and instigated their thoughts, and that spirits, ghosts, witches, angels, devils, and many similar personages existed in great abundance. Is there not testimony in favor of the most marvelous transactions of angels, devils, ghosts, witches, and other active, invisible beings, testimonies, too, of the most unexceptionable character? There are also now persons who believe that man is in constant communion with spirits, either of a good or evil character, the first being the cause of all good thoughts, and the latter of all evil ones. They also believe that men possess the power to move toward the gulf of evil, or the throne of goodness. This power is termed free. Will they thus make man an independent and self-existent creature, and endeavor to impress upon his mind that if he is sinful, it is the result merely of his will, or his affection for evil, a quality which he need not possess if he desires to be free from it? Moreover, it is said that he can approach the throne or sphere of celestial goodness by the same exercise of his own willpower. Such an attribute would give man unlimited control over the laws, forces, and actuating principles of the universe. It would make him possess the requisite power to resist all temptation and all influences of eternal laws. It would give him power to command and teach him that he existed uncommanded. It would give him power to control while he is not at all capable of being controlled, influenced, or actuated. But it may be said that he has free will only in a qualified sense. But the very moment a qualification is needed, the doctrine is proved to be unsound, and man's power is shown to be limited. If he can, not under Q circumstances and conditions, resist being influenced or actuated, K_0U the philosophy under notice is not true, because the fact of man's being once influenced establishes the truth that he is actuated by adequate forces, and governed throughout eternity by immutable laws. Others believe that man may reproduce in himself the power of working miracles, and say they have succeeded in presenting a demonstration. Others at the present day believe that man possesses no spiritual principle which will retain its identity after the physical dissolution. These reason deductively, but not analytically, hence the conclusion is illegitimate and unsound. And there are existing innumerable sects, entertaining as many different opinions, and each sect is anxious to sustain its own particular creed. The followers of Enlil seriously believe and teach that select persons among them commune with the spirits that inhabit celestial spheres. They frequently induce, by excitement, a cataleptic condition of the body, and then are said to be in heaven, walking among and conversing with the angels. And when they return to outward consciousness, they relate these marvelous peregrinations with all the seriousness and solemnity of truth, because they believe them. Surely, then, miracles exist in our midst, of the same character as those which are mentioned in the book of Mark as following all true believers. Is it not as reasonable to esteem heathen, ancient, Chinese, Persianic, or Mohammedan credulity, as the credulity of those who implicitly believe and teach the doctrines of the primitive history? Is it not just to regard the Mormon and Shaker evidences and credulity that exist in our midst, with the same degree of veneration as the things merely related in the books of the New Testament, and believed by many in the world? Certainly modern credulity is as much to be respected as ancient. Then why confine belief, when external evidences of true faiths exist about and among us in abundance? The sentence which follows the last one commented upon, refers to the handling of serpents without harm. Unfortunately, there exists much actual danger in this experiment, and hence it is not so frequently attempted as the former ones. There exists evidence that more men who have possessed scarcely any faith have handled serpents with perfect safety than there have been persons who have performed the same things among those possessing faith sufficiently powerful almost to remove a light mountain. Furthermore, it is said, they shall drink any deadly thing without injury. It is strange how deadly things can be drunk without injuring life. It is unnecessary to speak of the action of the human system in repulsing or yielding to that which is opposed to its nature or composition. Poison can be taken into the system in minute portions without injury, but if too great a portion is taken, it is incapable of assimilating with the elements of the body, and thus constitutes a violation, though not a suspension, of natural law, the inevitable result of which would be a cessation of life. A true believer, then, may take a small portion without receiving harm, but then this would not be taking a deadly thing in the sense implied in the passage. Besides this, an unbeliever could, without injury, take the same quantity. But it is plain that the handling of serpents and the drinking of poison is an experiment that is rather too personal to be often attempted. Alas for theologians, and those who think they are unerring believers, for the evidences which they can produce are so few and so intangible that the human mind is incapable of discerning their existence. Remember, these external evidences are not to be in any case relied upon as proving anything to which they are applied. If what I reveal requires external testimony to prove its truth, then indeed its truth might with propriety be doubted. But if, while it possesses the external clothing of sensuous and superficial testimony, it sinks deep into the recesses of the judgment, even to the interior of the human spirit, and there receives a response, its truth is at once placed beyond doubt, and is established to a demonstration. In this manner should all things be tested, and then truth, goodness, and tranquility will be the legitimate consequences. 532. With these remarks, I leave the contents of the book of Mark to speak of the writer personally. His name was John Mark. He was born and brought up, and resided through his life, in the city of Jerusalem. He lived at the time John the Baptist and Jesus were preaching. He was a believer, and felt anxious to have the new faith promulgated and believed, but he cannot be properly termed an apostle. He had a small family, and was pleasantly situated, both as to the capacity of his residence and his financial affairs. He was accustomed to keep open his house as a place of entertainment and resort for Jesus and the apostles, and this continued during the whole public life of Jesus, and especially from about the time he began to preach until his crucifixion. After this event, John Mark compiled some of the remarks of Jesus, and some impressions concerning him, from a few registered notes which he had kept, into the form of a manuscript, which he designed and intended only for the reading of some converts, mainly from paganism. But it should be remembered that manuscripts written in those days, upon bark or some similar substance, were never copied as writings are copied in modern days. So he alone possessed this record, and it was scarcely read or known to be existing by any other persons than those for whom it was immediately designed, until a long period after his death. And what right Constantine and the bishops assembled at Nice and Laodicea had to vote the Book of Mark as canonical is not very easily explained, inasmuch as many similar manuscripts and epistles were rejected and burned according to the decision of their misdirected judgments. Mark never intimated that he desired or intended that the world at the 19th century should read his registered historical impressions, nor was he ever directed by Jesus to even write or publish them. Whence, then, this superstitious veneration for that which was never intended by those whom you love most, even Jesus and the apostles, to be thus superstitiously believed and sanctified by subsequent generations? Section 146. I now proceed to a brief consideration of the book of Luke, which follows. Luke was a very candid, worthy, and well-instructed author. His writings manifest a great deal of perspicuity, candor, and intended truthfulness. He is serious in every respect, and worthy of the deepest regard, and confidence should not be withholden from his historical relations. He prefaced his remarks with a very clear and nature's divine revelations. 533. Lucid description of the character of his impressions concerning Jesus and the apostles, speaking particularly of the source of the information from which he wrote. He intimates that he penned that which himself and many others most surely believed. He attaches no inspiration to his knowledge. He courts the favor of no person. He does not claim to be believed because he writes, but his whole introduction displays a beautiful simplicity and candor, which cannot fail to commend the author to respect and esteem. And what is still more remarkable is, that he discards that which is claimed for him by commentators, and all who profess to believe that he, in common with his associate writers, was supernaturally inspired. How unrighteous, how injurious to the race it is, for men to claim, for the Bible that fear, that superstitious and unreal veneration, which the Bible does not demand for itself. Some may consider these sayings as derogatory to the holy purity of the Bible, especially to that purity which interpreters attach to it, but which cannot be found in that book. But instead of opposing, I am defending the writers of the New and Old Testament against the superstitious falsifications that are imposed upon their writings by those who profess to be their expounders. I feel impressed to say that the Bible, like all other books, should be respected for the intrinsic worth and truthfulness which may characterize it, but for no other reason. Moreover, in speaking of superstitious and false interpretations, I refer to the fact that it is taught with a great deal of sanctimoniousness, that its contents are an influx from the divine mind into the minds of those who wrote it. I'm pressed with the conviction that no book, or any other superficial production of man, can legitimately and truthfully claim such inspiration, for nothing can be of divine origin which is not inseparably connected with, and incessantly developed by, the laws, qualities, and principles contained in the great tree of universal causation. And I have shown that that which man creates or invents merely by his evanescent imagination cannot be anything more than a mass of imperfection. Thus those books may contain truth, yet no book is worthy the veneration which the Mohammedan pays to the Quran, the Brahmin to the Shastra, the Persian to the Zend-Avesta, or the Christian to the Bible. I have made these remarks with distinctness, so that there may be no misapprehension concerning that of which I am impressed to speak, and that there may not exist any obscurity or discrepancy in. 534. The minds of those who seriously reflect, who candidly investigate, and who fear not to read, untrammeled by sectarian prejudice. The book of Luke is very free from quotations from the prophecies. Those, however, that are made, are similar to those which I have previously noticed. This book advances no particular doctrine which in any way needs an explanation or comment, nor do I discover that its teachings are in any particular different from those of the previous books, with the exception of some new parabolical illustrations, some change in the expression, and also in the group of the historical accounts of the life, preaching, and crucifixion of Jesus. And those things which are in it advanced have been, in a general manner, commented upon in reviewing the several propositions derived from the book of Matthew. So I will conclude all reflections on this book, and offer a few remarks concerning its author. Luke also was of Jewish birth, was educated in the Jewish religion, and in this continued nearly to the time of Paul's conversion, from the Jewish to the Christian religion. Luke in his early life, learned a trade, which was the custom among the Jewish people, whether the parents of the young were or were not wealthy. He succeeded eminently in his profession, which was that of an artist. He is said to have painted the first portrait of Christ, which is to be seen at the present day in the Roman Academy of Design. After Luke embraced the Christian religion, he was a constant co-worker with many of the apostles and believers in various portions of the Eastern world. He obtained his information principally from communications received from those who were eyewitnesses of the things related concerning Jesus. He wrote not from actual knowledge, but from that which he received from others. One of his particular friends was Theophilus, whom he felt very anxious to convince of the truth of Christianity. To him he wrote this Gospel and the Acts of the Apostles, and these books were written for no other purpose than to produce a conviction in the mind of his friend, Cor, responding to that in his own. And it is well to inquire on what authority were these writings voted canonical, when, at the same time, many as worthy manuscripts were deprived of their existence. Meanwhile, consider, reader, that Luke intended merely to convince his friend by writing and transmitting his thoughts in a connected manner, and had no design that the whole world should be taught to believe that of which he desired only to convince Theophilus. It may, 535, be that he desired that such might be the case, because all who are firmly convinced of any faith desire to have it become universal. But one thing is absolutely certain, he neither pretended to inspire Tian nor even anticipated being classed as he has been, in a standard cyclopedia of theology, nor did he even once intimate that he entertained any thought as to the distinction which his writings have subsequently received. Luke also wrote concerning the origin of the Ephesian church, how it was established, what teachings and ceremonies were adopted, and how he and the brethren of the church exulted and congratulated each other in the possession of their new faith. His books are full of information, and they demand respect and approbation for their simplicity and fluency of expression, at least as much respect as the writings of any other good and worthy man. Section 147. I next proceed to the book of John. This book displays great warmth of feeling, affection, and social and religious attachment. It manifests a great deal of veneration and aspiring and noble sentiment, and these characterized the life, disposition, and spiritual constitution of its author. Its contents are mostly a repetition of things recorded in the former books, and it contains but few appeals to promiscuous expressions among the prophecies. It establishes no proposition that differs from those heretofore noticed, and hence needs no further comment. I cannot, however, very well avoid one remark upon a casual and unguarded sentence at the close of this book, in which John expresses the supposition that if all the things which Christ performed were written, even the world itself could not contain the books that would be written. Notwithstanding, there were thousands of things said and done by Jesus which neither John nor any other writer recorded. It is plain to every mind that if those things were written, the world would hold them. This is an evidence of John's unbounded and sanguine love for the faith which he had embraced, and even a little exaggeration on the part of the apostles in writing their impressions forbids at once the possibility of their minds being under the controlling influence of inspiration from the divine mind. Whatever is divine, strictly of celestial birth, must bear unexceptionable evidence of its holy origin. John was born and resided the greater portion of his life in Ephesus. His early religious impressions were few, and when 536 nature's divine revelations, these things were presented to his mind, he exercised a great deal of judgment and reflection upon their merits, and afterward adopted and promulgated them with a great deal of sanguine confidence and energy. His manuscripts, like Mark's, were a long time concealed from public observation, but were subsequently translated into the Hebrew language, were sanctioned by the Council of Nice, sealed as canonical by Constantine, and thus were presented to the world as constituting the fourth book of the New Testament. The fifth book, which follows, entitled Acts of the Apostles, is an historical commentary and registral production of Luke. It contains only a record of circumstances, experiences, travels, discussions, and vicissitudes of the apostles, an account of the forma, tie-in and establishment of the church, and descriptions of the unity, peace, quietness, and brotherly love which prevailed among the believers. It does not contain any principles requiring comment or elucidation, and inasmuch as it is a book of historical information, it claims for itself only this character. If any other claims are set up, as to its origin, contents, or importance, then these claims are unwarrantable, and Luke, its writer, completely overthrows them. It certainly contains many beautiful and forcible expressions of sentiments, but no new principles, and hence I pass on to the consideration of the following books. Section 148. I come now to reflect upon the birth, life, preachings, experience, disposition, and death of a very highly educated and much beloved writer. Indeed, I cannot resist the attraction toward so worthy a mind, one possessing so much purity of soul and so much lofty magnanimity. Before I speak of his many friendly epistles to associated brethren and established churches in various portions of the East, I will dwell upon his birth, life, disposition, and experiences. Ecclesiastical historians have collected some very truthful informa concerning the birth and life of Paul, and to their historical accounts much credit should be given. Paul was born in Tarsus. He dwelt during the early portion of his life in the city of Rome, and was there much esteemed as a highly talented and respectable citizen. After receiving a very superior education through various means of instruction, he subjected himself to a long and protracted course of studies under the guidance and instruction of Gamaliel in 537 Jerusalem. Gamaliel was a professor of ancient literature, natural philosophy, and traditional science, and was recognized as a superior teacher of the various languages. He was a Jewish rabbin. From him Paul received many doctrines and religious hypotheses, which afterward in a measure gave direction to his religious meditations and writings. After Paul had completed his education, he was truly an enlightened man, so far as a knowledge of external science and philosophy is worthy to be termed enlightenment. He was also familiar with the Grecian poets and philosophers, and from them received much of his sublime thought and rational philosophy. Indeed, this is plain from a part of his writings contained in the New Testament, for many of his expressions as connected with his moral philosophy evince a striking similarity of views and style to those of the Grecian poets and metaphysicians. Paul cultivated many useful social accomplishments. His social life was of an exceedingly complex character, for it was extensively interwoven with various experiences both of a pleasing and disappointing nature. These were of such a character as tended constantly to modify and develop in him new traits of mental constitution. He, like Luke, learned a very useful trade, namely, that of tent-making, which he subsequently discovered to be of great advantage and importance to him. Being a Roman citizen for a great portion of his life, his character, religion, philosophy, and deportment were very much like those with whom he familiarly associated, and therefore he cannot be said to have possessed a predisposition to become what he subsequently did become, nor can it be said that he required a spiritual influx of superior truths to write his moral philosophy, for he was superiorly enlightened in all important branches of knowledge, such as the arts, science, logic, metaphysics, and physical and religious philosophy. But this much can be said, and the assertion is fully attested by his own productions, that he was a most pure, worthy, benevolent, and devotional man, characterized by all those superior qualifications that are required to constitute a truly great and good mind. During the time that Jesus lived, and while his doctrines were being disseminated, Paul was a most violent opposer, and unqualifiedly rejected and despised the doctrines that he afterwards so rapturously embraced. This opposition continued for many years after the death of Christ, during which period he embraced the Pharisaical philosophy, which contained some truth, though that truth was 538. Entirely concealed by a superabundance of error arising merely from external, material observation. And after Paul joined this sect, he assumed the position of commander at the head of a band or army composed of the same sect, and marched against and persecuted the Christian believers to an unjust and unwarrantable extent. Thus was he employed for a long period. He manifested in all cases the most violent and sanguinary intentions against the Christians. All his movements were characterized by a great degree of firmness, and an eager and positive determination to have his own opinions and principles prevail. It is related that while on his way to Damascus, he experienced a sudden change in his actuating motives and intentions, and this occurrence has been related in such a manner as to convey the impression that it proceeded from a miraculous or supernatural interposition of the divine mind. I am fully aware of the circumstance, and also why such an ocular impression was received, and an acquaintance with the fact as it occurred dissipates immediately all superstitious ideas of a miraculous interposition. From this period, the faculties of Paul took a different direction, and he became devoted to the Christian religion, the consequence of which was a violent denouncement of the doctrines and persecutions of his past life. Thus were displayed the extremes in the workings of a nervous sanguine temperament, for he then rejected the Pharisaical and exerted his powers to sustain the Christian religion, with the same degree of ardor and positiveness that he had before manifested in defense of the Pharisaical religion against the Christian. He now devoted his life and talents to the promulgation of the gospel. In this he was employed for 30 years, during which time he traveled and preached in Arabia, Greece, Asia Minor, and on many islands of the Mediterranean. He was active in establishing societies and religious associations, in order to bring more closely together those who believed the new faith, so that they might congregate in worship in accordance with the doctrines which they had embraced. In this work he manifested much zeal, devotion, and activity. He likewise adopted the custom of epistolary correspondence, which had previously been introduced by other converts and apostles. His epistles were generally directed to the prominent bears of the churches, and were also addressed indirectly to the whole congregation in each vicinity where he had labored to deposit nature's divine revelations. 539. Germ of Christianity. Hence, some of those epistles were preserved, collected, compiled, and immersed into the New Testament, in the following order. 1. Paul's Epistle to the Romans. This was addressed to the Roman church or congregation that had associated to enjoy the faith, which both he and they had embraced. 2. Paul's epistles to the Corinthians, or to the congregation of associated brethren in the faith at Corinth. 3. Paul's epistle to the Galatians, being a letter of exhortation, expressive of friendship and brotherly kindness, to the worshipping brethren in the church of Galatia. 4. Paul's epistle to the Ephesians, being a kind and friendly letter to those who had embraced the faith, and who desired the encouragement and approbation of Paul, at Ephesus. 5. Paul's epistle to the Philippians, being a kind letter of encouragement and congratulation to the church of Philippi on the possession of their new faith. 6. Paul's epistle to the Colossians, which is a letter expressing spiritual sympathy and congeniality of affection for the brethren in Colossae, together with earnest desires for the success of the gospel among them. 7. 2. Of the many epistles written by Paul to the Thessalonians, consisting of prayerful and devout exhortations, and expressions of approbation, sympathy, affection, and love, to the whole congregation of worship, Pers at Thessalonica. 8. Paul's epistles to his much admired friend, Timothy, who was a private correspondent and a general co-worker with Paul. This Timothy sustained an office in the church modern, called deacon, and in this capacity presented Paul's much admired advice to the congregation of which he was a member. 9. Paul's epistle to Titus, who was in a similar office, and who was equally beloved as a brother and correspondent by Paul. 10. Paul's epistle to the Hebrews, in which he expresses all his devotional sympathy for the doctrines cherished in his memory, and also manifests all that loving kindness and perseverance which characterized all his efforts in the propagation and establishment of the Christian faith. Section 149. Thus Paul's letters occupy and compose a large portion of the New Testament. On investigation of these letters, it appears plain that they never were intended or expected by Paul to be universally read. Not only is the internal evidence sufficient to warrant this conclusion, but the historical evidence is such as entirely to demonstrate its truth. What I mean by the internal evidence, or sig. 540. Nification of written thoughts, is that connected with the source or origin from which they sprang, the basis upon which the thought, or the element of the expression reposes. Some suppose that an interior meaning is discoverable in every expression in the Bible, but that this can be perceived only by those who have a high degree of spiritual discernment, while others, whose knowledge is confined to the sphere of sensuous observation and impression, are constantly interpreting the contents of the Bible in a gross and literal manner. Giving to any book or its contents a spiritual signification is not to unfold an interior origin or cause of the ideas expressed, but it is merely setting aside its literal cation, and clothing its teachings with a spiritual garment. This is manifestly covering or concealing expressions, which are sometimes loose, unguarded, and even unrighteous and insignificant, with a brilliant external and ornamental garment. but it is distinctly clear that, in order to search into the interior or germ of a thought, the mind must become acquainted with the causes engaged in developing that germ into the form of a written expression, and it is absolutely impossible to give a real signification to expressions the soul or cause of which originated merely in the theology and mythology of an age when misdirection and unreasonable hallucination had possession, to a great extent, of the mind of every human being. Language may and has changed. When the inhabitants of early ages used the terms Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Juno, Pallas, and Sea, their thoughts became directly associated with various gods that were supposed to be existing in the invisible world, the history of whom they had preserved in hieroglyphics. But now, when these terms are used, the mind does not revert to these heathen deities, but becomes directly associated with the various planets and asteroids of our solar system. Thus it is that language has, in its application, become exceedingly changed. Therefore, what Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Christ, Paul, or any of the writers of the Bible have written may have signified at that time what at the present day cannot be understood by the same terms. Inasmuch, then, as the application of many terms has ceased to be as it was in former ages, whatever signification may now, by conventional usage, be given to terms employed by Oriental writers, cannot possibly change the positive fact that their writings were conceived and brought forth amid various causes which it is necessary to analyze and comprehend, before there can be such a thing as understanding what the germ, Revelations 541, soul, or element of any expression, would indicate as its real and original signification. I am particularly desirous of being apprehended aright in speaking of this important distinction between the interior signification of a term or expression, and that spiritual application which has been called an interior meaning. In order to be distinctly understood, I again repeat that no mind can search into and analyze the interior meaning or origin of words or expressions, without arriving irresistibly at the conclusion which has been heretofore attained, that the contents of the Bible, like those of all other books, have originated among a number of productive causes, all of which must be taken into consideration before any validity or importance can be attached to the records therein contained. No analytical mind can by any possible means arrive at conclusions contrary to those which are here established. And be it further understood that I stay not on terms, or on the thousands of sermons and commentaries that have grown out of a supposed hidden signification of expressions in the Bible. For to dwell upon these would be only to analyze the shadows, the intangible unrealities, which consist of the innumerable interpretations of the Bible, which latter is assumed to be what it does not itself profess to be, and what it in reality is not, and never was. Know, then, reader, that I am analyzing, dissecting, and investigating the germ of all these superfluous productions, and this is the result of the strict and severe analysis, that the elements and qualities contained in the Bible, or the germ of this great theological tree, are positively impure, and unworthy of the interpretations and veneration which they have received in the form of the book to which they have given origin. And this book cannot by any possible means be proved to contain those pure and celestial qualities that dwell in divine love and wisdom, which constitute the germ, the development of which is a grand, sublime, and harmonious universe, of which man is a branch and a perfect representative. As this latter, therefore, constitutes the true theology, certainly a theology cannot be unlike it and at the same time true. These considerations, the truth of which certainly cannot be disproved without some investigation, show that it is impossible to give an interior signification of a spiritual character to that which does not already contain a divine and celestial element. Hence the doctrine, which I discover in the world as resulting from a spiritual commentation upon the Bible, is not a revealment or development of the in 542 interior possessions of that book, but only a new and attractive garment, in which the whole confused collection of matter is concealed from the mind, both of the casual and the reflective reader. This much, however, may be said for the consolation of him who reads understandingly, and with the yearnings of a philanthropic bosom, that reason and wisdom, like the sun, will shine and bring forth all day desirable and congenial results, when the clouds of obstruction and misconception are dissipated forever. Section 150. In the 10 books or epistles of Paul, I discover no distinct doctrine that I have not in a general way noticed and commented upon in previous remarks. My object at present is to make it clear to the mind of the reader that Paul was a good man worthy of great esteem and confidence, and that he embraced his faith, and wrote concerning it, as any other man would have done, who felt convinced that the faith which he had adopted ought to be extensively believed. Paul is the only writer in the whole Bible who attempts to prove his faith by an appeal to nature. His philosophy was evidently impressed upon his mind prior to his embracing Christianity, and he appealed to external and visible manifestations to illustrate or demonstrate his peculiar doctrines. These he presented to the brethren, with whom he familiarly and frequently corresponded, but he never wrote a system of moral philosophy to be taught and believed by subsequent generations of the earth, and that he did, there exists no evidence in his epistolary correspondence. The doctrine of the resurrection, of a literal rising of the natural body, is supposed by some to be positively taught and clearly demonstrated by Paul. This, however, is not true, though the form of expression evinces a belief in such a doctrine. Thus he says, "We are sown in a natural body, and raised in a spiritual body. We are sown in dishonor, and raised in glory." 1 Cor. 15. It is clear, from these expressions, that Paul uses the terms natural and spiritual, dishonor and glory, in contradistinction to each other, so that the superior would be rendered more beautiful by being placed in contrast with the inferior. Thus his thoughts were elevated by a high degree of hope and anticipation, but it will be admitted by those who carefully reflect upon the preceding remarks, that these illustrations and appeals to natural phenomena by Paul are of a very superficial character, for although we are, in one sense, sown in a 543 natural and raised in a spiritual body, these terms are more an expression of the act than of the principle of a resurrection. So, also, being sown in dishonor and raised in glory represents the external phenomenon of death and the elevation of the real, or internal man, to a higher sphere. It was but the fact that he related, not the rear-moving and productive principles which affect the rising, refinement, anastasis, or resurrection. Therefore, I say, Paul's external philosophy of the resurrection possesses none of that elaborateness, or of those appeals to the laws governing nature and man, which would be necessary to satisfy any rational mind of the reality of a future or interior existence. Again, Paul was given to great internal meditation, especially so far as his peculiar temperament and disposition would admit. At times his cogitations were of a very instructive and useful character, but he sometimes became confused in endeavoring to make a distinction between the intrusions of the outer world upon the senses, affections, and passions, and the promptings and monitions of the internal sense of purity, justice, refinement, and righteousness. Hence he says, "While I would do good, evil is present with me." When forced to this exclamation, he was endeavoring to distinguish the characters and causes of the two suggestive influences, the one to evil and the other to good. Theological speculators have derived from this and similar expressions of Paul a smoothly woven theory that a pervading evil spirit, or his agents, are incessantly affecting man's internal purity through the outer, and that the good is preserved by the divine mind. And proceeding upon this hypothesis, they say that man should distinguish the good from the evil, the broad road which leads to a burning abyss of everlasting destruction, from the narrow path leading as far from that dreadful abode as one extremity of the universe can be from another. Thus they throw the responsibility upon, and accuse man, of immorality, and at the same time teach him that 10,000 influences are actuating and even controlling him, either for good or for evil. It is plain that such not only misunderstand the writings and teachings of Paul, but are exceedingly uninformed as to the nature, constitution, and characteristics of mankind. Paul, after having preached for 30 years, and consoling himself at the reflection that he had declared the whole gospel without reservation, was captured, brought before a Roman consul, and at length before Festus, who, being moved by Paul's ELO 544, quence, absolved him from the charge brought against him. Paul, however, having appealed to Caesar, was sent to Rome, where he finally died, a martyr to Christianity. Following the epistles of Paul are the similar letters of James, Peter, John, and Jude. The contents of these are very similar to the letters of Paul, pertaining, as they do, to the establishing of the same general principles in the minds of the persons and congregants to whom they were respectively addressed. They introduce no new principle which requires comment, and their teachings have no important bearing upon the proposition advanced in or derived from the preceding books. Section 151. After these epistles, follows the Apocalypse or Reve, Lation of St. John. The contents of this book have appeared to all commentators as being completely enigmatical, beyond the possibility of receiving a useful application, and so exceedingly indefinite and obscure as almost to defy any attempt at analysis. It bears truly every mark of a revelation, nor can this fact be doubted when it is carefully read and is carefully reflected upon. Its prominent features are obscurity, ambiguity, and all kinds of fantastic and figurative expression. Nevertheless, some of its figures are well applied, though their application is scarcely discoverable. Indeed, nothing can be more obscure than this revelation, for its contents defy interpretation, though they at the same time severely demand the most unreserved faith. The book even forbids the erasure or interpolation of a single sentence, under the most imperative command, for a disobedience of which condemnation is denounced. Such a demand of itself removes from it all that celestial purity which should be expected to characterize a spiritual influx of heavenly truth, for the demand is strictly dogmatical and unjustly imperative. This book ends the New Testament. It should be remarked that the books of James and Jude have been received with a great deal of doubt as to their authenticity by those who have ventured to inquire into the origin of the manuscripts. Moreover, let it be remembered that they, together with the Revelation of St. John, were not received into the New Testament as pure and canonical until nearly 300 years after the Council of Nice. The Apocalypse, and the books of James and Jude, together, nature's divine revelations, 545, with the second chapter of the second epistle of Peter, were voted pure and canonical in the year 633, at the Council of Toledo, when they, in their 17th canon, decided unanimously that the Revelation was written by John, and that the books of James and John should be compiled and immersed into the New Testament, and stamped with the Holy Seal, and considered the Word of God. It would indeed have been fortunate for many a profound theologian John had this council, like the councils of Nice and Laodicea, rejected this book as not being the Word of God, for then much time and noble talent would very probably have been expended on something that would have been of use and importance in the way of ameliorating the condition of a suffering and ignorant humanity. Inasmuch, however, as the Apocalypse was decided to be the Word of God in 633, it is proper to institute a few considerations concerning its teachings, and enigmatical, fantastical, and spiritual contents. It is a truth worthy of notice that many things therein contained are susceptible of being verified by appealing to the actual appearances and manifestations of the interior asterisk or spiritual world. Panora, mass and dissolving representations such as this book presents may be observed in the spirit world by spirits whose internal perception is not opened, and when their exteriors are clothed by an aerial mantle of imagination. Such are witnessed in what may be termed a transition state between the external and internal spheres of the spiritual constitution. For a very truthful solution of the many grand displays of phantasm recorded in the Apocalypse, and conveying an impression of their being real, I would refer the reader to a well-written Latin production of Emanuel Swedenborg, entitled Apocalypsis Revelata, also to another by the same author, appertaining to the same subject, and entitled Apocalypsis Explicata, which will clearly elucidate his views of the use and application of this book. I would, again, however, guard the reader against the danger of misconception while reading the works referred to, for it is distinctly clear that their author was in the same general condition, both physically and mentally, with the writer of the Apocalypse. It will be seen that he verifies their general contents by appeals to spiritual disclosures and manifestations occurring in an intermediate or transition state. By the interior world, the lecturer said he intended here to represent that which is invisible rather above but not perceptible to the natural senses, but not the second sphere of human existence in its real state. 35. 546 Nature's divine revelations, between the rudimental and the spiritual spheres. By this I would be understood that both writers had a perception of that which was between the real and the unreal. I may remark, however, that the author of the Apocalypsis Revelata was at times in a condition of spiritual elevation which enabled him to arrive accurately at the most important truths as pertaining to the spiritual states, or the spheres, of the inner world. But it is proper to state distinctly that the conclusions at which he at such times arrives, though true, are not the legitimate results of his philosophy. It appears that his mind received its direction from an impression originally received concerning an interior signification of the Word, or Bible. The result of this was to lead his mind into a correspondential mode of philosophizing concerning the thoughts, desires, passions, affections, and the states of the judgments of men, considering these as being represented by the various species of animals, vegetables, and even minerals. According to his philosophy, the animal kingdom was merely a transcript or universal representation of the various thoughts, desires, passions, and judgments of mankind. He applies this mode of philosophizing in interpreting the contents of the Old and New Testaments, and represents the figures therein contained as holding an inseparable connection with, and as corresponding to, the various truths in the exterior as well as to those in the interior world. He leaches that in the spiritual world, in like manner, exist representatives, both such as are, and such as are not within the power of infernal spirits to render apparently real and substantial to the uninitiated and uninformed spirits. Thus his mind flowed from the Bible into the natural world, not for the purpose of testing its truth by instituting a disinterested inquiry into the teachings of nature, but more for the purpose of interpreting physical or external manifestations in such a way as to make the Bible and nature mutually confirm each other. Then, in like manner, his mind flowed from the Word or Bible into the spiritual or interior world, where the same direction of mind produced a desire to make each manifestation accord with his prepossessions in favor of the Bible as being the great center and fount of truth. Thus, he made the Word, or Bible, the focus or center of divine truth, to which the teachings of nature should be considered as subordinate, and he supposed that her productions were nothing more than particular correspondences, or rather were verifications of the truth of the Bible, and likewise representatives of the thoughts and spirit characteristics of man. So, according to him, the material world, Revelations 547, is only a reflection, a microcosm, a representation of the Bible, of its truths, and of the interior or spiritual world. And while the natural world should be considered as below, inferior, and subordinate to the Bible, the spirit world should be considered as no more than a response to this biblical philosophy. Thus he joins the natural and spiritual world by making the Word the fulcrum, the mediator, the center and source, from which proceeds all the natural and spiritual knowledge worthy of being attained, and to which the two worlds converge, so that around the Bible the whole natural and spiritual world may be said to revolve. I shall have occasion hereafter to recur to the main spiritual teachings of this author, which in their prominent features are substantially true, though they need the same kind of interpretation to make them correspond with the mighty movements of the universal principle of the divine mind, which he has given to the Bible, nature, and the spirit world. Section 152. I have already related the manner in which those three books in the New Testament were decided as canonical, and as the Word of God. In connection with what I have said on this subject, I would ask, why were they not as much the Word of God as other manuscripts of a similar character, and why were they not received as canonical in the year 325, when assembled the council of 2,000 ferocious and exasperated bishops? Let it also be remembered in connection with this important inquiry, that the bishops were so much interested in having their peculiar theological opinions prevail, as to come near having a general quarrel, and over 1,500 of them were as a consequence disqualified from having a vote. Only a few more than 300, together with Constantine, at last remained. I would now propose another question, to which I am not anxious to receive a personal answer, but I desire that the answer should be fully and truthfully presented to the world. Why were not those 1,500 bishops who were discarded as well qualified to decide which books were the Word of God as those who remained? For those who did vote were under the imperative command of Constantine, at least not to transgress the rules of the council. Did justice prevail when foul fanaticism, folly, and unrighteousness took possession of the minds of those bishops? Also remember, reader, that when you read the encyclopedia of religious knowledge called the Bible, you are merely reading a book. 548. Pronounced the Word of God by 300 exasperated bishops, and sealed by their Emperor Constantine. Moreover, reflect that nearly as many manuscripts as are now embodied in the Old Testament suffered martyrdom. And why, or how, or by whose imperative command, shall we believe that those which are saved are the Word of God, any more than those which were destroyed? I will close these comments upon the books of the Bible by presenting a few considerations that should govern every mind in its love for the many truths, and its dislike for the many falsities that exist in the world. When I was first impressed to reveal my convictions concerning the primitive history, I was led to consider this. One important query: what is the use that such a book may serve in accomplishing the end for which mankind were created? Suppose that every sentence, for instance, in the Apocalypse, is true, and can be verified in the third sphere of spiritual existence, what possible use or benefit can be derived from truths that are only truths in spheres beyond the comprehension of any human being on earth? V7. I am distinctly impressed that the sayings of the Apocalypse, and also that the sayings of many men at the present day, may be verified and can be proved true. That, however, is not conclusive evidence that even those who uttered these sayings were themselves conscious of their truth or of their susceptibility of being verified in higher degrees of development. Then all minds should be influenced by the inquiry: what possible good can a revelation of any kind do for mankind in their rudimental sphere, when the principles presented in such revelation are beyond the possibility of human practice? The truth or falsity of the contents of the Apocalypse cannot in the least particular accelerate the movements of mankind toward the goal of social happiness, or the elevation of the spiritual constitutions of men to a high degree of refinement and knowledge. Anything that has not a use of a practical nature is not worth the room it occupies in the world, for all such things are productions of the misconceptions of men, and are thus unreal as well as impracticable. Therefore the importance of a truth should be determined by the inquiry as to its use, and by its capability of a beneficial application. $153. In conclusion to my previous remarks on the contents and teachings of the primitive history, I discover a use in inserting some important synthetical remarks, commending the same to universal thought and consideration. Nature's divine revelations. 549. 1. As to the origin of the conceptions of Adam and Eve, the Garden of Eden, the fall of man, and original sin. The first intimation of these conceptions, I find in my impressions concerning the early inhabitants of the earth. They were not believed or imbibed to a great extent until several generations after the tradition was fully established. It continued to be a tradition for several ages, without any particular modification, until finally it became a part of the religion of the Hindus, and especially of the Persians, who wrote the same, and preserved it in manuscript. It was scarcely taught or believed among the Jews until those Persian manuscripts were translated into Hebrew during their captivity at Babylon. After this it was considered as an allegory, and much venerated by the Jews and others, as being a symbolical representation of something substantially true, but what its meaning was, they knew not. Still, the antiquity of the tradition sacredized it in their minds, and hence it is presented in the book of Genesis. Since its introduction into this book, it has been interpreted and clothed with all the seriousness and veneration which should properly be connected with the bow ties of nature, with man, and with heaven. Since that period, successive modifications of this supposed divine relation have so far concealed its original simplicity from mankind generally, that they are incapable, through fear, dread, and prejudice, of instituting a proper investigation respecting its real merits. Thus it is entirely within the power of those who present it to the world for credence, and is entirely removed from the mass of mankind. 2. The conception of an evil spirit or devil may also be traced to the interior history of mankind. At first it was called breath and was attributed to the heat and light of the sun. This continued to be believed in various forms by each subsequent generation, until it was systematized as I have related, when it received the name of Shiva. This was promoted by the Magi of Persia to the office of a deified principle of evil, and was elevated by Zoroaster to a position as high, as great, and as mighty as the Creator, at which time it was named Ahriman. It was not believed by the early Christian writers to be anything more than an influx of evil, or of a spirit of wickedness, which was similar to the belief of mankind in the early ages. And when the early Christians used the term Satan, they used it unguardedly, and not as signifying any definite and established principle of being. The same thing was also named Shaitan, which is rendered Satan, devil, darkness, evil, and by similar 550 nature's divine revelations. Indefinite terms, meaning in no case an evil being or fallen angel, but representing that only which interfered with their peace and tranquility of mind. 3. The conception of a hell originated among the inhabitants of Central America, and became established by a very ingenious and Lightened chieftain. The tradition of this ultimately run into the Jew-ish nation, and was strongly entertained by various sects among them, though by others as strenuously discarded, until the meaning of the original term was changed from that of a local, burning abyss, to a condition of darkness, the grave, sepulchre, death, and similar things, which are expressed by the Hebrew word Sheol, and by the Greek words Hades and Gehenna. These terms bore as synonymous signify cation, but all of them were employed in the sacred writings of the Jews in a metaphorical manner, as signifying no more than the terms previously mentioned. In no case are those words in the Bible significant of a fount of evil, sin, or burning, such as has been supposed to be meant by the word hell. This word itself, in its strictest sense, signifies concealment, invisible, darkness, underground, abyss, sepulchre, and all things that are opposed to the light of investigation. 4. The doctrine of a general resurrection and judgment was believed among various sects of the Jews and Persians over 1500 years before Christ lived, and was firmly established all over the Eastern world by Zoroaster, the Persian Bible maker, 600 years before Christ began to preach in the New Testament. These doctrines of Zoroaster are used in a symbolical manner by Christ and others to represent states of mind and various other things, in order that his hearers, and the Eastern world generally, might understand the teachings presented. A general resurrection and judgment is not taught in one page of the Bible, and even if it were, that fact would not be proof of its truth so long as nature continues to exist and to unfold and manifest her immutable laws. 5. The conception of prophecy existed among the Egyptians and Eastern tribes many centuries before either the Old or New Testament had an existence, and then the word prophecy did not necessarily, as it does not even in the Bible, imply the announcement of a future occurrence, or the revealment of anything foreseen by those impressed to speak or write, and which afterward was fulfilled. In this sense, the word prophecy does not occur in the Bible. It was then used in the sense of terms modernly employed, such as to speak, relate, or to express one's opinion, and the phrase 551, prophesy unto us, simply meant, let us hear your reasons, what is your mind, express your thoughts freely, and see. Hence 1 Samuel, x. 5, speaks of a company of prophets who prophesied on various musical instruments, prophesying meaning, in this instance, as in all others, nothing more than a delivery or an announcement of any thought, sound, action, or a relation of any traditional occurrence. In modern days, commentators have supposed that the term prophecy was employed to express knowledge, derived from inspiration, of some great occurrence to transpire in future. Hence they have changed the term from its original meaning to a signification which it never was intended to bear. When the writers of the New Testament quote from the writings of the Old, they merely appeal to expressions which seem applicable to the occurrence which they are recording, in the same way as an author at the present day would quote a sentence from Homer, Cicero, Zeno, Phon, Confucius, Pope, or any poetical or theological writer, using language which seemed to correspond to or verify the thoughts which he might be expressing. Therefore I positively affirm, without going into the details of evidence, that the term prophecy, in its original meaning, applies only to the mere act of expressing or announcing thoughts, and in no case was it used to represent a pre-knowledge of a future occurrence. 6. The term atonement is entirely a manufactured expression, having no connection with the pure and reforming principles of Jesus, or of any other good and philanthropic being. It is impossible for any mind to conceive of any propriety in its present application. 7. The words faith and regeneration are words suggested by tenets previously and unwarrantably assumed. Hence they apply only to a system of man's invention, but not to the grand constitution of a divine creation, of which man is a flower and a perfected organization. Section 154. Thus I discover that the opinions in the world concerning Adam and Eve, the Garden of Eden, the fall of man, the devil, hell, and many such subjects referred to in the Bible, are more or less mythological and parabolical, and were traditional among the Eastern inhabitants until they became introduced, in a very modified form, into the writings of the primitive history, where they are now supposed by many good, but misdirected and uneducated minds, to be the revealed thoughts of that great divine essence, whose very life, 552, animates man and nature, and makes of all things one grand, sublime, and harmonious system. So also I discover that the opinions concerning a general resurrection and judgment are likewise mythological in the strictest possible sense, containing not the least part particle of useful or substantial truth, and hence they can have no Denkei to elevate and purify the race. The original conception of the Trinity arose from the three supposed beings called Parama, Vishnu, and Shiva, which are no more nor less than what are named by some theologians Father, Son, and Spirit. This Trinity was not established in the world until the Egyptian priests of the sun and the Persian Magi promoted the three beings to a higher degree of potency than they originally possessed, and the conception was grasped by Zoroaster, who immediately converted them into three united beings, equal and infinite in power, and the same in essence and constitution. Subsequently, these were introduced into the sacred writings of the Jews, or the Bible, more as symbolic representatives than as real doctrines to be taught and believed. But the Athanasian Creed erected of them three infinite gods, equal to those of Zoroaster. In this they are termed Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and it is said that the Father is infinite, the Son is infinite, the Holy Ghost is infinite, yet these are not three, but one. But in the first place, persons who are acquainted with arithmetical calculation will perceive that this is a violation of all numerical rules, for 3 can in no case be made to count 1, nor can 1 ever be made to equal 3. Therefore the creed in this particular must transcend all ordinary minds. It may be further remarked that 3 infinites cannot possibly exist, because one infinite comprehends the whole, and if one being is greater than another, then the creed must be false. However, such a conclusion may interfere with the tranquility of those who at present repose confidence in its truth. The doctrine of the Trinity was thus derived from the early conception of 3 original beings that were supposed to have been engaged in creating the earth and man, the earth being supposed in those days to be the center of the whole universe. And as I clearly perceive the origin of this doctrine, I hesitate not to declare that it is strictly a mythos, and it is rendered no more sacred or worthy of veneration because the original fantastic conception has in modern days been so beautifully sublimated. Furthermore, I am happy to be in a condition to know that what 553 everythings in the Bible are not historical, are, with few exceptions, entirely allegorical and mythological, and are not worth the time that has been employed in their investigation by so vast a number of good and righteous theologians who might have been much better employed, and thus have merited and received the thanks and approbation of an improved and benefited race. I descend not into details to collect external proofs of the seemingly mere assertions that have been made, for this would not comport with the use and object of these revealments concerning the laws and requirements of nature. But be it distinctly understood that I am impressed to maintain the responsibility of the statements herein presented, and at a future period I shall descend into the minutiae of the various subjects generalized in this book, for the sole purpose of giving forth an incontestable encyclopedia in which every unreal and erroneous conception may be exhibited in its proper light, and in which may be established every important truth that is not at the present day known or comprehended by the generality of mankind. Several times during the period in which this book was in process of dictation, the author incidentally remarked in substance that inasmuch as this work was merely intended to establish general principles, it would be inappropriate to enter into minutiae, for that would not only be to swell this volume to an unreasonable size, but to divert the mind of readers from great, leading, and essential points by a multiplicity of particulars which, whether true or untrue, can be of little consequence until the great general truths are properly established, which constitute the foundation of all particulars, percent and the basis of all true reasoning. It will be observed that in the foregoing pages, the author promises a revealment or discussion of the particulars of several things, which, after all, are not subsequently mentioned in this book. His prophetic impressions taught him that he was to be the instrument of revealing to the world the things referred to, but according to explanations which he has given in foregoing pages, such impressions take no cognizance of times or circumstances. He did not, therefore, know what specific points in his proposed revelation were to be embodied in this book, and what were to be reserved for another, until this book was completed. He does not even profess to know how soon the next book will be given, but says he knows that he will be impressed to commence it at the proper time, and that it will be before the world as soon as it is needed. He has promised us in the next book a more thorough and minute discussion of all the important subjects introduced in this, particularly of the subjects of cosmogony, geology, archaeology, ethnology, language, mythology, hagiography, theology, and the spiritual spheres. The structure of the universe, for instance, will be more particularly unfolded to the mental view, and calculations in regard to distances, magnitudes, numbers, periods, and c. will be introduced. Also, the laws of nebulous agglomeration and planetary motion will be more thoroughly explained. The inhabitants of the planets of our solar system, with their institutions and customs, will be more minutely described, and other subjects will in like manner be enlarged upon. Also, the details of the new social system proposed in the third part of this book, and which is the grand object of the whole work, will then be given, and all further necessary rules will. 554. Section 155. In concluding my remarks upon the Bible, I will speak historically concerning its origin and formation. Let it first be observed that a great deal of veneration is attached to the ivored Bible, more, indeed, than should be attached to a large portion of its contents. The word Bible signifies merely a book. It is derived from the Greek biblos, which signifies the soft bark of a tree upon which the ancients wrote their thoughts. To this was subsequently prefixed the word /o/, which term was employed by the Jews to express excellence. Thus the terms Holy Bible might be rendered excellent soft bark, and then the world would understand their original signification. The books that compose the Old Testament were originally manuscripts written by various Jewish and Egyptian authors. Each book bears the name of its writer, with the exception of the books of Genesis, Kings, Chronicles, Jonah, and a portion of the Psalms. These were originally written on soft bark, palm tree leaves, soft and impressible stones, and various compositions, among which were those of which the Egyptians made their hieroglyphical figures and cornice work, such as were displayed in the interior of their temples. And of the Temple of Solomon, there were very many more manuscripts written than are preserved, or than those of which any knowledge is to be had at the present day. The manuscripts composing the New Testament were produced and preserved in a similar manner, and the whole of them were collected about 300 years after Christ lived. There was, however, before Christ, a council of Jewish rabbins, by whom it was decided that all manuscripts of a sacred and traditional character that might be found in possession of any nation should be immediately collected. At that time the interest taken in manuscripts of a sacred character was such as has never met with a parallel, excepting at one subsequent period, when there existed an actual mania upon the same subject, and which period has been distinguished by some writers as the age of bibliomania. The Jews succeeded in collecting a vast number of writings, which they preserved for several centuries. To these was superadded a collection of about 50 Gospels, or books relative to Christ and the Apostles, together with other historical and sacred records. Some of these are now found in the New Testament. They were thus preserved, be laid down, the observance of which will ensure the permanent establishment of the kingdom of heaven upon earth. 555. Until the year 325, when at the command of Constantine 2,048 bishops assembled at Nice. It is well to remark in this connection that these bishops were nothing more than organized human beings, nor were they sufficiently refined to merit many very high encomiums. After they had assembled, they were so violent and vociferous that had it not been for the emperor's presence, they would have engaged in open battle, for each one had prejudices so strong in favor of certain peculiar doctrines, and all were so anxious to have their preconvictions prevail, that justice and purity were entirely excluded from their proceedings, and were as far from their deliberations as mythology is from the truths of the divine mind. Constantine was obliged to disqualify 1730 from having a voice in deciding which books were and which were not the word of God, and only 318 were left. These decided that the books which composed the Bible as subsequently known were the Word of God. Several books, however, have since that time been rejected. Out of 50 Gospels then extant, they decided that those only of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were worthy of being preserved, while they rejected entirely the books of James, Jude, and the Apocalypse. After this decision, Constantine arose and solemnly declared that the same should be considered as sanctioned by the divine will, and that the books thus fixed upon should thereafter be implicitly believed as the Word of God. Those manuscripts that were rejected, among which were 3 well-written Gospels, were committed to the flames. In this general condition the Bible remained until the year 633. During the interval there were frequent councils called, which frequently annulled the decisions of each other, each establishing new propositions and passing new rules to be observed until the assemblage of another council. Thus were produced, from time to time, modifications in the form of the Bible, as well as in the number of books that were to be considered as composing it. At the Council of Toledo, in the year 633, the books of James, Jude, and the Revelation of St. John were received into the canon. Then the Old and New Testaments were established in nearly the same form in which they exist at the present day. They continued, however, for many centuries unread and unknown by the mass of mankind, and it was not until the 14th century that the first English version was made. During the intermediate period, portions, 556 Nature's divine revelations, of the Bible were copied into the German, Danish, and Saxon languages. 1,000 years elapsed after the Council of Nice, before the Bible became much known, and probably it would have sunk into oblivion had not the art of printing been established in the 14th and 15th centuries. This at once afforded a means by which those who were anxious for its circulation, and to have its doctrines prevail, could accomplish their desires. It is well known, however, that the priests of the Roman Catholic Church held this, what may be properly called excellent soft bark, in their personal possession, and were very actively engaged in promulgating its teachings to the world, many of them seriously believing these to be inspired. They believed that they themselves were the designed apostles of this great faith, and they taught their followers to consider them as the instruments to perpetuate apostolic power, prophetic wisdom, and heavenly teaching. Hence they claimed the power to cure diseased persons, and to be authorized to make believers, if not by preaching, yet by the sword, the stake, the rack, or, in a more honorable way, by their sacred inquisitions. Thus these doctrines continued to prevail until a reformer arose. And I would here remark that had the Pope been disposed to grant this reformer one simple request, the Reformation would not have proceeded far, or interfered to any extent with the sacredness of Catholicism. But by the occurrence of a simple circumstance, this dissenter or Protestant was raised up, who succeeded in establishing his cause by a peculiar decision of character, and perseverance, arising more from wrath and indignation than from a solemn conviction of the justice of the work in which he was engaged. Thus arose the first reformer, who openly protested against the iniquities of the then prevailing system of religion. After him sprang up another, who differed slightly from the faith and creed of the former, and interpreted, according to his conceptions of truth, the teachings of the admitted sacred oracles. He also succeeded in establishing his beloved faith, which in some respects is true, especially in those relating to the knowledge and wisdom of the divine mind, to his original design, and to predestination. But that he was mistaken on some points is clear to every enlightened mind. Thus Luther and Calvin embraced doctrines essentially differ, and from the religion so long established, so tenaciously believed, and so ingeniously promulgated by the Catholic priests. Since the time, 557, of Luther and Calvin, many very important modifications have been made in Christian opinions, rules, customs, ordinances, ceremonies, and ecclesiastical organization, and these have most effectually aided in destroying the harmony and peace of mankind, and in cast-ins a shroud of sectarianism over the world that is almost the last indication of the death and burial of rational intelligence. The whole world, physically, morally, and spiritually, appears to me at this moment as being immersed in the dark and turbid waters of sectarianism, into which the light of reason and of divine truth scarcely casts one relieving ray. The whole is gloomy, desolate, and uncongenial. Man, it is true, is the Lord of creation, the flower of nature, but alas, how poorly he sustains his position, and how humiliating to reflect upon the present state of his mental possessions. Section 156. Thus, reader, you are believing a book voted as being the Word of God by 318 bishops, and sealed as true by the Emperor Constantine. You understand, now, the origin and formation of what is called the Holy Bible, which means believing a book voted as being the Celent Soft Barak. You understand, now, how that which can boast of antiquity can assume the ground of being sacred, and how, being defended by a multitude of interested promulgators, it can defy the yearnings of your thoughts to be free, and set at naught all your attempts at investigation. You will now be able to bear it in mind that the Hindu has a Bible which he venerates as much as you do yours. So also has the Mohammedan and the Persian. Each, equally impelled by prejudice and hereditary affection, will inquire, if you deprive us of our Bible, what shall we have in its stead? Beloved reader, there is a book in which beauties and divine truths are inexhaustible, a book filled with texts that no Egyptian, Jewish, Persian, or Hindu priest or theologian can counterfeit a book, which cannot be concealed, whose teachings cannot be misapprehended, and whose results will be purity, virtue, morality, and seals. Tile righteousness, a book from which the whole world may derive indestructible consolation, and learn of that divine essence which is the cause and parent of human existence. It will at the same time unfold the unspeakable grandeur of your celestial habitations, each of which will be only a sphere or step in the grand and magnificent gallery that leads to the flower of celestial beauty, whose fragrance is the perfection of an unchangeable universe. Will you ask, then, reader, what will be given you instead of a material book composed 558 of paper and impressed with type, when a universe is open to the researches of your aspiring mind? Certainly nothing can be more unreasonable than the superstitious claims that are in the world for the teachings of a simple book that can be altered in 1,000 ways in going through the operations of a press. But there exists a book that teaches purity, morality, and immortality, and demonstrates the loveliness of the great Creator, a book, too, that is as indestructible and unvarying as the constitution and divine qualities of nature. I have but a kW more remarks to offer concerning the Bible, and these are as follows. It does not teach that pure morality which belongs to the nature of man, and which will result from a superior condition of the race. From this remark must be accepted a few incidental expressions said to have been used by Jesus, such as the Golden Rule, which was comprehensively taught 600 years before by Confucius, the Chinese philosopher. Again, it does not prove immortality, neither does it teach the mighty truths contained in the successive spheres or degrees of future existence, nor does it even present any substantial proof of the transition from this rudimental condition to a higher degree of material and physical organization, or in other words, it does not demonstrate a resurrect tie-in to a future life, nor does it present one proper conception of the constitution, character, greatness, omnipotence, and majesty of the divine mind. Nor does it do justice to his works, except in those meditations upon which I have heretofore commented. Nor does it contain one substantial proof of an unvarying law upon which to found a hope of ever being regenerated, or of ascending to a sphere of more perfect and harmonious existence. Nor does it teach that holy virtue, morality, and refinement, which should receive the name of religion. This term religion, however, is quite inexpressive, and needs, in order to be understood, a brief definition. The term lego is a Latin word, signifying to tie or bind. Relego is to retie or bind over again, and make still stronger. The N being attached forms the word religion, which means to bind and rebind, and make secure. It is well to say that, understood in this sense, it has performed its office most effectually, for the term religion, indeed, implies little more than being sacredly bound to sectarianism. The word is used by commentators as very potent and very expressive, and it may be seen by these remarks that it is very applicable. 559. Thus the primitive history is useful as a history of mythology, ancient theology, false and imaginary deities, as containing accounts of wars, pestilences, persecutions, desolations of cities, false prophesyings, long and tedious expeditions, most unjust assassinations, murders, adulteries, abominations, trials, afflictions, imagination, phantasm, rebellion, as presenting information concerning Oriental customs, expressions, ordinances, prejudices, religious wars, martyrdoms, and all kinds of injustice, immorality, and unrighteousness. Viewed in the light of a history, I say, its writer should be respected, and its contents preserved. But as a theological book it should not be read, for it contains no absolute doctrine, and all those doctrines which are supposed to be taught therein are merely the false interpretations given of it by various commentators in all ages since the book was compiled for the exclusive use of the adherents of Catholicism. From falsifications I would rescue its teachings. I therefore say, the book is good as a history, and would not have done the least harm in the world had not forced interpretations been given of its contents, and had not claims been preferred in its behalf to a sacredness which it does not claim for itself, and, as I can positively say, which it does not inherently possess. But the objection may arise, that some tribes and nations of the earth know nothing of this book, and yet they are miserable, ignorant, and wretched, in the extreme. The answer to this will be hereafter given and comprehended in the third part, or the application, of this portion of the work. Said it not all your. Section 157. I now proceed to give a true history of Jesus, from his birth to his death, and to state the causes of so many unjust sayings contained in the New Testament concerning him and others. In Nazareth in Galilee, there dwelt a family but little known to the world, or to the inhabitants of the town in which they resided. The father, whose name was Joseph, was a very active and industrious mechanic. He was a carver and sculptor, and was frequently engaged in various branches of carpentry. His associate, Mary, was a very gentle and kindly disposed woman. They lived generally unknown, because of their domestic retirement, and love of the quietude pervading an undisturbed and happy home. They neither possessed an affection for literature, nor for the study of any science. 560 Nature's divine revelations, or philosophy that was then cultivated among the inhabitants, as derived from the Grecians and other enlightened nations. It was in this family that little personage, about whose birth, life, and death so many marvelous accounts have been written, was born. Not long after his birth, Joseph and his wife were disinherited from the house they occupied, because of an unfavorable report that became extant through the agency of some designing and evil-disposed persons. Before they left the house, however, Joseph dreamed that it was proper for him and his family to journey into Egypt. Previous to this journey, a necessary circumstance compelled Mary to lay her child in a manger, in which place, as I am distinctly impressed, he lay not over 40 minutes. Joseph, not knowing what else to do, obeyed the suggestion of his impressive dream, and departed into Egypt. They were not long there before a suitable relief was procured for them, which induced their return, and established them again comfortably in their previous habitation. It is well that all should bear in mind that dreams were supposed in those days to be something more than the workings of the elements and imaginations of the mind, and the suggestions, especially, of those dreams which were highly impressive, were obeyed as a voice from an angel of the divine mind. This much is related in the New Testament, in a truthful manner, and the account there given is correct, with the exception of the interpretation that was given to these simple occurrences, by people, generally, and especially by the writers of this history. But the New Testament leaves two chasms in the life of Christ, which are of great importance, inasmuch as they are periods in man life that as much as any other require attention. Matthew and others speak of his birth, and then are silent until they introduce him into the presence of learned doctors and philosophers, in the temple, and no account is given of him after this, again, until he became 30 years of age, and then he is said to have begun his preaching. It is plain, that from birth to the age of 12 years, and also from the age of 12 to 30, many most important occurrences might have transpired, of which the world, through these sacred historians, have not the least intimation. After Joseph returned with his family, all his secular and domestic affairs were rendered agreeable and easy, and he was likewise restored to the bosom of society, and was beloved as a worthy citizen. No particular impression existed among the inhabitants concerning nature's divine revelations. 561. Their young and beautiful son, with the exception that he was generally admired for the perfect symmetry of his form and cerebral structure, I am presented with no such an occurrence as the command related by Matthew to have been issued by Herod, but as I proceed, the origin of this account will distinctly appear. The child was named Jesus, which was a name occasionally occurring, but seldom admired, because of its association in the mind with the supposed spirit of an Egyptian deity, much worshipped by the priests of the sun, and spoken of in various portions of the second book of Kings. His physical constitution was beautifully proportioned, and he possessed a corresponding beauty of the mental faculties. His general organization was indeed remarkable, inasmuch as he possessed combined the perfection of physical beauty, mental powers, and refined accomplishments. He was generally beloved during his youth for his great powers of discernment, his thirst after knowledge, and his disposition to inquire into the causes of mental phenomena, of the conditions of society, and of the visible manifestations of nature. He was also much beloved for his pure natural sympathy for all who were suffering afflictions either of a physical or mental character. His benevolence and love toward all without distinction, his constant yearning for the companionship of those who were considered good and righteous, his marked respect and affection for those who were much older than himself, his constant visits to those who required relief from their afflictions, and his kind words of consolation to those who were depressed either by disease or unhappy social circumstances, all contributed to render him an object of general love and attachment. These were the peculiarities which distinguished him from all other persons then living. It is true that at the age of 12 years he was admitted to the presence of the learned doctors. There he manifested some of his powers of discernment, interior and natural philosophy, unsophisticated love, simplicity of expression, kindness of disposition, and universal sympathy and benevolence. These he displayed with all the naturalness and spontaneousness resulting from the promptings of an uncorrupted and purely organized spiritual principle. He answered their pertinent interrogations with great benignity, promptitude, and freedom of conception and expression. What most astonished the doctors was the demonstration of his philosophical conceptions and mathematical powers, all of which were blended into a perfect system by the pervading element of his mind, which was love. 36. 562. $158. I would have the reader understand the reason why these things were to be expected from, and were manifested by, him. I have related that Jesus was perfectly constituted, both as to his physical and spiritual organization. This being the case, his mental faculties were early developed to a degree even transcending the capacities of those philosophers in whose presence he showed forth his wonderful mental qualifications. Even at the present time there is a youth whose mind is in a similar manner prematurely developed, especially his faculties of perception and causality, and his powers of mathematical calculation. He is in one of the eastern states, and is already surprising the learned doctors and philosophers by his astronomical and mathematical powers. Frequently there are persons who have one or more of the mental faculties fully developed while they are as yet in a youthful state. Many also have the power of perceiving real substances or colors, or reading, without employing the natural organs of vision. Others are capable of having the interior faculties of their minds opened by being thrown into an abnormal condition, which relieves the mind of much of its burdensome obstruction, and renders it suitable for the influx of superior knowledge. This fact is, at the present day, arresting the attention of many observing doctors and philosophers of the land. Jesus, while in youth, and especially at the age of 12, possessed all those superior qualifications which many scarcely possess, when their interiors are expanded by the modern discovery of manipulations. Hence I discover that he became noted because of his superior and highly refined powers of discernment, together with his gentleness, kindness, and sweetness of disposition, after he had manifested his marvelous powers to the learned doctors. In this instance, he courted no longer their presence, and lived principally among his brethren, spending a large portion of his time in the visitation of the diseased, depressed, disconsolate, and suffering inhabitants in various portions of the land. He seemed to possess an intuitive knowledge of the medicinal properties of plants, of mineral and animal substances, of their use, and of the proper time and manner of their application in the curing of various diseases. This qualification, however, he acquired during the period which elapsed from the age of 15 to 33. He also possessed a great physical soothing power over the disordered or disconcerted forces of the human system. This was because of his superior physical endowments. Hence it is related in various places in the New Nature's divine revelations. 563. Lament, that he laid his hands upon persons, and they were cured. When relieving the palsy, he is reported as having said, "Thy faith hath cured thee, rise, take up thy bed, and walk." Also he is said to have laid wet sand or clay upon the eyes of the blind, and thus to have restored sight. And in various other instances he is represented as having made use of physical means to produce the cures which are, by his biographers and others, insignificantly termed miracles. The reason is clear why those sacred historians employed express science so mysterious and ambiguous expressions which often did violence to the human judgment by conveying ideas which reason can never sanction. It was the general impression, after he became so noted for his many benevolent and charitable deeds, that he must either be actuated by the spirit of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, or by the evil one whom their imaginations had promoted to an equal degree of almightiness. Finally, it became so general a belief that he was actuated by the first, that they designated him by the title of the Son of God. Then the ignorant and uninformed bowed with a trembling veneration at the mere mention of the name of Jesus, the Son of God, although many of them had never beheld him. The inhabitants in those days were greatly inclined to extremes of faith and incredulity. If any particular theory, principle, or philosophy were presented for their consideration, they were accustomed to embrace or combat it violently. Thus it was that most of the Jews despised Jesus, while others worshipped him, and believed all the marvels that had been related of him. It is well to remark that Jesus never professed to be what they make him to say he was. He was a kind, amiable, and unassuming being, discarded by many because of his superior and benevolent traits, and as much beloved by those whom he immediately benefited by the smiles of his loving kindness, and by his soothing power. He often during his youth, and also after ascending to manhood, preached for the purpose of consoling and instructing multitudes of those who were depressed in spirit and unfortunately situated in the world. One of those beautiful lessons of consolation and exhortation is recorded in the 5th, 6th, and 7th chapters of Matthew, where, with all the simplicity of a confiding disposition, he consoles the multitude by saying, "Happy are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Happy are the poor in spirit, for they shall see God. Happy are the peacemakers, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." 564 Nature's divine revelations. And in like manner he proceeds with his expressions of kindness and of all those sentiments that might be expected from the workings of such a well-constituted mind. In his preaching he employed the terms that were then in use, and he professed to be nothing more than a teacher of pure and unadulterated love, and also a general sympathizer with all who needed relief, consolation, and sympathy. I am exceedingly attracted by the purity of his life, disposition, teachings, and spirit of reform. He saw distinctly, and realized fully, the unhappy situation of his fellowmen, and he yearned for the time to come when there would be a new heaven and a new earth, wherein might dwell righteousness. He was anxious for the prevalence of a general harmony of interests and action, such as would join in the whole race of mankind. He desired that prudence and industry should so reign throughout this material sphere, as that the desert might blossom as the rose, and the wilderness bloom with a smiling, inviting beauty. Thus he delighted to contemplate the establishment of the spiritual Zion, the great temple of knowledge and righteousness so feelingly spoken of, and so earnestly desired by that good and worthy writer, Isaiah. Such are the yearnings of all naturally philanthropic bosoms. Such are the aspirations of those exalted minds who behold the human race as a whole, and in their superior benevolence cherish no selfishness or pride. Section 159. Thus Jesus lived, doing good to those who came and required assistance, exhorting those who were uneducated, and preach to multitudes, not in the temple or the synagogue, because those places were too pure for his deeds his philosophy, but on the mountain and by the wayside, thus lifting up his voice in what has before been termed the sanctuary of the expanded earth and the unfolded heavens. He taught thus because he felt it an imperative duty devolving upon him to instruct the ignorant, and to deposit, if possible, that pure spirit of reform in the social world that might result in establishing the beauties of the spiritual Zion, and in perfecting the qualities of the tree of righteousness. He felt prompted to preach what had been before conceived, that men should do unto others as they would have others do unto them, and he desired that the simple, good, and tranquilizing influence of this principle might be deposited and developed in the bosom of every human form. He desired that the day of righteousness should be ushered in, when there would be no more pain, sorrow, or crying, for the old things, 565, would all have been passed away, and all things would have become new. And in the accomplishment of his desires, sin would be destroyed, together with that which hath the power of sin, that is darkness, ignorance, folly, imagination, imbecility, and every species of sectarianism and unholy philosophy. Jesus continued to obey those beneficent monitions of his mind, which were to cure the diseased, to visit the fatherless and widows in their afflictions, and to preach peace on earth and goodwill to men, until prejudice became so strong against him that he was unable to proceed any further in his career of purity and benevolence. He was censured by various learned, and, as they were thought to be, very great theologians, and was persecuted to a great extent by the multitudes, who were exasperated from the workings of religious prejudice against him. So he was captured, brought before a council of judicature, who were all disposed to condemn him without a hearing, for disturbance of the peace, for interference with their long-cherished religious faiths, their social organization, their modes of worship, their rites and ceremonies, their long and loud prayers to him whom they supposed to be the Lord of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, for blasphemy, and for doing deeds that were good on the Sabbath day. All these and many similar accusations were brought against him, and they exhibited a spirit of persecution that will be ere long fully exemplified in this 19th century. On these accusations they condemned him to die the death of a martyr. And, as was the custom in cases of similar accusations in those days, they crucified him, 2 others sharing the same fate with him. During the infliction of this most unjust penalty, the Jews manifested the same spirit of sectarian vengeance, and the same desire for the day struck Dion of all invasive philanthropy and purity of principle, that will ere long be exhibited again. Thus will be demonstrated the existence of precisely the same spirit as that which characterized the Jews of old, and the influence of this will clothe the rising and unborn generation in the armor of prejudice, hostility, and fanaticism. Thus Jesus was a good man, a noble and unparalleled moral reformer, considering him as disconnected from all those unjust things that are in the New Testament recorded of him. He did not profess to be the Son of God in any other sense than that of a branch, as all are, of the great tree of universal and eternal causation. He did not profess to be directed and impelled by any other spirit than that of divine love, the germ of which dwells in every other being. 566. Undeveloped. And to this principle, as existing in others, he appealed so feelingly, in order that its qualities might be unfolded, and that they might advance to the degree of refinement in love and wisdom then occupied by himself. He was, then, a type of a perfect man, both in physical and spiritual qualifications. But those representations which make him more than this, I discover, are all untrue, and express that only which was professed for, but never by him. Thus, then, he died a martyr to the principles of truth, reason, and virtue. So likewise did Matthew, Paul, and others. And it is lamentable to reflect that the world has been guilty of such flagrant injustice that even many in subsequent generations have been subjected to the torturing rack, to the stake, and to the dissolving flames. Men have even rushed to the field of battle, and there, impelled by envy and sectarian prejudice, they have poured out each oth's life's blood, thereby causing nature to blush for shame for the degradation of her children. Brethren have joined in open hostility, actuated by no other cause than the terrible and fiery elements of sectarian envy, prejudice, and local affection. How fearful, indeed, is the gloom of the dark thought, that man has died a martyr to the natural promptings of the spirit within, and to the principles of virtue, morality, and love. I behold Jesus, then, as a great and good reformer, as connected with no marvelous or mysterious aristocracy, but as being born of lowly parents, and fostered in the bosom of their domestic habitation, as possessing intelligence to a surpassing degree, as manifesting unbounded love, benevolence, and sympathy, as healing the sick, restoring the blind, curing the lame, and visiting the disconsolate in their afflictions, as preaching love, morality, peace on earth and good will to men, as instructing the multitudes in the paths of pleasantness and peace, and as loving all and disliking none. I behold him, as being condemned, nailed to the cross, and dying a martyr to the cause of love, wisdom, and virtue. Such is one of the parts in the great monument which an ignorant and misdirected world have erected to their own shame and folly. Section 160. I now proceed to account for the origin of those unjust statements in relation to him recorded in the New Testament. First, however, it is proper to introduce some considerations concerning the habits, customs, laws, ordinances, and states of society. 567. Then existing, for it must be plain to every mind that language and forms of expression are governed by the general habits, ordinances, and circumstances of any nation or society, and that the former are changed to correspond with the changes of the latter. It was a custom in those days to obey the main suggestions of any impressive dream with great carefulness. Dreams were considered, among all classes, as an inflowing of the thoughts of angels or invisible beings, who were monitors and prompters to those who dwelt on the earth. Hence they believed that dreams were induced and signed by God for the purpose of having men obey his will. Of these things I have spoken in different places before. Still, I would refer the reader to the older manuscripts of the Bible as containing many illustrations upon this point. Besides this, it was the custom to write or express a figure, parable, or representative as being itself true, instead of the thought which suggested the figure or representative to the mind. Moreover, it was a rule in those days, especially among the Jews and Samaritans, always to admit a proposition or statement when the same appeared to be demonstrated by appeals to a number of incidental and known facts, and if any different account or proposition were presented by a different person, it would be rejected without investigation. For a proof of this I would refer the reader to a very valuable work written by Plutarch, in which he says that if any son presents a proposition contradicted by another, the first should, in all cases, be considered as true and valid, and the latter rejected, because it was not the first presented for consideration. This, Plutarch says, was the rule recognized by the Stoics whenever they were called upon to investigate conflicting accounts or propositions. It is well to add that this is precisely the course pursued by many at the present day. They assume and believe that their just impres, science, or hereditary opinions are true, and reject all new ones, unheard, at the same time making their previous opinions the standard by which all subsequent propositions should be tested. So it is scarcely necessary to refer to early historians for the truth of this relation, when the same is fully verified in every department of the theological, scientific, and philosophical world at the present day. Another custom was to consider the universally prevailing impression concerning any person or thing as being created and sanctioned by the will of the deity. This belief at once unchained their marvelousness and credulity for an unlimited exercise upon any subject. 568. Which appeared thus fully sanctioned, and such they felt it their duty to venerate and promulgate without restriction. Was also a prevailing belief in those days, especially among the lower classes, that the earth was the center of the universe, and that the stars, moon, and sun were necessary appendages to the earth, and that no other earth was in existence besides this. On this ground they accounted for so much attention, prompting, and dance, as they supposed to be bestowed upon them by the deity, for they supposed that he invisibly occupied a position in the firma, meant for the purpose of guiding them into all proper ways, whether such appertained to peace or to war. Moreover, there were many sects existing in those days, each of which was distinguished by some peculiarity, either as to speech, garments, habits of living, or some other mark, which served in all cases to designate them, and to establish their exclusiveness. The Druids were known by their peculiar simplicity of dress, and by their holding their meetings in sequestered places. The worshippers of the sun, and typifiers of the Tower of Babel and of the Temple of Solomon, distinguished themselves by wearing garments that were indicative of the degree of masonry or of mechanical perfection to which each had arrived. The Samaritans were distinguished by the length of their beards, and the style of wearing their hair, and also by their peculiar religious sentiments. The Jews were distinguished by their countenances, their dress, and by the mark of the covenant, called the circumcision. Thus exclusive classes were established, and each nation, and especially the Jews, earnestly desired to be considered as the favorites of God, the latter class claiming to be the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, in proof of which circumcision was presented. They also desired to monopolize the general favors supposed to be directly transferred from God to mankind on earth. Such was the condition of things when Jesus was born, and the same continued during his life, and for many generations after his death, and it was owing in a measure to the customs of society, the rules and ordinances of nations, and the modes and habits of that so many very mysterious, unjust, and unreasonable things were believed, propagated, and written concerning Jesus and his peculiar manifestations of physical energy in the healing the diseased, and the lecturer incidentally remarked that these were of the same stock with the Druids of Gaul and Britain. 569. Also concerning his superior love and wisdom, which were expressed with so much gentleness, kindness, and humiliation. I am exceedingly desirous to impress on the reader's mind the importance of these considerations, inasmuch as they constitute the key by which may be unlocked the great mysteries so long clothing the birth, life, and death of Jesus. Section 161. A long time elapsed after Jesus became noted for his moral teachings and benevolent acts, before any inquiries were instituted concerning the peculiarities of his birth and early life, or concerning the circumstances attending the same. It is well to say that the chief inquiries, and the collection of facts, relative to the birth, life, and deeds of Jesus, were not made until many years after his death. Therefore the general impressions of his early followers were assumed as a basis whereon his subsequent historians and followers predicated their faith and doctrine. The unfavorable report concerning Joseph and Mary, heretofore mentioned, gave rise to the first impression as to the illegitimacy of Jesus. It was in consequence of this report that Joseph was disinherited for a season, but after the report subsided, he returned to his former home, and all the previous impressions were obliterated entirely, and no more was thought upon the subject. Jesus was born, and when the first inquiries were made concerning the birth of Jesus, the conclusion, as derived from superficial testimony, was as follows. that Jesus, doing good, performing many cures, and manifesting great powers of intellect, must necessarily be supposed to be the Son of the good Spirit, or God. In confirmation of this, proof was supposed to exist in the report referred to, and Mary, the mother of Jesus, was supposed to have conceived, in her virginity, by the breathing influence of the Holy Ghost. And it was known that Joseph had a dream which caused his departure into Egypt, and this was believed to be angelic instruction. Jesus, it was thought, could not have been so perfect as he was, without having an origin unlike that of others. And as he had manifested brotherly kindness, and accomplished benevolent acts, this was deemed conclusive evidence that his origin must have been pure. The conclusion, then, was irresistible, that Jesus was begotten of the Holy Spirit, and born of the Virgin Mary, and therefore was the Son of God. And they supposed that he was named Jesus because he was sent to save his people from their sins. All these things were retrospectively viewed, 570 Nature's divine revelations, by the generation succeeding the death of Jesus, and were considered undeniable evidences of his miraculous conception, of his immaculate purity, and that he must have been the Son of God. All this was in perfect harmony with their prepossessions of mind. Here the New Testament leaves the history of Jesus until he arrives at the age of 12 years. But surely some things must have been said to have occurred as connected with his life during this period. But the accounts which were collected seemed too crude and imperfect to receive a canonical sanction, and they were hence rejected on account of their inconsistency and the unsound manner in which they were recorded. Some of the rejected books are still in existence, and are full of marvelous relations concerning the childhood of Jesus, and the peculiarities which distinguished his whole life. Some of these stories are not worthy a moment's consideration, inasmuch as they are derived from the marvelous and exaggerated impressions hereditarily received by the persons who wrote them. Among other things, it is related that while Jesus was a little boy, and associated with other children, the stars were seen to follow his course, while his companions were not in the least thus honored, and that the moon appeared to trace and retrace her steps, following the various movements of the boy Jesus, also that a peculiar illumination was visible on his countenance, which would blind the eyes of those near him, also that while a very little boy, he would with other boys approach the streams, and of the moistened clay make birds and other small forms, and it is related that those which were made by the other boys would remain inanimate, while those formed by Jesus would be immediately animated and transformed into beautiful birds. It is also related that seeds which were deposited in the earth by his hand would germinate and grow up in the space of 30 hours to full maturity. Much is also said concerning many visions and dreams that he had, all of which tended to confirm the opinion that he was the Son of God. The account concerning Jesus being introduced among the learned doctors is strictly true, but it was not written until after his death. All the things accomplished by him which are called miracles, were related as such mainly by those who received the traditions from those who were the immediate followers and companions of Jesus. It was a general belief that he was the person whom many of the earlier historians and prophets foretold. Hence, in various instances, quotations are made from their writings which seem to have in him nature's divine revelations. 571. Mediate bearing upon, or connection with, the things they had heard concerning the birth, life, and deeds of Jesus. The writers of the books in the New Testament could not resist the conviction that Christ was thus miraculously born, and that in asmuch as he accomplished so many miracles, discoursed so eloquently, harmed no one, but did good to all, and died ignominiously for his cause, he must have been the Son of God. The application of this title being in accordance with the general mode of expression and belief, they likewise cherished the conviction that he must have been foreseen by the prophets of previous generations. Hence, by research among their writings, passages were found which seemingly had a connection with the prominent circumstances in the life of Christ, which they were recording. Therefore they made those quotations with a serious conviction that they had immediate reference to the things which they were employed in relating. Section 162. The history of the deeds accomplished by Jesus from the age of 12 to 30 was registered promiscuously in various books, some of which are now called the Apocrypha of the New Testament. These relate more miraculous manifestations of the physical and mental powers of Jesus than are recorded in the New Testament. Yet they were written more from hearsay than from actual knowledge, and I am impressed to say that the account of the Ascension was also transmitted by others to those who wrote it, with the exception of one account preserved on bark, and said to have been written by Mark, who was present as an eyewitness of the occurrence. for be it remembered that the art of writing was then understood only by a very few, and that paper, ink, and the art of printing were to them unknown. Hence the accounts impressed on bark and other substances would in some instances remain untranscribed for 1, 2, or 3 centuries. Some of these were preserved until a species of paper was invented upon which their contents were transcribed. Very few persons were able to write, while the vast multitude were only capable of conveying their thoughts verbally, and the constant verbal delivery of these accounts subjected them to constant modifications. Yet from impressions thus traditionally transmitted, the subsequent writers produced those records of which the world is in possession at the present day. Still more emphatically am I impressed to say that the birth of Christ is related, the correspondingly inconsistent stories of his youth, the accounts of the instantaneous cures effected by him, the 572 pretensions that are made in his behalf in respect to his mediatorship, and of his being in a superior sense the Son of the Deity, and also the account of his literal ascension, are all strictly the traditional impressions imbibed and written of him, none of which are true as they are related. It is impossible to be in communion with, and possess a knowledge of, the unerring and unchangeable principles of the divine mind, and at the same time admit the truth of these traditional records. And it is given me to know that he who believes fully in their truth is not in communion with the laws, purposes, and essence of the great positive mind, but he who is interiorly enlightened concerning these hesitates not to declare, from a serious conviction of the judgment, that such things cannot be true, for their very nature precludes their possibility. While I am thus compelled to speak, I am none the less conscious of having myself supposed these things to be true, and of believed them with a vast degree of veneration, while my mind, like others, was trammeled by sensuous opinions and philosophy. Yet now, having the external senses closed, and the perceptive powers of the internal opened, I am acquainted with those things which, in outward life appeared unaccountable mysteries. These historical accounts, concerning which I in common with others have had mysterious impressions, now appear entirely transparent, even to their origin, and their confirmation in the minds of mankind. And I now rejoice to know that this superficial theology has not the least connection with the divine essence, or great creative cause, with his laws, or with the great system of material and spiritual worlds. And the belief in these things forms no part of the theology which every department of nature and the universe unequivocally demonstrates and establishes. With those things which, now my affections are directed entirely by that wisdom which discards a theology so impure and superficial. Yet when I return again to the exterior world, and know things only by sensuous impressions, then also will my affections return and control my superficial wisdom, and these affections will at once connect me again with all those superficial views, theories, and philosophies that at this present moment occupy no tangible position in my conceptions of the structure of the universe, or of the character of the great positive mind. Hence, while I am in this condition, I am acknowledging that which is opposed to the present affections of men, in the departments of theology and philosophy, but it is nevertheless proper. 573. Nay, it is an imperative duty for me to develop that which I now perceive is seriously interfering with all social happiness and mental progression. Let it be, then, the serious effort of all vigorous minds to learn soon to modify their affections for supposed truths, so that their reason, and not their prejudices, may in all cases be the governing principle of their minds. These developments will then lose their apparent irreverence, and become at once a vehicle to convey to the judgment truth and wisdom. I will have occasion to speak on this point again, when treating on the physical and spiritual constitution of man, but at the present time it is necessary still further to confine the attention to those things heretofore investigated. Section 163. The men who are called prophets were reformers and philosophers in respect to subjects appertaining to the sufferings of humanity. Hence, while situated among those sufferings, they consoled themselves and others by endeavoring to forget the past, or by considering it as an index to a new and more desirable era. Their writings, then, are prophetical on the same principle that all inductive reasonings are, and on this principle they anticipated a day of human industry, of righteousness, and of general knowledge. And as they were subject to the tyranny of despotic rulers, their minds sought refuge in the hope that a new king of the Jews would appear, whose reign would give them relief, and change their physical condition. Hence the king of the Jews of whom they spoke, and whose generosity Isaiah indulged great hope of beholding, was exemplified in the great reformer, Jesus, but they saw him not, nor the distinct period of the amelioration, but they were interiorly enlightened sufficiently to recognize the progress of those laws which would as a necessary consequence usher in the king or reformer whom they contemplated, and the era which they so ardently desired. Christ, then, in the New Testament, is called the King of the Jews, but the latter believed not that he was their predicted king. Yet the writers of the New Testament supposed that Christ should be thus designated and promoted, because no other being had ever lived among them who had displayed all those righteous qualities and those manifestations of supreme love that in any way corresponded to the predictions or impressions of the earlier generations. Understand, then, that the New Testament was written in such a manner as to convey the impression that Jesus was the being act to ally foreseen by previous writers, in confirmation of which the 574 natures divine revelations words of those writers are quoted. Meanwhile remember that the men called prophets knew not of the person, nor the period, but knew of a person and a period, which, according to the progress of all things, must inevitably be ushered in, and distinctly does it appear that Jesus possessed those reforming characteristics which constituted him a perfect man, and that he well represents the king or reformer spoken of by the prophets as being the tree of righteousness, and the founder of the spiritual Zion. But the era when were to be developed those principles which he exemplified was not when he lived, but is to be in future. And only can this occur when society has attained to that perfect symmetry of form and structure which was exemplified in the body of Jesus, as then alone will the spiritual possessions thereof be correspondingly perfect. According to the custom of those days, Jesus spoke parables, which appeared to have allusion to occurrences thereafter to take place in a manner corresponding to the letter of the parables. The prediction recorded in Matthew concerning the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple contains many ambiguous expressions and illustrations. These clothe the prophecy in a very mysterious garment, which to the general mind is rendered the more so because it is recorded in the New Testament. The parables of the sheep and goats, the rich man and the poor one, the Gehenna of fire and sea, are all related as being spoken by Jesus to represent literal occurrences as affecting man in the material and spiritual world. And they do convey this impression merely because they are expressed in a style as if the parable or illustration was itself the actual occurrence referred to. This was a customary mode of representing an occurrence or discoursing upon any principle in those days. But this much is clear, that no good and well-informed mind will ever draw lines of demarcation between any human beings. For it is doing great injustice to the loving kindness and unbounded sympathy of Jesus, to believe that he employed such expressions in tending them to be literally understood, for, as has been before stated, he was one of those well-developed beings whose sympathy and benevolence gushed forth spontaneously, and flowed irrespectively throughout every recess of human existence. Herein, again, is the test of knowledge and righteousness. He who is ignorant, and whose sympathies are contracted by prejudice, whose benevolence is circumscribed by the circle occupied by any sect or institution, whose feelings, being perverted by local affect, nature's divine revelations, 575, tie-in and prejudice, are unmoved by the calls of mankind for amely oration, will fix the line of eternal distinction between mankind, and presumptuously calls one class the wicked, the sinful, the abandoned, and the other the righteous, the children of God, the elect. All but the latter class he will call hypocrites, deceivers, and all kinds of unholy names, which naturally are conceived by an ignorant and misdirected mind. But he whose movements in the world of thought are unrestricted, whose sympathy flows to all, without distinction, excited by a knoll edge of human weakness and misdirection, whose feelings and affections are but gushing aspirations for universal peace and whose energies of soul are concentrated upon the great era of physical and mental freedom and exaltation, he it is that is truly and purely enlightened. Such a one knows no aristocracy, no distinct tie-in, no condemnation as a punishment, no bliss as a reward, but recognizes the truth that all causes do inevitably produce corresponding effects. Therefore he makes no distinction except that which nature establishes by her laws of association. The mind, which recognizes all these things, is the highest development of nature, and should be admired because of its purity and unsophisticated tie-in. Then, I say, if Jesus, from a conviction of his judgment, made any actual distinction, such as the language attributed to him would indicate if literally understood, he must be numbered with the ignorant and uneducated, who occupy no very high position in the sphere of thought and wisdom. On the other hand, if he uttered not those expressions which are ascribed to him, except for the purpose of illustration, then he may have been that pure and truly enlightened being whom the world at the present day is striving to know, to appreciate, and to follow. Section 164. To speak still more plainly, all impure, ignorant, and improperly instructed minds can, without hesitation, condemn a portion of the race, and presume to stigmatize them as Pharisees, hypocrites, evildoers, and workers of unrighteousness. But that mind which is pure, and properly educated in the ways of wisdom, can only recognize mankind as a brotherhood, and he will consider their imperfections as owing only to the misdirection of their physical and mental powers. A knowledge of this truth breeds a universal sympathy and forgiveness, and the mind possessing it cannot but recognize the principle of doing good unto all, and loving one. 576. Another. Whoever says, then, that Jesus ever used such expres science in a literal sense, as is generally taught by theologians, virtually charges him with being an impure and unrighteous man. But he who believes not these things may consistently admit Jesus to have been a good man and a natural philanthropist. I discover, however, that these things were not recorded until sometime after the death of Jesus, and then were written according to the traditional accounts received by the writers, and they were expressed in a manner corresponding to the customs, beliefs, and modes of expression prevalent in those days. I perceive it is proper to affirm that this language was employed by Jesus to convey his conceptions in a style suitable to be understood by the multitudes who listened to his preaching. The language presents no particular principles capable of being applied to the world at the present day, and it would indeed be a mark of wisdom and a good sign of a mental resurrection from ignorance and superstition if theologians and commentators would discard all further effort to draw instruction from those illustrations that were only useful nearly 2,000 years ago. In respect to the origin of the account concerning the ascension of Jesus, it is at the present time not important that I should enter into particulars, especially as former comments lead to a solution of this question, and also exclude the possibility of such an actual occurrence. I will refer, however, for a detailed consideration of these and kindred subjects, to a work that will hereafter be given as devoted to a discussion of minor and general opinions and principles. Here, then, follows a summary of that which has already been related concerning Jesus. The account given of his birth sprang from an unfavorable report in the neighborhood where Jesus was born, concerning his illegitimacy. This is its origin, but the style in which it is recorded is a creation that arose from those general impressions concerning him entertained by those who wrote the alleged prophecies concerning him, quoted from the Old Testament, were not originally intended to be thus applied, but they were cited by the biographers of Jesus because they had a seeming appositeness to some of the circumstances of his life. They were suggested to the writers of the New Testament as having an allusion to Christ, because they believed that past and present revealments formed one perfect system of inspiration and theology, as derived from the divine being. This was merely a conviction of their minds caused by nature's MVJTB revelations. 577. The seeming evidence afforded by every external, superficial, and traditional indication. The accounts given of miracles also derived their character from the customary use of language in those days, which was to associate cause and effect in one sentence, without alluding to the intermediate period which elapsed between the cation and the result. Of this, also, I have spoken before. Those passages which speak of Jesus as being the Son of God, and of his making those vast distinctions between men, are merely expressions employed by those who wrote their convictions concern him, and are worthy of no more attention than may arise from the fact that they embody the opinions of men who lived many hundred years ago. Moreover, it becomes necessary to mark the very great injustice that such accounts do to the character and life of Christ. It is certainly doing no good to any being to claim for him an illegitimate or supernatural origin, nor does it do any credit to his character to relate the many inconsistent things that are reported concerning his youth, his deeds, his preaching, and his death. Besides, it is absolutely inconsistent with the high moral sensibilities of an enlightened judgment to clothe the life and preachings of Jesus with the things that are now known to be believed only by those who are ignorant, misdirected, or prejudiced. A belief of many things related of Jesus not only does injustice to his birth, life, wisdom, and benevolence, but it removes the great, moving principle of the universe from his exalted position to a grade, only worthy of an ignorant and capricious potentate. It depreciates the character of the divine mind, by making him institute a system of theology merely to change that which he himself created, imperfect in the beginning of human existence. It makes the universe an inconsistent, disorganized, and unholy mass of creations. It destroys the harmony of the divine plans, by teaching that the deity has interfered with his established laws, instituting new ones today, destroy those which he previously established. It likewise teaches that the divine mind and his Son have both failed to accomplish the end to attain which they are represented as, having made active efforts, for the miraculous conception can never be believed so long as nature continues her unvarying manifestations, and this doctrine can never be of the least possible use in affecting a physical or mental elevation of the race. It rather has a contrary tendency, inasmuch as it inspires feeble minds with 578, fear, and superstition. And if the miracles were intended to prove the divine power of Christ, and to establish a divine theology in the world, then have they proved ineffectual, because in the enlightened mind they neither establish a belief in a divine power as possessed by Christ, nor convey any conviction in favor of what is supposed to be the true theology. And if Christ was what they represented him to be, and if all the contents of the New Testament are true, the miracles cannot make them more so. On the other hand, if they are not true, no miracles nor anything else can ever make them true. And, moreover, if all those things related of him are literally true, then he is proved to have been an impure and undeveloped being, even from his birth upward. Moreover, if they are true, that which I am now saying cannot possibly affect their intrinsic truthfulness. This much, however, it is well to know, that which reason and nature sanction should be believed in preference to that which is contradictory of all known laws, and is incompatible with the harmony which pervades the universe. Therefore it would be doing Christ injustice to believe concerning him all that is related in the New Testament. Yet those who wrote these things were perfectly honest, and were impelled only by a sense of duty and zeal to write their serious convictions, and present them to those who wished to know what they believed, and from what source sprang their convictions. But there is no evidence connected with the origin of these records to justify the belief that they were ever intended for universal reading and comment. Section 165. There exists no history or account of the birth and teachings of Jesus corresponding to that which is recorded in the New Testament, with the exception of the account in Josephus, and that occupies no conspicuous position, but is merely recorded as a passing remark of no very great importance. Some have supposed that this passage is an interpolation. I do not discover that this supposition is true, for the record is genuine, although not contained in some of the early versions of Josephus. Yet it is clear that this historian attached no such importance to the life and character of Christ, as was attached thereunto by those who wrote the Gospels. It is reasonable to suppose that if the birth and life of Christ had been of such a supernatural character, more historians would have received conviction accordingly, and would have devoted considerable nature's divine revelations, 579 portions of their writings to a relation of his miraculous manifestations, setting forth the importance of his birth, death, and resurrection. But as no more historians devoted themselves to this work, the conclusion inevitably follows that few, if any, firmly believed these things, except those who wrote the primitive manuscripts of the New Testament, and that the latter believed because they received a mass of apparent evidence which no others were in a situation to receive, in preference to that which the object of speaking concerning these things is to free the minds of men from all superstitious prejudices connected with a belief in the same, which prejudice has a tendency to retard the physical and spiritual development of mankind. Society cannot be reorganized in harmony with the laws and requirements of nature until all obstacles are removed which obstruct the unfoldings of the general mind, and stand in the way of universal action, and this superstitious belief in an unreal theology is one of those obstacles that are to be, of all others, one he most dreaded and the most repulsed from the bosom of mankind. Such obstacles can be removed only by cautiously revealing the causes engaged in their creation, and a knowledge of these will cause the mind to repulse and discard their effects as These are existing at the present time in every portion of the world. Therefore I have descended to the causes that were engaged in creating the book that is now called the Bible, and a knowledge of these removes at once all that superstition concerning it, and all those ideas of its supernaturalness that have preserved it in the bosom of fanaticism from the period of its origin to the present day. The effects of these causes have been folly, ignorance, prejudice, bigotry, superstition, injustice, wretchedness, immorality, and aristocratic distinctions among the various nations of the earth. Now he who can sympathize with these effects may still continue to cherish their parent causes, but he who feels an inward repulsion at the very thought of their existence will most certainly display his nobleness of mind in discarding forever those unholy causes which produced them, as well as the effects themselves, and begin to live a new life in the physical and mental world, and thus be fitted to ascend to the highest point in the second sphere of knowledge and understanding. Still nothing should be venerated more than the beautiful and truthful prophetic meditations of the early writers concerning a universal deliverance from tyranny, bondage, and wretchedness, and the many useful and beautiful moral precepts contained in the New 580 still continue to cherish Testament, as spoken by Jesus, demand equal reverence. All such moral teachings should be regarded with deep veneration, especially when that veneration is an offspring of the judgment, and not of the affections, for the affections are not the developed principles, but merely the elements of the judgment. And it will be perceived that the nobleness of those early writers, and the superior physical and mental endowments of Jesus, are still preserved as a source of instruction, and that they even shine forth with a brilliancy they never have before displayed, because they have been so much obscured beneath a heterogeneous mass of unjust and useless materials. And what has been preserved of their characters and teachings is capable of being applied to the great subject of moral reform, which is only to be effected by first reforming the physical and social conditions of men, the beauty of their lives and characters, the perseverance which distinguished their efforts, and their adherence to the principles of virtue, goodness, and righteousness, even unto martyrdom, all stand forth as conspicuous examples by which all men may profit. And let it be known that Jesus was the greatest of them all in this great field of labor, in this great vineyard of natural, not carrot natural, culture. He possessed preeminently those ennobling attributes which are worthy a living imitation in the lives and deeds of all men. I therefore place Jesus and these early writers or prophets in the same category with those worthy and noble philanthropists who have lived since their time, and those who still live to adorn the world. They were general sympathizers with the afflictions of men, general actors for the public good, general relievers of the widows and fatherless, general preachers of the great principles controlling the universe and man with an unerring government, and general relievers of despondency and mental wretchedness, by unfolding to the minds of men the great and glorious era when would exist universal peace, industry, and righteousness. And it is an honor to the human race to become now acquainted with the pure characters of former days, as disconnected from all the extraneous obscurities that have shut out their real characters from the mental perceptions of the world. It is an honor now to know and appreciate the trueness, goodness, brotherly kindness, and benevolence of Jesus, as disconnected from all the falsifications here tofore obscuring his intrinsic physical and spiritual qualifications. Thus I close all reflections on the character and application of the nature's divine revelations, 581, principles of the early writers, and of Jesus, until the delivery of the third part of this work, section 166. The foregoing considerations in reference to theology, and the misconceptions that exist in the world, have so far advanced the subject as to render necessary, as next in order, some reflections upon many revelations that have been made in past ages, by various persons who were qualified for the inflowing and the outward expression of truths. In all ages of the world, revelations of various degrees of importance have been made, though in many instances the world knew it not. I discover that more have been given than are recorded in the Bible, and some of these, too, were of the most important and instructive nature, although in the Bible are contained many that have scarcely ever been excelled in any previous or subsequent age. It is proper for every mind to venerate revelations of every kind, in proportion to their congeniality with the uniform teachings of nature, and the highest sanctions of a well-constituted judgment. And, in connection with this remark, I would again enforce the absolute importance of not bestowing veneration upon any revealments that are to be found in the Bible, more than upon those found among the productions of other writers. The most useful revelations contained in the Bible are those given by David, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Zechariah, Malachi, and Jesus. Isaiah's mind was so expanded that a knowledge of ultimate alleviation from physical and social wretchedness flowed into it with a natural ease, with which also he expressed the same to the world. But as the application of his revelations will be made in the sequel, it is unnecessary at present to dwell upon them. He should, however, be recognized in this place as one of those spiritually enlightened men, whose teachings to the social world have not as yet been appreciated, or justly interpreted. And David, too, instituted prophetical meditations that are worthy of the deepest attention and the highest respect. And Jeremiah, and likewise Zechariah, revealed many things pertaining to the same social resurrection, and to the grand and sublime results in the moral world as flowing so naturally and spontaneously from 582. The harmony and unity of action that will ultimately pervade the whole physical world. And Malachi also spoke briefly, yet truthfully, concerning the Great and glorious era yet unrealized by the inhabitants of the earth, but which, according to progressive law, may be had in bright anticipation. It is well to remark, in order to prevent misunderstanding, that I use the terms revelation and development as synonymous, for a revelation is nothing more than an outward development of truths flowing into the mind, than the beautiful and no being ever existed before Jesus, who possessed the same degree of spiritual elevation and refinement, for he possessed the highest development of the physical and mental powers. And it is plain that no being ever revealed so much pure and substantial truth so capable of receiving an immediate and useful application. His mind, as I have before intimated, was properly constituted for the inflowing of truths, both from the natural and spiritual world. Therefore his superior judgment taught him to reveal only useful and natural truths, relating to the social conditions and material constitutions of men. For, as has been shown, he taught not the doctrine of immortality, but only incidentally made mention of that truth when endeavoring to inspire the human mind with hope and confidence. Jesus is to be more respected and appreciated, and his principles more practiced, than they have as yet been. The beauty of his natural principles have never as yet been duly recognized, because they have not escaped the darkening influence of theological interpretations. And I feel it proper to affirm that the beauty of his life and character never has been nor never will be known and fully exemplified in the lives of men, until all speculation, both of a psychological and theological nature, as connected therewith, is abandoned. For the more this is persisted in, the further his life, character, and principles become removed from the understanding and practice of mankind. The distinction must be made between natural truth and spiritual imagination, before there can exist universal peace on earth and goodwill to men. If no more were revealed by Jesus than this consummation, the high illumination of his mind would be sufficiently demonstrated, because he spoke not of that which was, but of that which shall be, yet in future. The use, therefore, of his principles has not been comprehended by those who profess to have the most knowledge of their utility and application, and it now becomes important that men should discard nature's divine revelations, 583, previous interpretations of his teachings, and press onward to the consummation, when their truth will be triumphantly demonstrated. I recognize the revelations made by Jesus as more useful, more truthful, and more natural than any of those who have presented different or higher truths to the world. What I mean by higher truths is, such as are involved in many of those metaphorical allusions in the Apocalypse, which are incapable of benefiting the world of mankind, though they are susceptible of being fully verified in the third sphere of spiritual habitation. Notwithstanding their truth, they are impracticable, and therefore they demand not that attention and veneration which have been given them by many erudite commentators. It has been proved that the Apocalypse contains no principles that are intimately connected with any other revelation, with the exception of that made by Emanuel Swedenborg. Section 167. Many revelations have been made by persons among the Chinese, Hindus, and Persians. Confucius revealed many moral principles which have not an equal in any revealment except that of Jesus. Also Brahma revealed many interior truths that have not as yet been, but will be, verified, both in the social and spirit world. Many truths are obtained even unconsciously to the person who receives them, by implication, induction, and progressive thought. And in like manner do men sometimes become subjects or agents to reveal truths altogether unknown and unbelieved by themselves, but which are, nevertheless, in subsequent ages, aired to be truths of the most astounding character and the greatest intrinsic worth. Thus it was with Zoroaster, who revealed and taught to the whole Eastern world that sin would ultimately be abolished, and everlasting righteousness brought in, and that then the deity, Ormuzd, would rejoice with joy unspeakable forever and ever. Never was a greater truth proclaimed to the inhabitants of the earth, and for the accomplishment of the end which it contemplates, the most active efforts should be employed. Yet this is not Venera, Ted, merely because it was presented by Zoroaster, he being, notwithstanding, an agent or subject by and through which this most important revelation was made. Also Muhammad declared many spiritual truths that have been verified by psychological research, and also by the spiritual developments of Swedenborg. Yet, again, these truths are not revered, merely because the revelation has proceeded from Muhammad, and -584, because hereditary impression and education preclude all affection from the truths and their revealer. A few centuries ago, many physical truths were revealed by G.A. Lend truths, too, that are susceptible of the most useful application. These relate to the trinity of principles or substances as forming any one compound or organization. This trinity is discoverable in every department of nature and the universe. This does not, however, in any way demonstrate the supposed spiritual trinity that has been so seriously defended, so ably discussed, and so reverentially cherished. Galen, then, revealed that which no other physician or physical researcher ever did, and he is worthy of being classed with those revelators who occupy the highest position in the departments of useful and natural truths. I find also many important discoveries and revelations among the Germans, owing very much to their peculiar habits of thinking, and of investigating all seen and unseen laws and operations of nature. And among them have been persons whose interior perceptions were so unfolded as to enable them to recognize the reality of the spirit world, and its close connection with this rudimental sphere. One should be noticed particularly, because her mind was in a condition occupied by all at the period of death or transformation. She is known as the seeress of Prevorst, and has revealed many truths concerning the connection between the natural and spiritual world, and between the soul and the body, and concerning the powers of spiritual perception, and the medium by which the spirit is united with the form. These things are too important to escape the attention of any inquiring mind, for they manifestly involve evidence such as mankind at present need to satisfy them of the powers of the soul, and of other physiological truths. Martin Luther likewise revealed some truths that are very useful, practical, and important, yet error preponderates in his productions, and these, therefore, are not worthy of so high a degree of attention and esteem. His mind, like that of Calvin, was changed by a very sudden conception that what he was educated to believe was not all true. This conception at once inspired new faculties of the soul, and the whole resulted in the development of many truths, which, though mingled with errors, deserve the title of revelations. Percent 168. The French have also produced unfolded minds, whose revelations demand equal attention and respect. The System of Nature's Divine Revelations. 585. Nature and Philosophy of Human Social Existence and Harmony, by Baron Dahlbach, is a production worthy of attention and respect, because of its beauty of expression, sublimity of sentiment, and expansiveness of philosophy. And I hesitate not to affirm that he is the author of many revelations too capable of a beneficial application to be ever lost or forgotten. His conceptions, however, are not all true, nor are his conclusions all perfectly legitimate as deduced from the basis assumed, which is true. Hence his production contains a mixture of error and truth. Yet the truth preponderates, and this should, therefore, be recognized, appreciated, and duly acknowledged. France has produced many very learned men in the superficial attainments of life, and their philosophies are not of the purest and highest order, merely because they partake so much of the external and sensuous in their processes of investigation. Such a mode of investigation is not to any great extent calculated to unfold those moral truths and progressive principles that will harmonize the human family, and unfold the beauties of the spirit world. There is one, however, whose teachings I cannot fail to recognize as the most useful, most truthful, and most exceedingly sublime, even as seeking a level with, and being confirmed by, the teachings of Jesus. This is the great and noble reformer, Charles Fourier, whose capacity of soul and extent of revelation have not as yet been perceived to any great extent by mankind. His mind was superiorly constituted and developed, for a proof of which, see his unparalleled disclosures concerning the unspeakable harmony that pervades the universe, and concerning the reciprocal action of all bodies, which, to express it in his own language, breathe a melody of harmonious sounds, like an instrument well tuned, and every note touched in unity by wisdom. And, says he, the harmony of the universe is developed and displayed in the planetary system, for each planet occupies a position, and plays a part in the great system of united action, as the notes of a well-tuned instrument. And as a tune cannot be played unless each note is properly adjusted, and occupies a position in reference to the rest suitable to produce harmony and melody, when a tune is thus played, the universe is at the same time represented. Then he proceeds to reveal the all-important truth, that as harmony exists among all the bodies of the universe, so can it prevail among, and join inseparably, the inhabitants of the earth. And he proceeds, 586, calculated to unfold those moral, to assure the world, by mathematical demonstration, that every note exists in this animated sphere, and that each note needs only to be properly placed, in order that the whole race may, like a perfectly tuned instrument, move in harmony, melody, happiness, and unity of action. Behold, mankind, these sublime and eternal truths crushed and almost entombed in the dark mass of prevailing ignorance, prejudice, and fanaticism. Hear ye not, when a noble and expansive mind, like that of Charles Fourier, demonstrates the interior truth, even to your senses, that the world of mankind is composed of the requisite notes to play a perfect tune of peace and harmony? And observe how gently, seriously, and cautiously he informs the world that these notes can only be properly placed by following the light of wisdom and knowledge. He also mathematically analyzes the developments of each planet in our solar system, and proves that the mental advancement of the inhabitants of each must necessarily constitute such a brotherhood, and such an association of congenial parts as to render the whole an harmonious existence, such as he expended his powers to have accomplished on earth. And I have the means of knowing that his general conceptions were strictly true as regards the inhabitants of the planets belonging to our solar system, and it becomes me in justice to sanction and confirm that which he proved true by the similar process of mathematical induction. I therefore affirm that his statements concerning the harmony and unity existing among the inhabitants of the planets, as to their social condition and mental culture, are decidedly and unequivocally true, being in no essential particular discrepant with those things which I have revealed concern the world, nature, and the universe. I am drawn to that person whose whole physical and spiritual powers were devoted to the great work of moral reform. Such was Charles Fourier, and those things which he revealed are capable of being applied in improving the social condition of man, and their truth will be demonstrated in the moral consequences of the perfect restitution to peace, harmony, and pure principles, for which he labored. Concerning this very noble personage, and his philosophy, more will hereafter be related, especially when the principles of his microcosmogony make their appearance prominently in the third part, or application, of this work. 587, section 169. I am also impressed to recognize the important revelations made by and through Emanuel Swedenborg, the Swedish philosopher and psychologist. His mind possessed many superior endowments, and he presented to the world many pure and healthy principles. Some of his revealments, however, will be capable of an application only when the race advances to a high degree of social and mental refinement. His mind was interiorly expanded, which fact enabled him to receive and express many interior truths connected both with the material and spiritual world, physical and spiritual. I discover more practical utility in his scientific and philosophical revealments than in any other of his productions. No work should be more esteemed and generally read than a book written by him, entitled The Economy of the Animal Kingdom, in 2 volumes. The first volume presents a close and severe analytical investigation of the 3 functions performed by all animated bodies, in which he develops that order of end, cause, and effect, which are alike observable in all portions of the creations of the divine mind. He plainly reveals that the end, or ultimate design, is the primary cause of all movement. A knowledge of the end prompts and procures the means, which are the secondary causes, and the action of these produce the effects, which are the ends predetermined to be accomplished. The end or object to be accomplished is in every instance the creator of the causes and effects that are instituted, or of the means and effects combined as one in accomplishing that which was the original cause of the institution of both. This much is clearly revealed in the first part of his work, and is true, useful, and will be acknowledged and applied to the necessities of human existence. The second part is devoted to a consideration of the three tie-ins of the animal kingdom, their interior, mediatorial, and exterior qualities, as performing their respective offices and manifesting their peculiar spiritual forces, with a mutual dependence upon each other. Indeed, his revealments concerning the beginnings of power in the human system are beyond all general comprehension at the present day. He discourses deeply upon the cortical composition of the brain, describing the glands or little hearts, as he calls them, as constituting the cause of all motion or spiritual exercise in the real form, and describes how they expand and contract like the movements of the chest and heart. And he demonstrates the reciprocity of the systolic and diastolic motions of the cortical glands of the brain, 588 Nature's divine revelations, and that they are the beginnings and causes of all corresponding movements belonging to the animal economy. The last portion of this valuable work is devoted to some very rational and truthful intimations of a psychological character and concerning the powers of the human soul. It contains a very clear and lucid explanation of the distinction between the nature and powers of the soul and spirit as connected with the human form, and it likewise exhibits a very gentle emergement from the material into the spiritual sphere of thought and investigation. I am led also to notice a still higher spiritual development of the same kind which is presented in the latter portion of his animal kingdom, and that is found in his production entitled True Worship and Love of God. Nothing can evince more substantial purity of meditations and superior conceptions of the mind than this very impressive and well-constructed work. It flowed, as it were, spontaneously from his high reverence for those unspeaking truths contained in the animal creations, and this work is indeed a revealment much to be read, appreciated, and practiced. After the period which was occupied in writing these works, his mind became exceedingly exalted, and all its powers of conception were absorbed completely in the phenomena and truths of the spirit world. The truths that he thus reveals concerning these things are, in very many particulars, susceptible of benefiting the human race. Though this cannot be said of every general feature of his psychological system, he revealed those spiritual truths that will be very fled in subsequent lectures, but only in a general and correspondential manner. For I now discover that many of his interior disclosures are not in the least particular comprehended even by those who at the present time are most actively engaged in their advocacy. And I am impressed to say that if, instead of conveying the idea that he unfolded the spiritual and interior teachings of the Bible, he had said that he unfolded the spiritual and interior teachings of nature, the world would sooner have approached his sphere of reason and knowledge, because then the connection would have been more distinctly observed between the material and spiritual world. But I am not able to discover any such interior meaning in any portion of the contents of the word as he represents. And if objection is made to any of these sayings, as based upon the want of interior perception, which may here seem to be acknowledged, I would request the reader to reconsider the explanation I have given of the interior Nature's divine revelations, 589 qualities of the Bible. If, however, the objection be persisted in, I refer for future demonstration to the encyclopedia that will succeed this book. I am much drawn to the pure, gigantic, and powerfully intellectual spirit of Swedenborg. His philosophical revelations are of vast importance because of their truth, and his spiritual and psychological revelations are also qualifiedly true, and are susceptible of being verified in the spiritual spheres, and will be in the disclosures soon to follow. I recognize, however, too much profuseness of expression, too much repetition of correspondences and established principles in various portions of his works. There is too much intensity of ardor, and too much obscurity, ambiguity, and spiritually inflated conception in his psychological works for them to be of any particular utility to the social world at the present time. But a proper and abundant supply of the social requirements of mankind will so elevate their moral and spiritual perceptions that they will readily discover the signification of his spiritual teachings, which at present, to the mass of mankind, seem like the wildest hallucinations of a misdirected and inflated mind. Then, in view of these considerations, it is impossible to conceive of the practical utility of his spiritual revelations to the disordered world at this present time. The fact that they are not capable of being comprehended is at least presumptive evidence that they are not such truths as are at present required to benefit the social world. Therefore I observe this gigantic mind as in its conception sending completely the ordinary powers, even of all interiorly unlightened men, and consequently as being removed from the natural, into spiritual spheres. Hence some of his mighty revelations will only be known to be true when man ascends to a higher degree of wisdom and knowledge. And as these things are so, I notice those things only in his revelations that are adapted to the wants of the social world, in order that mankind may be, as Fourier has expressed it, organized according to the melodious, harmonious reciprocations of a brotherhood. A book written by him. Section 170. Many revelations have been made in previous ages, which I cannot now stop to notice, and all these are in a greater or less degree important and profitable as contributing to the general stock of wisdom that mankind require. It is proper, however, to briefly reflect upon the revelations of 590 Nature's divine revelations. Plato concerning the spiritual identity of man and a future life. It cannot be doubted, when his whole philosophy is taken into consideration, that he revealed some very important laws in nature, and many psychological truths. These, however, were much obscured by the mingling of external and internal evidences, the first being mostly the developments of circumstances, and the latter the unvarying movements presented in all parts of nature that he investigated. His mind was much clouded and his perceptions much darkened by a vast number of hereditary impressions. Yet his psychological revealments make their appearance even through the many superficial evidences which he accumulates in their favor. Also those things unfolded by the interior reflections of Xenophon possess a high degree of beauty, truth, and profitableness. No mind ever was more deeply impressed with the truths of immortality than his, because his convictions proceeded from the gushing aspirations of the living principle within, and his philosophy contains more substantial reasons for this doctrine than are to be found in any poor tie-in of the Old or New Testament. His writings are therefore useful and important to the world, because of their many truthful intimations, these suggesting higher truths. In the revealments of Socrates I do not discover so much rear perception of principles, but more comprehensiveness in the observance of superficial evidences, and the ideas deduced from these are in many instances true, though illegitimate. Cicero was also a defender of those unvarying principles that govern the universe, a consciousness of the truth of which compelled him to discard all superficial theories that then pervaded the general mind, in the form of a mythological theology. And he, like the four mere writers, should be very deeply esteemed and appreciated for his pure and important revealments, of which confirmation may be derived from the interior perceptions of every enlightened judgment. I discover a harmony in the revelations of each age, from the first decided conception and expression of truth to the unfoldings of the present generation. I discover, however, that each revelator has presented truth in proportion to the favorable situations in which his mind was placed, and the favorable developments to which it attained. Yet that truth which is discoverable among the writings of each is confirmed with great simplicity in the moral and social teachings of Jesus, and in the corresponding teachings of Charles Fourier, who systematized those pure principles in order that they, 591, might be reduced to practice, and thus produce a moral renovation of the race. I would request then, again, I discover the more superficial modifications of these principles in the writings of Swedenborg, who proceeds to the interior, not so much of principles, as of their detailed parts. Thus in his writings are set forth the innumerable ramifications, both of things and principles belonging to the natural world, and of the corresponding literal possessions of the spirit world. And as I have stated, I do not discover sufficient distinctness or naturalness in the writings of this philosopher to render them susceptible of a practical tie-in to the social requirements of the human race. It is no more than just in all such instances to enforce the question of what possible use can any revelation be that can neither be understood nor applied? A revelation developing no practical principles existing in the natural world as adapted to social life cannot be of any possible utility to the social or moral world. From these considerations, the object of glancing at the writings of each philosopher becomes apparent. It is to point out the good and practical parts of each, that they may be preserved for future application, and if these are duly distinguished and preserved, all the unreal and excrescent parts of each revelation and philosophy will at once be disregarded because of their non-importance. Since the existence of those men, many new and dissimilar theories, hypotheses, and revelations have made their appearance, both in the scientific and theological world. These have been of such a nature as to disunite the modes of natural and social life from the moral principles of man. This fact, again, demonstrates the non-utility of such revelations, inasmuch as they are destructive to the social harmony of mankind, and to that pure morality which is inseparably connected therewith. Again, any theory or hypothesis having a tendency to disunite the material from the spiritual, or the social from the moral, or to disunite in any way the human race, is entirely unprofitable, and should be forever discarded. For it is made plain from past investigations, that a perfect morality cannot be developed, unless the rudimental and social condition of the race is first made suitable for its spontaneous development. It is, therefore, absolutely useless to promulgate theological systems of morality, when the causes relating to such are in direct opposition to the required result. Then, in order to benefit the world, instead of being engaged in psychological investigations men, 592 Nature's divine revelations, should turn their attention immediately to the establishing of those superior conditions in the social world, the effects of which will greatly transcend their present anticipations. It is clear to every mind that the latter must be accomplished before the moral results so much admired can, as a consequence, be permanently obtained. In other words, the social and natural must be superiorly situated and organized before the moral and spiritual elements of man can possibly be developed to a proper degree. The many revelations that are now existing in the scientific and theological departments are of minor importance compared to the great and essential principles which must be discovered and acknowledged before that social and moral condition of the race can be attained for which all should strive. It is proper to understand that the influx of principles into the mind of a person or persons is a result of the peculiar constitution and development of such minds, and not that revelations of any character proceed directly from a divine source. Therefore, he whose mind is unfolded, or whose spiritual perceptions are extended to a higher sphere of knowledge, comprehends more than ordinary minds, because he perceives that which exists below his exalted sphere of investigation. Such see, also, that which would be of use and importance to the world, and reveal it in order that it may be applied. Thus every mind conceives and expresses truth in proper tie-in to its degree of development, or of spiritual elevation. Then, such revelations as the Apocalypse and those contained in many other portions of the New Testament, together with many portions of Swedenborg's writings, cannot, though true, be of any possible use to mankind in their natural state, whether they are or are not true. Therefore, they are unimportant. Hence it is proper for every theologian and commentator, before devoting much time to such, to inquire their use, even admitting them to be of the purest origin and the highest truth. There are many worthy persons who have distinguished themselves in various departments of thought, whom I am obliged to leave unnoticed, for the reason that their cogitations are subordinate to the object of these present considerations. I am impressed to say, however, that those who have been active in unfolding the teachings of others will be specifically noticed hereafter. Nature's Divine Revelations, 593, Section 171. These revealments having proceeded thus far, a different, though connected subject may now be introduced. I have descended into the interior history of mankind, discovered the origin of social disunity, false impressions, unreal theology, and consequent mythology, and have specifically considered the successive modifications of each, until the whole presents itself to the generations of the present century. I have spoken of man, physically and mentally, only as it was necessary in order to elucidate the many causes of conditions existing in the world. I have not spoken particularly of the physical production and constitution of man, nor of those peculiar elements, qualities, and essential principles that elevate him above the animal creation, and that constitute and characterize that animated principle known as the soul, spirit, or mind. I find it necessary to generalize these, in order to establish the connection between nature, with its various lower forms, and man, and between man and the higher spheres. An inseparable unity and reciprocation of action must be discovered and established between these, and then the whole social world may hereafter become a true representative of the grand and harmonious movements of nature and the universe. I have ascended, then, to the important question, what is man, materially? And the answer is, he is the wisdom, head, and king of all animated forms. He is a perfection of matter, asterisk. I proceed to prove this proposition by descending to the interior, forms and substances that constitute the rudiments of all organic beings, and tracing them connectedly until they ascend and become perfected in the human organization. The first forms or particles that made their appearance after the condensation of the matter composing the earth were those constituting the mineral kingdom. This is composed of particles of matter. Asterisk. The word perfection is here used in the absolute sense, though relatively. Note by the author. For a demonstration of the things I now relate, refer. Is made to the truths established in the Department of Geology, upon which subject I have more minutely treated, and herein is developed the use of the truths revealed in the geological portions of this work, for they are now applied as a means by which my present revealments may be elucidated and demonstrated as true. I will also institute illustrations and comparisons of a very familiar nature, in order that the main principles to be presented may be easily conceived and comprehended. It will be seen, also, that the following sustains a close relation to the scientific parts of this work, and they will mutually explain and confirm each other. I would, therefore, have the reader's memory duly impressed with the previous philosophical investigations, so that he may perceive the connection, and readily apprehend the things now to follow. 38. 594 Nature's divine revelations, in their rudimental forms. These are angular, amorpho-angular, and multi-angular. These forms, when associated, compose the various mineral bodies in the earth. The first of these particles are the most perfectly angular, the ascending forms are the amorpho-angular, and the perfect forms among these are the multi-angular. The first is the parent and measure of the second, and this again is the beginning of the third, which completes a trinity and also pervades the lower forms. Thus the second and third forms are each higher degrees of development from the first. The highest proceed from the lowest, and, when developed, pervade and comprehend the whole body, which thus forms a mineral compound. Then, again, series are established by the successive unfoldings of forms. These series are strata of associated particles, such as are exemplified in the strata of the earth and of various bodies which possess successive coatings, all of which are necessary to form one body, substance, or compound. These series are three, and these characterize the various compounds in the mineral kingdom. Then, again, series develop degrees. These are the successive states of purity of particles, and of their approach to perfection, both in form, series, and association. The highest degree in the mineral kingdom approaches, and inseparably flows into, the vegetable kingdom, for the highest degree of mineral substance exemplifies both the lower particles of its own nature, and the first particles of the successive compound, which is the vegetable creation. The highest form, also, in the mineral, which is the multi-angular, flows directly into, and becomes the origin, parent, and measure of the first forms. In the vegetable kingdom, so also do the highest series flow into the vegetable formation through the degrees of association determined by the ascending forms, the sequence of series, and the unfolding of the same. So the forms in the mineral world are of 3 degrees of development. Thus they form one compound which develops series, associations, and degrees, all of which are necessary to establish the various mineral bodies, to designate their degree of refinement, and to determine with what order of particles or elements they are capable of being assimilated. The forms, series, and degrees in the mineral world are thus developed in the most perfect harmony. The highest of each in all cases pervade the lower, and at the same time, they become the parent and measure of the rudimental productions. In the vegetable world, nature's divine revelations, 595. In the vegetable compounds there exist circular forms which are the unfolded forms of the perfected angular, then the rudimental circular develops diameters, and ascending circulars which very slightly approach the spiral. Thus 3 different forms are also discoverable in the vegetable world, that is, the perfected angular, or multi-angular, the first circular, which develops diameters. And both of these ascend toward, and very slightly represent, the spiral forms, which flow directly into the animal world. In the vegetable creation also are the 3 series, or the 3 degrees of perfection in forms. These series also represent the degrees that are unfolded by the ascending series of forms that flow from the parent or measure consisting of the lower forms. Meanwhile, they make a perfect compound, the whole of which forms the vegetable creation. The highest form, which is the ascending circular, becomes the connecting form between the vegetable and animal, and in the latter, it becomes the perfect spiral. Also the highest degrees of vegetable compounds become the first degrees of animal organization, and each series and association of forms, in like manner progressively, ascends to the first series and degrees of the animal forms, and all pass into, and become the germ, parent, measure, and substance of the whole animal world. The first forms discovered in the animal are the spiral or progressive particles which develop the reciprocal motions of the whole frame. The second forms are the unfolded spiral, which are the spiritual forms or active particles that become the receptacles of all progressive movement. The highest forms in the animal creation are the perfected spiritual, which join the animal compound to the material organization of man. Here, then, the spiritual forms introduce the particles to compose the organization of man, which, when perfected, develops the highest or celestial forms in matter. Thus the perfect spiritual become the first celestial forms, the perfection of which establishes the human organization. What I mean by celestial forms are those particles of matter that contain in themselves perfected every species of form in the subordinate kingdoms, and meanwhile become the receptacles of all degrees of spiritual life, which are not only contained in, but are developed by them, in such a perfect and corresponding manner that all the lower forms in the animal, vegetable, and mineral worlds are by them governed, mirrored, and vividly represented. 596 Nature's Divine Revelations. Then, again, the highest series or strata of forms in the animal world flow directly into the rudimental forms of mankind. These establish the various series, strata, or associations of the human family. Also the highest degree in the animal, by which I mean the most perfect structure, not only typifies, but becomes the parent, measure, and germ of the human world. Section 172. Thus in man are these lower forms fully developed and perfected, for in him are the spiritual, the perfect spiritual, and the celestial forms of the particles of matter. The celestial are the highest and most minute particles in the human organization, such as exist in the lower kingdoms only in an imperfect and undeveloped state. Man also possesses the 3 degrees of the ascended forms. These degrees establish and preserve the individuality of every form in the human world, while at the same time every form develops in perfect harmony, series, degrees, associations, and representations, which are in every particular in the most perfect unity, harmony, and mutual dependence upon each other. It will be seen by this that the angular particles of matter develop the circular, which in their turn unfold rectilinear planes, diameters, axes, and poles, all of which are imperfectly discovered in the vegetable world. Then, again, the progressive circular forms unfold and become the spiral, which is a more important stage in the process of progressive development. The spiral contains the circular and all its properties, and all these are discoverable in the animal world. Then, again, the successive spiral forms unfold the spiritual, which latter, in like manner, unfold the celestial or perfect forms of rudimental matter. Thus the angular develops the circular, this the spiral, this the spiritual, and this the celestial, all of which are contained in the perfect forms of the human world. From this it is seen that the angular is the parent of all higher forms, and contains them all undeveloped, while the highest, when developed, pervades all the lower forms, and unites them as one perfect whole. Therefore the celestial forms of matter which compose the human organization are the flower of the germinal form, or seed, which is the angular. For the seed of all material compounds is involved in the lowest stage of matter, which germinates and produces the mineral world. This, again, adds to the body of the Nature's Divine Revelations. 597. Great tree of creation, whose next stage of development is in the form of the vegetable world. The next expansion of the body of this great tree develops the animal world. It now puts forth branches, which bud, and the flower is the human world. Thus it is that the material tree of causation has successively yielded new forms, which correspond in every general feature to germ, body, branches, buds, and blossoms. Again, adds to the body of the. It is made evident from these considerations that matter is the same in every department of the universe, but that it forms similar organizations only as it, in various degrees of development, becomes differently combined. I find, then, that all things are constituted of the same materials, but that these are combined in different forms and proportions. Thus are developed successively, uniformly, and progressively, forms, series, and degrees, and these are all necessary in order that each compound and each animated or organization may perform the office of an organ to transfer that which is below it to a higher degree of material association. It is by this diversity of forms that the various degrees of creation are rendered perfect, reciprocal, and harmonious. The dissimilar combinations of matter, then, are the designed means by which all the various forms may, in series and degrees, be progressively developed. And the moment such development is completed, a combined form of the same, capable of preserving its identity, is at once established, as is also its absolute dependence upon the lower forms for its existence. Thus man is the highest and most perfect combination of organized matter. He therefore exercises an unlimited proprietorship over all below his exalted position, and is the governor, director, and lord of all subordinate creations. He in this sense pervades all below him. At the same time he is dependent upon the perfect fulfillment of every office which is sustained by the subordinate kingdoms, and without them and their perpetual contributions, he could not possibly exist. Man, then, is not only the highest form, but compare hence likewise the lowest, and without the lowest, the highest could not be. He therefore should practically acknowledge his dependence. Accordingly, and in properly doing this, he would so perfect his wisdom as that he might be truly the director, governor, and lord of all things. The mineral, vegetable, and animal compounds all enter into the composition of the human form, though these are essentially 598 nature's divine revelations, modified in the process, according to the law of progression. And man is thus a representative of all subordinate forms, for in him their properties and essential principles exist, but are developed and modified in a manner dissimilar to their original state. He is, therefore, a perfect microcosm, and is the perfection of all material compounds. The mineral formation is to the great form or structure of nature what the bone is to the human organization, a basis or frame upon which the superstructure may rest and be perfected. The forms in the vegetable kingdom are to nature what the absorbing vessels are to the human body, that is, receptacles for the influx, and organs for the reflux of circulating and ascending particles. The forms in the animal kingdom are to nature what the visceral system is to the human body, that is, organs by and through which rudimental particles may be secreted, decomposed, recombined, and sublimated, and they are thus necessary parts to perform the various functions of one harmonious structure. Man is to nature what the head is to man, that is, a throne from which proceeds wisdom, power, direction, government, and distributive justice, to all the lower, useful, and subordinate departments of the same perfect whole. Section 173. It is seen from these considerations that a trinity consists of 3 degrees of forms, is existing in one substance, the same being necessary to constitute such substance of perfect creation. Let it be duly impressed that every form in the mineral, vegetable, and animal world is determined and established by the peculiar forms of the atoms or particles of matter which enter into and compose such. It is to this specificness of atomic forms that the mineral, vegetable, animal, and human worlds owe their respective existences. For if particles of matter did not become in form essentially modified by uniform ascension through successive series and degrees of development, these various worlds of creation could not possibly be unfolded. Let this, then, be the standard formula exhibiting the relative degrees of perfection in matter, in order that the mind may conceive of the relation that exists between the lowest and the highest developments of nature. And by knowing this much, the first principles involved in the material creation of man are clearly impressed upon the understanding, and from this the mind will be led to higher and corresponding degrees of the same species of knowledge. A trinity exists in every substance, and in every possible manner. Nature's divine revelations, 599, both as to forms, series, and degrees, and their relations to subsequent creations. First, in the mineral world there exist interior, mediatorial, and exterior forms, that is, the lower, transition, and perfected bodies or particles of matter. The lowest contains the highest, and until the highest is developed, a mineral compound is not formed. But when the highest is perfectly unfolded, it forms the seal and crown, and is the governing property which forms of the whole a perfect composition. Then there are series, and these are 3 in number. The first series comprehends the lower angular forms, until they progressively change and flow into the transition or mediatorial forms. Then the second series in like manner comprehends these intermediate forms, until they flow into the highest or multi-angulars. The third series comprehends these higher forms, and also pervades and acts on the lower forms, and unites the whole as one compound. Then in like manner do the lower forms and lower series form one degree, or side part, which also explains the second degree, which compare, hence the second form and second series. And the third degree, which is the highest of the mineral kingdom, includes the third form and third series. The degrees in every department of nature mind the states of perfection which are exemplified in exterior and manifest forms. By presenting the descriptions in this form, the mind is enabled to perceive the rationale of the whole subject. As it is in the mineral world, so it is in every possible particular with the vegetable and animal worlds. To render the subject still more familiar, I will explain it differently. The interior or first form is the soul or moving principle of the compound, containing in itself all the forms and properties displayed in the higher degrees of the same substance. The mediato real form is a connecting link between the soul and the exterior form, which is the perfected body. Thus the exterior is the perfectly manifest form, displaying minutely the qualities that were contained developed in the first or rudimental forms, which now are known to be the creator of the external. Thus a perfect whole is formed, composed of soul and body. When ascending to the vegetable world, we find the same forms, series, and degrees, unfolded and manifested in a most perfectly corresponding manner. And again, were it not for a change in the forms of the particles of matter, the vegetable creation could nor be 600, because it would not have had a uniformly actuating creator, such as is the mineral world with its present laws. In ascending to the animal kingdom, we find new external forms, presenting similar varieties to those in the mineral kingdom. And in the animal are not only manifested new forms, but new series and degrees. Again, the animal world could not have existed had not the vegetable world ascended to such a degree of perfection as to become the creator and measure of a higher development. Thus it is that the mineral kingdom when perfected becomes the soul, measure, and creator of the vegetable, and this latter, when perfected, becomes the parent, soul, and creator of the animal. So, likewise does the animal become the soul, measure, and creator of the human organization. It is now made clear that the form, size, and symmetry of the specific creations of each kingdom, including man, are determined only by the perfection of prior creations on which they are dependent, and it is from the lower, inferior, gross, and unseemly forms that the human organization has been established, with all its beauty, symmetry, and perfection of constitution. I desire to call special attention to this fact, as it shows that the mind can only know of perfection by viewing forms, series of forms, and degrees of these, comparatively, these pervading alike the lower and higher departments of animated nature. Thus we have an irresistible demonstration that the lowest form is the interior or soul, parent, and measure of all higher forms, even to the perfect and symmetrical organization of man, and that he is the grand effect or ultimate design of nature. This is manifest from the fact that all forms flow progressively into, and are comprehended by, the human organization. This makes man the flower of creation, possessing all the essences, properties, and characteristics of the lower creations, while these at the same time contribute to his nices, cities, and he insensibly performs a similar office toward them. Again, the angular forms correspond to the mineral, the circular forms correspond to the vegetable, the spiral forms correspond to and represent the animal world, and the spiritual and celestial forms typify and correspond to the human world, while it in return, typifies, represents, and corresponds to every subordinate form in this whole rudimental sphere of successive developments. Again, the mineral world is the interior, the vegetable world is the mediatorial, and the animal world is the perfect body of the 601 that the mind can only know of whole system of creation. That is, the mineral is the soul or creator, from which flows spontaneously the transition link, which is the vegetable, and this flows onward to the completion of the perfect body, which is the whole animal kingdom. Thus it is made manifest that the 3 degrees of creation, which are the mineral, vegetable, and animal, flow into, and as it were, spontaneously unfold, the whole human creation, and that the 3 are necessary in order to unfold a complete and symmetrical organization. And this is the great head, flower, and lord of creation, and is called man. So these are essentially, section 174. A trinity is now unfolded in every department of nature, for it is discovered in the form of particles, in the series or associa tie-ins of these, and in the degree of each form and series, and all may be discovered in any established, organized substance. This truth is also exemplified in the three great worlds of formation, viz. as the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms. For these, when generally comprehended, form a perfect trinity, and all are engaged in the development of man. It is, however, proper to introduce a few more illustrations. The first of these is to be found in the key, and is established in the subsequent scientific considerations, and that is, the interior is the real reality, and the productive cause of all external effects. And here this proposition is demonstrated even beyond the possibility of a doubt or refutation. For now we discover that the interior and real cause of the mineral, vegetable, and animal creations is found only in the rudimental forms or first particles in each specific degree of formation and development. Hence it is impossible to discover the causes of visible effects in as visible a manner as the effects themselves are manifested. But in order to understand the nature and cause of effects, the substance constituting the effect must be analyzed, and its actuating principle discovered. In no other way can there be any absolute knowledge obtained concerning the nature and cause of any of the effects made manifest to the natural senses in the outer world. The bones in the human system correspond in their functions to the mineral structure. The secreting and absorbing vessels of the human body correspond to, and perform a similar office with, the vegetable structure. The viscera or internal organs of the human body perform an office analogous to that of the animal structure in 602. The outer world, in relation to the great system of divine organiza, tie-ins. The head, or seat of government belonging to the human system, corresponds in the office it performs to the human creation, in its connection with the whole body of animated nature. In other words, the mineral, vegetable, and animal degrees of creation compose one perfect human form, for they are situated harmoniously, one with reference to another, and so connectedly that they perform all the functions, possess all the parts, display all the distributive justice in harmony, develop all the reciprocal motions, exemplify all the symmetry of, and finally absolutely represent and correspond to, the human organization. There is more sublimity in this view of the great actuating, governing, and productive forms in nature than can be possibly perceived in any superficial system that now prevails in the world. I have proved that man possesses a form so beautiful in symmetry and perfect in constitution merely because all subordinate forms of particles of matter have progressively ascended to, and finally op-ed, the form of the human being, and I have proved also that series or associations of forms likewise spontaneously unfold all the innumerable parts displayed in the constitution of man, and likewise that degrees of forms, or of perfection in substances, have in a corresponding manner created and developed man. Then in view of all this, I repeat the question, what is man materially? And I affirm the answer, that he is the perfection of matter, the flower of creation, and the Lord over all animated things. From the unvarying teachings of these truths, it is proved that man is a united whole, a congregation of perfected forms that exist in the material world. By this I mean that all the lower and inferior forms of the particles of matter have, by progressive degrees of ascension, passed into the human organization, and, as has been stated, the most perfect forms in the atomic universe are the celestial. These are the last forms of rudimental matter, because another change would immerse them into another sphere of material existence and composition. For a proof of these things, I would request the reflecting mind to reconsider the interior and external forms that now exist upon the earth, the highest of which is man. It is seen from this, that if matter in a rudimental state proceeded any higher than the celestial forms, which constitute the human form, new forms would inevitably be developed, even above man, and would be existing as organized beings. But as there are no organized 603, a similar office with the ings higher than man in the rudimental state, this amounts to no less than a demonstration that there are no higher forms than the celestial in the rudimental world and is composed of them. Man stands as a representative, correspondent, and governor of all material things. This much is, then, established, that man is the perfection of all forms and degrees of these, and that they all have ascended in a uniform and progressive manner to the human form, which is the grand result of all the subordinate creations. Again, the mineral world is like a stomach, whose office it is to receive, digest, and transfer particles from the still more imperfect substances of the earth. The mineral kingdom, then, as soon as established, commenced its work of unceasing activity. It is a receptacle for the influx of particles still inferior, and is an agent to modify and transfer them, by a process of refluxation, into the form of the first particles capable of associating with the vegetable world. This, in its turn, performs the same office, receiving particles into its composition, modifying them by its own qualities and properties, and transferring them to the animal world. This in like manner, digests, recombines, and prepares substances to enter into the human world. Then this world comprehends all the lower departments of creation, and is a receptacle for the influx of the essences and properties of all subordinate organizations. TT is likewise a microcosm of the whole united energies and creations of nature. While it stands as an indestructible representative of the original intention of the divine mind, by which unchangeable laws were instituted to govern materials, with a view to the production of this end. Thus law and matter have accomplished the first end for which they were inseparably created. Further, the various kingdoms and forms in this rudimental sphere are all organs for the purpose of transferring, advancing, perfecting, and sublimating all particles in the lower forms of matter, so that they may all conjoin in harmony, and produce man. Still further, the subordinate kingdoms are forms indispensable for the purpose of communicating a proper energy and quality to each particle of matter, in order to render it suitable to associate and assimilate with the human form. All particles must be modified, recomposed. I am directed to say that the terms angular, circular, spiral, and are employed comparatively, owing to the imperfection of language, and that for distinction, the same classifications might be made of the various forms above those belonging to the rudimental world of nature. 604. And brought to a proper degree of perfection, or else the human form could not receive nourishment from, and be sustained by, the lower forms in nature. This, again, is proof that man is a perfection of matter in all its forms and degrees of sublimation, and that he is the great flower of the living germ of this rudimental sphere, and is a center to and from which flow spontaneously favors, from and to all the lower forms. Herein are displayed the order, harmony, and perfection of the movements of nature, even to such a degree of beauty and grandeur as the human mind is incapable of comprehending by exterior sight. But man can do this when the more interior qualities of his mind are opened. Thus it is again proved that man is the perfect organization of all the atomic forms in nature and the universe. Section 175. It is now made distinctly clear that man materially is the Lord and governor of animated nature. And this being clearly established, the all-important and as yet undecided question next comes up. What is man spiritually? I answer, he is the perfection of motion, or of the first great moving principle of the universe. In other words, he is the wisdom of love. I have hitherto considered nature and her forms and developments only in a physical point of view, and have not associated with them the moving or living soul that actuates each particle in all its progressive movements toward perfection. But now we come directly to a consideration of those life-giving principles that are the souls of every form and being. We begin, then, at the germ of all life, or the rudiments of tie-in. Motion flows into every particle of primeval matter, creates an incessant activity, generates new qualities, tendencies, and spheres of association, and finally enters into, and becomes the living soul of, the whole mineral world. Motion primarily was in form, angular, that is, it displayed eccentric variations, passing from one extreme to another in an impulsive and unorganized manner. Its irregularities were very inconsistent with a uniform order, but still it displayed all the active properties that could then by any possible means be developed. Motion had not suitable forms to unfold more perfect living principles, neither, that is, the material universe, nature's divine revelations, 605, had the forms of matter motion to give them new characters and new tendencies to refinement, refluxation into the form. The second form of motion was similar to the angular forms in matter which have been termed mediatorial. Motion likewise ascended to the multi-angular, and this constituted motion the perfect soul of the mineral kingdom. Motion, like the particles of matter, has series of forms, and degrees of forms and series, all of which are displayed in the atomic constitution of substances. After motion had thus ascended to one perfect degree, it began to unfold new powers, forces, tendencies, and actuating laws. That is, it unfolded the circular motion, which passed through all the degrees of this form until it became the perfect circular, during which time it developed diameters, axes, poles, rectilinear movements, and centripetal and centrifugal forces. Having all these attributes, motion, in the three united degrees of this form, became a new principle, which was life, and this is the soul of the vegetable world. Life, therefore, is a development of motion. This life, which is now exemplified in the vegetable creation, proceeded from the circular into the spiral form, and after it had ascended through all the modifications of this form, it developed a new tendency, a new principle, and one which was differently manifested. This was sensation, and this is the soul of the animal world. It is thus made clear that motion was only organized as such after it had fully developed the properties of the mineral kingdom, and then it became the abiding soul and actuating principle of this kingdom. So likewise motion passed through the successive stages of the circular form, and until it became perfected in this peculiar form, it could not have developed that essential principle which became the soul of the vegetable creation. So likewise did life, thus established, ascend through all of its subsequent forms, which were the spiral, and unfold that new principle of life and energy, which is sensation, and which became the soul and moving principle of the animal world. And it is made also clear that motion, life, and sensation, which form one, as included in the latter, progress to the spiritual, and through this into the perfect spiritual, which is the celestial form. Sensation, becoming thus perfected, constitutes the soul of man, which is intelligence. Thus motion contained in germ all the essential parts and forms, which, when ascended and perfected, constitute the soul of the 606 man world, which is the wisdom and intelligence of this whole rudimental system of creations. Thus motion is the soul of the mineral world, life is the soul of the vegetable world, sensation is the soul of the animal world, and intelligence is the soul of the human world. Section 176. It would be well for the reader to keep in memory the remarks concerning the external forms of matter, in order that he may recognize the relation that exists between the moving principles of each form, and understand how they determine and confirm one another's individual existence. It has been shown that motion is only established as such, in an order which is indestructible, after it has passed through all the innumerable forms in the angular developments of matter. For when motion and matter ascend alike to a degree that confirms their organized existence, and cannot ascend any higher, without changing completely their mode of existence and order of form, it is then that matter and motion become perfectly and indestructibly organized, never to change their rudimental structure and power of external development. Let it be deeply impressed that motion becomes a perfectly organized and individualized principle when matter has assumed a form of existence from which it is never known to change, and this is fully exemplified in the mineral world. Then it is that motion becomes the undying soul of this mineral structure. Though continually changing the elements of its being, it never changes in its essential constitution. So when life has become similarly established, it has likewise become an indestructible organization, and life is developed only as the particles of matter correspondingly ascend to, and fully develop, the vegetable structure. Then it is that life is established as life forever. It undergoes no constitutional change, but preserves its identity throughout all time, and sensation is only known as such after life has ascended through all the successive forms in the animal world to the highest of them, and when this is accomplished, sensation becomes also an unvarying and unchangeable principle. It assumes an identity which it forever preserves, and then sensation becomes the immortal soul of the animal structure. Intelligence in like manner becomes such only after sensation has ascended through all the forms in the human world to the highest type and most perfect organization, and then it becomes nature's divine revelations. 607. Gainized an immortal principle. It assumes an identity which can not be destroyed, and it continues thus forever. Then it is that intelligence becomes the unchangeable soul of the human structure. After motion has ascended to intelligence, intelligence comprehends all the subordinate degrees of the same living principle. It pervades alike all the interior moving principles that actuate all forms of matter in their various degrees of activity, force, refinement, and animation. Intelligence, therefore, is the perfection of the principle of motion, and this answers the question, what is man's sphere? It truly accomplished. It has likewise motion is the germ, life the body, sensation the branches, and intelligence the flower. or, motion is the parent and soul of life. Life is the parent, measure, and creator of sensation, and sensation is the parent and creator of intelligence. Thus each one becomes the creator of another. In other words, from the interior posses, science of motion is unfolded life, and from its interior properties is unfolded sensation, and out of its inconceivable attributes flows spontaneously the perfection of all the rest, which is intelligence asterisk. Again, motion corresponds to the mineral, life corresponds to the vegetable, sensation corresponds to the animal, and intelligence corresponds to the human world. Once more, the rudiments of motion, which are eccentric movements, are the interior. The transition or more uniform movements are the mediatorial, and the exterior or perfect movement is the form or body. This completes the organization, and this constitutes of the whole a principle of undying motion. The rudimental circular is the interior, the transition is the mediatorial or ascending movement, and the exterior is the body, which confirms of motion a principle of undying life. So are the interior, mediatorial, and exterior movements covered in the organized form of sensation, and likewise are they discoverable in that individualized principle of man which is termed intelligence. To speak in more general terms, the spirit of man is constructed as follows: the interior or soul is motion, the transition or mediatorial is life, the exterior is the perfect body, which is sensation. The elements of the whole of these combined constitute the spiritual form of man, which is intelligence, and as the subordinate developments of these principles are not known to change in the least possible particular, this is conclusive evidence that the highest of 60s nature's divine revelations, them all, which is the spiritual form of man, cannot possibly change its essential constitution, or lose its absolute identity. Section 177. The all-important truth to be established in the mind is that the interior essence is the soul and creator of all external forms, which forms determine and demonstrate the mode of such soul's existence. The form which every particle of matter assumes is that created and determined by the peculiar essence which is latent in the particle itself. A knowledge of this truth conveys to the mind a perfect conception of the interior, creative cause of all things, and its attributes as displayed and developed in its external form. M.O. Tyon being the first all-pervading principle, as derived from the great positive mind, becomes the creator of all rudimental and elementary substances. Therefore motion is the principle which gives to the mineral compounds their peculiar form, texture, and mode of existence. Motion thus develops material forms, which are merely the effect of the essence, and its use in relation to higher degrees of its own constitution. Forms, then, are the mode by which motion in the lowest degrees of nature comes in contact, and forms a relation with the higher degrees of external development. In like manner life is the essence, soul, and creator of the whole vegetable formation, and this displays the use of life, and manifests its relation to the lower and higher degrees of organic structure. So sensation is the soul, essence, and creator of the animal world, and in, by, and through this, all the qualities and essential attributes of its interior are made manifest to the outer world. Moreover, it here establishes a relation to the lower and the higher structures of the same combinations of matter. So motion, life, and sensation, as three, flow into, and become one established essence and creator, of and by which the human organization is developed and perfected. And the highest attribute of this form is intelligence, and this was contained in, and is unfolded from, the germinal properties that exist in the peculiar essence from which the whole human structure is developed as a perfect form. Thus all things are unfolded to the outer world by the incessant activity of the qualities, attributes, and unchangeable tendencies of the internal essence or soul, which is the interior or life of all external and material existences. I perceive that metaphysicians and theologians have confined their attention to, and based their theories upon, the superficial manifesta, nature's divine revelations. 609. Tyons of the human mind, and thereby they have unavoidably misconceived the true relation which exists between the interior or prompting cause, and the form through, by, and upon which the effects of the human mind become visible. They have in almost every instance confounded the effect and cause, and have as often misconceived the real cause, upon a knowledge of which must rest the soundness of all metaphysical and psychological theories. No one among such investigators has been able to demonstrate the existence of the soul or essence of the human form as disconnected from the form itself. All philosophy that directs the attention to the external only, takes from the human mind those evidences that are necessary to direct the enlightened perception to a more interior understanding of the real essence, which unfolds itself to the outer world, in the shape of the human structure, that directs the attention to the motion, being the soul of the mineral world, becomes, as has been related and established, an unchangeable principle is confined, in a specific manner, to that mode of external existence. By this would be understood to mean that the whole mineral creation is the external mode in form by which motion exists, and is manifested to the outer world. Motion, being the creative principle, unfolds the essence in a material body, which body is composed of innumerable and dissimilar combinations of atoms, all of which enter into the whole constitution with inconceivable varieties of affinities or affections, one particle for another. Meanwhile it renders the whole structure suitable to develop and communicate its interior posses. Science too, as many analogous forms in the higher plane of creation. It is well to keep in mind that I am speaking of the whole mineral world as one body, whose soul is motion, or that incessant and invisible principle whose attributes are only known by effects perceptible in the physical constitution of nature. The first unfolded attribute of motion is discoverable in the first degree of mineral forms. Then, in like manner, life is an essence that unfolds to the outer world its inner possessions, and this unfolding is the whole vegetable creation. The whole being is one perfect form. Understand, then, that all knowledge which can be obtained of the interior qualities of life is only to be derived from its outward mode of existence. For as life is the soul and creator of the whole vegetable form, so this form becomes the mode of the material existence of life. The innumerable varieties of form that constitute the vegetable kingdom are only the successive degrees of modified develop. 39. 610 Nature's divine revelations meant each form at the same time being elaborated as an outward existence by the interior energies and promptings of the essence of life. This whole vegetable world, as a perfect form, is, then, a material mode of the existence of life, for by this mode of material development, life can communicate its unfolded possessions to higher degrees of matter, which become the receptacles of, and at once determine, a new mode of existence, for a new element of life, which is sensation. Keeping in mind, then, the uniform developments from the inner to the outer world, a knowledge is received concerning the corresponding development of the animal world. For as by understand, one particle of matter, with all its properties, tendencies, and capabilities, a corresponding knowledge is obtained concerning the structure of the whole universe. So by understanding the mode of the existence of life, an understanding is at once established concern the higher degrees and similar modes of existence, as determined by their soul or essence. And as by knowing the measurement of 1 inch, a rule is obtained by which may be measured the length and breadth of all material existence, so it is equally plain that if the existence of life and sensation is understood, the same laws and principles which govern these will introduce the mind into higher degrees and planes of corresponding exterior development. The mode by which sensation exists in its relation to the outer world consists only in the structure of the whole animal creation. The mode by which motion, life, and sensation exist as one united essence and soul in its relation to the material world consists only in the perfect structure of the human organization. Then it is not the body, the form, the material, that develops and organizes the spiritual principles, for if this were true, then indeed the human mind could not sustain its identity as disconnected from the instrument by which it was developed. This would likewise be unfailingly true of all material organizations and their living principles. Section 178. The mineral, vegetable, and animal worlds, bodies, or forms of existence, each have as their essence a general, living soul, which unitedly appertains to the whole body, and only exists in the outer world as the body is unfolded. Hence when I say that Tyan became an organized soul, or an unchangeable principle, I have reference to its connection with the whole body or form of the mineral world, so also with the vegetable and animal worlds. Not 611. That each individual form in the vegetable and animal structure has a distinct, organized, and immortal soul, but that the whole of each kingdom, as a body, has for its soul the prompting essence, the one of life and the other of sensation. But the human world constitutes a degree of material existence exceedingly superior to the lower forms which each general living soul has developed, and it is in the human world that motion, life, and sensation become united and perfected as one living, organized, essence and individualized soul, by and from which every human form is created. Each individual human structure also possesses an organized soul, composed of the subordinate attributes existing in the lower planes of material forms. Therefore this essence unfolds and displays its interior qualities in the human form, which is man. Thus, the exterior form of man is the perfect representative of the peculiar constitution and qualities of his spiritual essence or soul. In other words, it is an exact correspondent of all the tendencies, attributes, qualities, and possessions of his interior soul, essence, and creator. The truth of this principle is manifested in every department of the material universe, and especially in the various departments of material life. The mineral body or world displays the perfect complexion of its prompting essence. The vegetable displays, corresponds to, and represents, the character and quality of its soul, which is life. So with the whole animal form, and so it is with man. The interior or inner essence, in every instance, and without variation, is the soul, substance, creator, and cause of all effects, which are the forms visible in the outer world. The external evidence of this truth consists in the appearances of all external forms, in the relations which they sustain to one another, in their invariable manifestations and developments, and in that general relation, which they all sustain to the great structure of the material universe. The evidences of motion are in the mineral compounds of the earth, for by and through them, motion is represented and made manifest to the outer world. Yet motion is not an organized principle in every individual compound, for the individuals are imperfect in their structure and mode of existence. But motion is a living principle and actuating cause to the whole plane of mineral creation, because the whole united forms a perfect body, though an imperfect one in its relation to higher combinations of matter. The evidence of life is in the external structure of the vegetable world, yet life is not a perfected and organized soul in individual forms. 612. The various departments of composing the great form, because these invariably display imperfection. But when considering the whole structure of the vegetable creation, we have displayed one perfect form, which is the evidence that life is the cause and actuating principle, and of this, the whole is a perfect external representation. The evidence of sensation is confined to, and discoverable only in, the vast form of animal existence. Yet an individualized existence of this principle is not established by the perfectness of any isolated organization, for all such display the most eccentric and irregular forms, inclinations, and habits. But when observing the whole animal world, as united, we behold a perfect form, which is an evidence of the perfect structure of the principle of sensation, for by it the external is developed. But when we ascend to the human world, the evidence which conveys to the mind a corresponding though indefinite perception concerning the interior and creative essence is essentially changed, because every individual human form is of itself a perfect organization, not in the least particular transcended by any other forms, but, instead thereof, consists of a combination of all the lower and subordinate material forms and structures in nature. And as each human form is thus a congregation of all subordinate ones, so each becomes a perfect organization of the material universe, a receptacle of the lower degrees of matter, and a microcosm in which the universe is seen in miniature. Thus the human form is a perfect representation of all material existences, and it is a reflection, fulfillment, and demonstration of the ultimate design of the divine mind, which was conceived and established in the depths of that inconceivable vortex, from which incessantly flows an infinity of perfected things. Here, then, is the sensuous evidence that the human form is a form determined by a corresponding creative essence, which is man's organized and immortal soul. Not only in viewing the whole human world as one form, is intelligence discovered as an interior quality, an essence, but in every individual structure are all the required qualities to demonstrate an absolute individualization of the interior creative essence. The whole human form or world is of itself the perfect creation of nature. This cannot be said of the subordinate kingdoms. Moreover, a single human form is a perfect organization, representative, and reflection of all the lower compounds in nature. And thus man is the perfect flower, being progressively developed from all the lower parts of the same great tree of ceaseless causation. Herein, then, lies the external evidence that man, 613, possesses an actuating and organized essence which no other form possesses. And this will continue to retain its individuality, because it is the perfect form and perfect soul of all the lower degrees of Tayan, life, and sensation, these being only the elements of the germ, which, when perfected, flow into and form one perfect and indestructible whole, which is the soul or spiritual essence of man. Section 179. As has been stated, if the human form were the instrument by and through which the mind is created, then it would be impossible for the mind to exist as disconnected from the form which produced it. The opinion that the mind is thus produced has for a long time prevailed in the world, because sensuous observation has been made the basis of metaphysical speculation. But those who have believed thus have been misimpressed, and it is owing to such a conviction that too little belief has been entertained concerning the spiritual identity of man when the form is no more. Such impressions have resulted from deep investigation, but from that investigation which is confined to the superficial evidences of the laws of nature and of man. Another class has, by a superficial interpretation of theological writings, believed more strongly in the identity of the spirit of man, after the body is by it rejected, than their premises have warranted. All this is consequent of the uninstructed state of the mind, and of the direction of its faculties more in favor of those things which are imaginary than of those which are real. But instead of the body creating and developing the spirit is first organized, individualized, and potentialized. From it is unfolded the outer, or the organization. The latter thus becomes an instrument by and through which the interior principle or form communicates with the material world. Therefore, the body is only a mode, a form, by and through which the spirit or essence displays itself to the outer world. Thus it is that the body is in constant subordination. While the spirit enfolds itself in a material form, it likewise exerts the most absolute power over every portion of its outward form, and is perpetually distributing motion, life, and sensation throughout all the avenues and recesses of the same. Motion is the lowest and first attribute of the human soul. This has flown through all the kingdoms uniformly, up to and into the man form, and there, as a subordinate element of the spirit, it performs all the corresponding motions that are displayed in the human body. Life is a higher element of the spirit, and in like manner, 614, communicates to its outer form all the incessant and reciprocal emotions to which every minute particle of the body is subjected, and in which are manifested precision and perfection of action not discoverable in any other material constitution. Sensation also flows spontaneously out of life, as life does out of motion. This is a still higher element of the spirit. It exists upon the external surfaces of the visceral and muscular systems, and pervades the serous surfaces of every organ throughout the whole body, and it serves as the mediator to connect the material form to material and foreign substances. Likewise it serves as a lever upon which the spirit acts to produce its various manifestations to the outer world. In other words, sensation, being the highest of the subordinate elements of the spirit, becomes the connecting link between the material and spiritual constitution. For were it not for a conscious, pervading medium that penetrates alike every particle of the human form, the spiritual organization could not by any possible means sustain a connection with a material constitution, like the body of man. Thus it is made manifest why sensation is the highest soul of the subordinate kingdoms, for by sensation the spirit is connected with the inanimate particles of matter, which constitute its body and its external form. Sensation is the universal medium between spirit and matter would display no motion, no life, no sensation, were it not for the indestructible and ascending elements of which the individualized spirit of man is an ultimate result. Thus motion animates the mineral world, in which it creates, determines, and manifests its own material mode of existence. So, life is the creator and animator of the vegetable, and sensation is the creator and animator of the animal world, and all of these combined and perfected, develop intelligence, and this, as the soul, the essence, the creator, of man, animates the whole human world. Here, then, is the demonstration that essence determines, and unfolds itself into, its material form, and this displays the use and end, for which the form is created. And inasmuch as essence is the parent and animator of material organizations, it therefore follows that each body is an external representation of its interior essence and creating cause. Man, then, in his material or outward form, is a perfect representation of the essence, quality, and individual structure of the spirit within. Thus the body is merely a coating, a garment, a sheathing of the spiritual principle, whereby the latter is enabled to communicate with all material things within its plane of existence. 615. And meanwhile is the unchangeable type of the great indicator, mind upon by the divine mind. So the spirit, or soul, or essence, which are here considered as 1, is not dependent upon the physical organization for its identity and existence, but the body is subordinate to the spirit, and is dependent for its motion, life, energies, animation, and even for its existence, upon the immortal spirit within, whose continuous identity is determined by eternal law, according to which matter in all cases stands only as its representative and external development. Section 180. Form, then, is the only external mode by which all senses exist, and is the state which they assume in reference to all material things. The most delicate plant puts forth its tendrils, fibers, and finely interwoven substances, only by virtue of the essence, which develops itself from the inner to the outer world in that form. And the rose, with all its beauty, delicacy, and fragrance, is a perfect representative of the interior essence that developed it. All such forms, however complicated and varied in appearance they may be, manifest only the essential qualities of their own creative soul. The outer, in every instance, is a perfect type, image, and correspondent of the inner, from which it proceeded. The most delicate animal form is also a representation of its interior, living essence and actuating principle, and the most gigantic animal form is only a higher degree of development and a higher representative of corresponding qualities which are its soul and creator. Yet the whole animal, vegetable, and mineral worlds are as one form to the body of man, for they collectively only possess what the human organization individually is composed of. Thus it is that the human form is the perfection of all forms, and as this is established, it is made equally clear that its soul or essence is a corresponding structure, of which the exterior is the manifest mode of being, and the exact representative. And it is necessary that it should be well understood and borne in mind that form is not the creator of life or of its attributes, but that the form, in every department of nature, is the exterior mode of every living soul's existence. But in neither of the lower kingdoms have the forms an organized principle of interior life individually, but they have collectively, as constituting one perfect plane of form and tie-in. The human form has an organized principle individually, because every human organization is a congregation of all subordinate 616 nature's divine revelations, forms and substances in matter, and is likewise an indestructible representation of all. Thus the human body is a universe, subsisting and existing upon all lower forms of organic life, and is of itself a whole creation, in and by which the labors of nature, and the ultimate design of the great eternal cause, are typified and absolutely fulfilled. And the human form is of all this a clear and living demonstration. The use of every organized substance is displayed in its external relations to all inferior and superior constitutions of matter, and it depends upon them for its existence and its capacity to fulfill the use and accomplish the end for which it was designed. Forms of all series and classifications contain in themselves evidences of their use to the material world, and they also determine the specific degrees of uniform and ceaseless progression. A series of forms is merely a congregation of organic beings of one type, from the lowest form, through the successive modifications, to the highest, all of which compose one full and decided degree of organization. The uses of all things to the outer world are discoverable only in the inseparable relations which they sustain to all things, and in the offices which they are incessantly fulfilling. Thus there is a use in the mineral, vegetable, and animal creations, and their external modes of existence demonstrate their offices, and also prove that they are indispensable developments for the purpose of unfolding and perfecting the human form. This latter is to all of them a seal, crown, and throne of power, and it is a center around which the whole creations of nature revolve in their ascending progress. Three distinct uses are discoverable in the forms in the outer world. Their first and subordinate use is to establish the mode in and by which all essence may exist, and preserve its identity of unceasing life and energy, also to constitute of the material world a grand, perfect, and harmonious system, the whole of which is an exterior demonstration of the interior harmony contained in all essential elements of divine love, divine life, and divine wisdom. The second use consists in the fact that each form is a recipient for the influx of inferior particles of matter, for the recombination of these, and for the effluxation of the same into the first degree of higher forms. So each form in each kingdom of creation is a polygastric composition that subserves the purpose of receiving, digesting, and transferring particles to become the constituents of higher organiza. Tie-ins. Every form is of itself a perfect stomach, and every particle, 617, that flows into established forms in nature, assumes the likeness and qualities of the form which thus receives it. Therefore every cle of matter proceeds by and through the medium of forms in nature, to the highest degree of organic matter, by an unceasing gyra. Tie-in. And every change of form in matter is to the outer world, death or disorganization, for death is nothing more than a change of any organized form or composition, as to its mode of existence. But speaking in relation to the whole system of organized creation, a death of form or principle cannot possibly occur, for a change in the form of matter is neither death nor annihilation, but is only an ascension and recombination, and consequently a new organization, such as can only be constituted of the ascending forms in nature. Therefore the use of forms in their second degree of external being is to convey the inferior particles of matter, constituting their own and lower compositions, to higher planes of organic development. Forms, in every case, are mediums of communication between the lower degrees of matter and the highest organization in nature, which is man. And forming, as they do, this medium, they constitute of the whole system of the outer world an harmonious and inseparable creation, all parts of which are mutually dependent upon each other. The third use of forms is discoverable in their perpetual tendency to perfect and sublimate all inflowing particles of matter. All forms, then, are the established organs by which gross and inferior particles are purified and refined, in order that they may become suitable to enter into, and create and sustain, the highest form of matter, which is man. Thus the mineral assists to perfect particles by which the vegetable is created, sustained, developed, and perfected. So also, the latter, in its turn, purifies and recombines atoms of matter, which thus become unsuited to remain in the vegetable world, and ascend immediately to the animal creation, which is thus produced, sustained, and perfected. So with the whole animal plane of creation, this in like manner performs its specific office, rendering particles of matter suitable to enter into, and to compose, the human organization. Then, the latter form comprehends and subsists upon them all, receiving constantly into its composition the particles of purified and refined matter that flow through all the subordinate forms up to itself. Another department of this use in animated forms is, that they establish a perfect principle of affinity, of affection, of association, of reciprocation, of harmony, and unity of action, and display an 618 arable relation to each other, all of which united binds together the whole system of nature as one grand and stupendous whole. Section 1 SI. Thus it is made manifest that all material things are forms, each of which is merely an external mode by which its interior sense establishes a communication between itself and the outer world, the form being only a medium of communication between the inner and the outer. Nature, then, is composed of these innumerable combinations of matter, and is a manifest type of the whole universe. The great positive mind is the interior, and divine essence is the creative cause of all external effects. The great divine mind is a soul, existing as a perfect organization of essential properties, essences, and attributes, and the mode by which this essence or soul exists, is the form or outward development of the whole universe coelum. The divine essence being the soul, the universe coelum, is the body. Moreover, the latter is a perfect representative, or, in other words, is a bold and clear expression of the interior possessions of the divine mind. The universe is the mode by which the divine essence exists, and the latter could not exist as an organiza tie-in without being made perfect by a corresponding exterior form, such as is displayed in the mighty, grand, and inexpressibly harmonious universe. Thus it is that form is the express image of its interior or first principle of life and being, and the use of everything is determined by the specificness of its own interior possessions, and especially by its relation in form, in series, and in degrees of perfection, to all other living essences in nature and the universe. It is on the same principle that the human form is an express likeness of the quality of its interior soul, and it has been absolutely demonstrated that man materially is a perfection of all matter in nature, and that man spiritually is a perfection of all motion. For man as a whole constitutes a complete system of organized spirit and matter, and thus it is that the spiritual principle of man is individualized, and is expressed by the human form, to the outer world, and thus likewise is the body unfolded by the specific and potential essence of its interior soul. Man is above all forms in ing, and all congregations of forms, for he is the point, center, and goal, to which all other forms flow and are perfected, refined, and made useful to the whole constitution of nature and the universe. 619. Meanwhile man in reality is invisible to the material senses, but all that sensuous observers know of man is derived only from his exterior, representative and express likeness, which is the outward form that his inward being assumes. From these considerations it is made clear that every human form possesses an organized interior principle by which the exterior is determined and developed, and as the body performs its use considered as a medium by which the inner man communicates with the outer world, so does the inner principle perform a use in establishing a connection with the interior world. So the human body individualizes the spirit in its relation to the outer world, while the spirit now connected with the body determines the perpetuity and identical existence of the spirit in its connection with the inner world, the spirit form being also an expression of its interior soul. Thus it is that the soul is a prior organization, and when unfolding itself to the outer world, it only assumes a coding, a body, a form, suited to its existence in this rudimental sphere of material and spiritual creation. As everything is constantly assuming form, which is an express likeness of its interior cause, so the soul is constantly evolving thoughts, which are suggested by influences proceeding from the outer, or from the promptings of its own internal principles, and the thought is the form of these suggestions. The forms of thoughts are words, these always being the express likeness of the thought evolved. Not that any form in being, especially the human form, is an exact expression in aspect or feature of the form and constitution of its soul, but the general form is always the express image of the soul that produced it. The aspect or features of a form are not the form itself, but these are the collateral appendages, which of themselves are no decided expression, only as they are animated and configurated by the active suggestions of the spirit within. But what is well to understand is that the exterior form of man is the express representation of its productive essence, the soul. Hence, form is not the shape or aspect of any substance whose general form is uniformly manifested. For while form is the mode by which essence exists, and is the type of the essence, the aspect, shape, and features of the form are merely the external particulars of the established structure, and are in no case decidedly expressive of the image of the interior essence. Aspect or features of a form are not the 620 Nature's Divine Revelations. Section 182. We have now ascended in these psychological researches to a consideration of the specific attributes of the soul of man, their relations to each other, and their modes of manifestation from the inner to the outer world. For the question is now fully and irrefutably answered. What is man spiritually? Likewise it is proved that the soul of man is a decided and established organization, preserving its identity by virtue of the peculiar character of its own constitution, and by the absence of all affinities which could absorb it in anything else. It has been made clear that every soul is differently constructed, this being manifest from the varieties and peculiarities of the human species. Every soul is thus individually organized, and cannot by any possible means become blended or interassociated with others in such a way as that the soul's individual existence would be annihilated or immersed in the great ocean of moving and intangible substances. The law of association determines the perpetuity of every soul's identity in both the material and spiritual world, for being in constitution dissimilar to each other and to all things, they cannot become annihilated or disorganized. The law of eternal progression also governs the constant development of all forms, both of a material and spiritual nature, and from the tendencies of this law flow all affinities, affections, relations, forms, and degrees of refinement. So each law develops forces and tendencies corresponding to the peculiarities of the forms that need to be actuated and governed unchangeably. Then it is proved that the soul of man, which is himself, with its form, which is its body, is an organized essence, such as cannot be annihilated or lost as to its identity. For the dissimilarity of men not only establishes their identity in respect to the outer, but also in respect to the inner. And being thus differently combined, they cannot associate with each other in such a manner as to become individually lost in a general commingling mass, but each, according to the law of eternal Association must necessarily preserve his own identity, and men will approach each other's spheres only as they are mutually congenial on the outer, in all worlds of spiritual existence, as well as in the physical world. Everything is developed in order and form, and all things united form one mighty external expression of infinite wisdom, one of the essential attributes of the divine mind. Everything is actu, aided primarily by light and life, which are also an outward expression of divine thought, or of that potential essence which is 621. Its form, which is its body, love. Thus light and life are love, and order and form are wisdom. These considerations, I repeat, advance the subject to another train of thought, which is to be confined exclusively to the human soul itself, and it will be found that the previous revealments contain within themselves latent arguments whose strength and tendency are not as yet perceived. It has been said that sensation is the highest subordinate element of the soul, and hence becomes the medium of communication between the soul and the form, and through the form, with the material world. This truth is fully exemplified in the animal creation, for the highest element of their constitution is this principle or medium of sensation. Thus all animals are governed according to the promptings of nature, that is, they have suggestions from the outer only, which they invariably obey. All their movements are strictly mechanical, being in every instance created by outward influences, which affect the sensation. This being affected creates inclination, and this operates upon the will to accomplish its gratification. The animal, however, possesses a decided will, which serves as a moderator, and acts very much upon, and modifies the external suggestions that are presented for gratification, and this will, combined with their mechanical ingenuity displayed in escaping danger and in procuring gratification, has been termed instinct, and sometimes absolute wisdom. The animal, however, has no mental possessions sufficient of themselves to be a governor for all the causes of movement, ingenuity, experience, instinct, and wisdom perceptible in animals are situated on, and proceed from, the outer. They are influences that operate upon the sensation, and thus create a desire for gratification, and this desire may be called the ruling love of animals, for whatever they desire or choose to indulge in, is such only as gratifies the element of sensation, which is the actuating soul, and prompter of all their external movements. The vegetable possesses motion and life, thus its particles are constantly changing, and the whole structure is constantly passing through various stages of development. But the animal possesses motion, life, and sensation combined. Motion governs the constant action of the constituent particles of its body. Life is displayed in the energy and animation of the form, and sensation is the soul or moving principle by which it is made to act, and from which are evolved all inclinations and desires. Motion can exist where life and sensa, 622 nature's divine revelations, tie and do not, but life cannot exist where motion is not, nor can sensation exist where life and motion are absent. This makes it clear that one is unfolded from the other, and sensation, being the highest of them all, and connected with the human soul, forms the actuating principle of the animal, and establishes a perfect adaptation between its organization, with its ruling loves and passions, and all things in which it habitually indulges. As sensation is the highest property of the animal's spiritual essence, it becomes the lowest of the spiritual essence of man. Thus, as has been related, it establishes a communication between the inner principle of man and external nature. Hence, I say, sensation is the lowest element of the human soul, and is the animating principle which flows spontaneously from the animal into the human form. Section 1s3. It now becomes necessary to classify the parts of the soul, in order to conceive of the relation which they sustain to each other, and of the three great essential parts, which correspond to end, cause, and effect. The end or ultimate design and prospect is always the cause, which cause institutes an effect, and both of these are engaged in accomplishing the end. I discover, then, that the soul is composed of three distinct parts, and these are love, will, and wisdom. Love is the first or rudimental element of the human soul. It is that liquid, mingling, delicate, inexpressible element which is felt in the depths of every human spirit, because it is its germinal essence. Will is a living force which serves as the connecting medium between love and wisdom, being subject to the influence and suggestions of each. It is the innate consciousness of energy, or force, and it has been supposed to be an absolutely independent element of the mind, beyond the possibility of being influenced by external captivations. Wisdom is the perfection of love. It is the sealing element of the human soul. It is the establishment of the soul's perfect constitute. Tie-in. Wisdom flows from love, is directed by experience, modified by will, and rendered perfect by knowledge. Wisdom is the thinking principle, the faculty that cogitates, investigates, searches, and explores the fields of terrestrial and celestial existence. It is the faculty that analyzes, calculates, and imperatively commands obedience from all the subordinate possessions of will and love. Nature's divine revelations. 623. These three parts of the human soul, then, being designated, I, will descend into some considerations relative to their mode of manifestation through the body in the outer world, in order that the great question respecting the powers and actuating principles of the human soul may become settled and equally comprehended by all. Love being the first element, or the essence of the soul, is accordingly imperfect, unguided, and, like the lower forms in nature, is developed angularly. It is the parent of eccentricity, impulse, fantasy, imagination, and inflated conceptions of all things invisible, intangible, and unreal. Also, love is the element of tenderness, kindness, affection, attachment, and of all kinds of pure and unsophisticated sentiments, such as gush spontaneously from the depths of the soul, and are expressed in music, in language, in paintings, in foliage, in embroidery, and in all the indescribable beauties that line the vaulted chambers of the expanded heavens. Love is the element that conceives of all loveliness, of gentleness, of sweetness, of fragrance, and of beauty, in all their various modes of exterior manifestation. Love gives rise to an affection for other forms, or for mankind. Generally, to gratify this affection, men form societies, associations, communities, brotherhoods, sects, and congregations, as these are exemplified in the outer world. Love also manifests itself in conjugal attachment, which is outwardly expressed in individual association and matrimony, and this same love is modified into a love for mankind generally, and this begets families, sects, and associations. Love has also an affection for music. This is outwardly expressed even in the confusion of sounds that are invented by the uncultivated inhabitants of the earth, and which they endeavor to express by employing instruments of the most imperfect and discordant character. The sounds created are always in accordance with the wisdom of this love, and thus, on the other hand, this insuppressible affection for musical harmony has also led to the invention of delicate and finely constructed instruments, by which it expresses itself outwardly in the most delicate and harmonious sounds, which have a corresponding influence upon the thoughts and conceptions of the soul. Love involves an affection for the beautiful. This is expressed in the outer world by the construction of forms of the most perfect symmetry, and by ideal embodiments of what is angelic and seals. Also by beautiful expressions, or superior combinations of words. 624. Expressive of the eloquence of the soul, and likewise of the inward conceptions of the beautiful, statuary and symmetrical forms of every variety are constructed, mansions, edifices, and temples are erected according to the most perfect conceptions of the grand, the beautiful, and the magnificent. Gardens of shrubbery and flowers are planned according to a conception of perfect order and beauty, and all of these are but expressions of love as it assumes this specific direction. Love has also an affection for the invisible and the sublime, the outward expressions of which are the many ideal conceptions that clothe themselves in words, and which also infuse into all the other affections an element of chastity, refinement, and amiability. This affection of the love imparts grace, ease, and elegance to every external expression of the other affections of love. Love has an affection for self, which is expressed by the ingenious, secretive, and unrighteous plans that are invented for purposes of self-emolument, by the many disturbances that occur in society, by the destruction of life, by the employment of deceptive science, and by all those unreal and unsanctified forms and corrupt inventions, which, through the misdirection of this affection, prevail throughout the whole human brotherhood. Love involves the affection of unbounded benevolence. This is openly expressed by the formation of societies and institutions, and by all those great and mighty movements that are so much admired by all expanded minds, for their tendency to an amelioration of the condition of mankind, and to the ultimate establishment of distributive justice and universal righteousness. Love has an affection for the just. This is openly expressed by all the conscientious relations that exist between man, and by those exchanges which are just and reciprocal. This love is the love of the moral, of the holy, and of the righteous. it is the love, which conceives of all divine perfection, and which creates all yearnings for purity, refinement, and distributive goodness. It is that which breathes an affection for all that is of the divine mind, and for all those exalted and moral sentiments which constitute the highest attributes of man, that are invented for purposes. Another affection of love gives rise to hope. This clothes itself in an aerial garment of contemplation, anticipation, and expectation of all that which is desired by the other affections of love. Love also embraces an affection for the food which enters into nature's divine revelations. 625. Man's material form. This love expresses itself outwardly in procuring and delicately combining food and committing it to the stomach. It leads to the cultivation of those portions of the vegetable and animal kingdoms which contribute most to its gratification. It leads also to a great variety of preparations of food, and it is constantly expressing itself by imparting delicious flavors to the vegetable and animal substances that are agreeable to its desires and suitable to the requirements of the human body. Thus it is seen that love, as the germ of the human soul, has various modes of manifestation, and these consist in the external and ingenious inventions and structures that are existing in the world. A more definite understanding will hereafter be obtained concerning love when I proceed to consider the modifying tendency of wisdom, which is the proper controlling influence of all the affections embraced in the love principle. Section 184. From the faculty of love, as the basis of the soul, flows the faculty of will. This then becomes the mediatorial faculty of the human mind, and is the means employed by love to accomplish whatever end it desires. Herein are made plain the three moving principles engaged in accomplishing any end conceived of and desired. Love perceives and conceives that which is congenial to its affections. The end to be attained is the cause of love's prompt, the will to act upon the body in order to accomplish it. In other words, will is employed as a means by love to attain the end, for which it has an affection. Will in all cases is subject to the promptings of the element of love, and its acts in all cases originate in the suggestions thence derived. Will is the faculty employed to move the body in the performance of any external work for the accomplishment of which the love has conceived an affection. Love conceives of the end or object which would be suited to its affection and gratifying to its desires, and the perception of this is the primary cause of the loves, prompting the will to act for its accomplishment. The will, however, is a living force, a perfect faculty, and a decided portion of the soul. By its inherent possessions and influence, the body is made to move, and all the changing attitudes of the latter are the exterior forms and projections of the faculty of will. In other words, will evolves thoughts, as they are suggested by the workings of love and 626 nature's divine revelations. Love's affections, and these thoughts of the will are expressed in manifest forms to the outer world, that is, in the assumed appearances and movements of the body, and in all external actions that are put forth by it. All these are the exterior forms of the thoughts evolved by will, the latter being a means employed by love to institute, construct, or create any form for which the love has conceived an affection. It is therefore a mediator and means by which all motion, all construction, and all exterior manifestations are produced. Will has no independent action, and cannot institute a movement of itself, but it moves only as it is excited and prompted by the love. Love, therefore, is the primary cause of external action, and will is the effect produced, and the effects of this, again, are the exterior things which it accomplishes. In other words, will is employed by love to develop externally the expression of its own thoughts. If a man has in view the construction of a beautiful edifice, the exterior and interior portions of which are perfectly defined in the mind, it is because he has first conceived of the uses which the edifice with its various portions may fulfill, and as it is the use that plans and arranges the whole construction, it may be said that the plan of the edifice, as to proposed form and appearance, precisely corresponds to, and represents, the use, the conception of which was the cause of the plans being instituted. Again, it may be said that the use to which the edifice is adapted corresponds precisely to the form of his affections, or the prompting desires of his love. Having the use and plan properly impressed upon the mind, his love for the attainment of the end prompts the will to action, which implicitly obeys, and external movements are at once instituted for the construction and completion of the edifice. Then the edifice in its parts also corresponds to the isolated movements of the will among the materials which are adapted to its tour, and which serve to form the perfect whole, as the use perceived, suggested the form and structure of the building, so the building corresponds to the use to which it is ed, and the building and its use connectedly represent the affection, or conception of the love. Thus the love has openly expressed its thought, and this expression consists in the edifice which has been erected. It is thus seen that the cause of the building is involved in the use to which it is adapted. This operates upon the nature's divine revelations. 627. Love, and this, again, prompts the will, and thus the end is accomplished. Section 185. The third faculty of the soul is evolved from will and love, and is the highest and most perfect one, and this joins and pervades the others, so that the three form a perfect whole. This faculty is wisdom, beautiful edifice. The office of wisdom is to listen silently to the suggestions of love and will, and to modify these according to reason, form, or doer, and perfect harmony. Love without will would be eccentric, impulsive, disorderly, and confused, even to such an extent that the whole system of nature would be nothing more than a vast congregation of disorganized forms. Everything would be misplaced, misformed, misconstructed, and rendered useless to the requirements of man. But love, being modified by will, becomes at once limited as to its circle of movement, and confined in its conceptions to a definite sphere. Yet love and will would both be eccentric and ungoverned in their movements among material things, were it not for the presence of wisdom, which presides over and directs them. Both. Wisdom is contained in the germ of the soul, which is love, is developed in the body, which is will, and perfected in the flower, which is itself. Wisdom, then, pervades, directs, modifies, and governs them all, because it is the crowning faculty of the soul, and the most perfect of all its attributes. Will, then, is the perfection of love, and hence receives, contains, and continually manifests all the qualities, thoughts, affections, and desires of love. And wisdom is the perfect form of them, both because wisdom is an ultimate progression of them, and it is a representation of all their latent qualities and unexpressed affections. Wisdom is that faculty of the soul which gives order and form to all things in the outer world, and love gives to order and form light, life, taste, grace, and elegance. And will is the executive faculty between wisdom and love, and obeys perpetually the suggestions of love as these are sanctioned by wisdom. The eccentricity of love and will is very much modified by the pervading and controlling influence of wisdom, which becomes their director, governor, and lord. Were it not for wisdom, order, form, and adaptation would not be known, either in the natural or artificial world. So, then, the outward form of wisdom is the perfect order and uniformity displayed in the outer world. The perfect 628 form of love is the use for which all external things are designed and adapted. Love is also expressed in the life, grace, and elegance, which render every exterior form lovely and admirable. Thus it is seen that wisdom is the great head and flower of the human soul, and that it is perpetually engaged in the evolution of thoughts which clothe themselves in material things in the outer world. The more wisdom is permitted to act, the more its sphere of action is extended, and the more will the natural and artificial world display beauty, order, and harmony. But the more it is strict in its action, and the less its teachings are heeded, the more will nature and the artificial creations of man become a disorganized and useless system, instead of displaying peace, order, beauty, and universal reciprocation. Love is only the life of things, will is the means employed to obtain a desired end, but wisdom is the order, beauty, harmony, and perfection of them all. The great divine mind, in essence, is love. This is the light and life of the universe. The universe itself is the body of love, and its perfect form, but wisdom is the highest attribute, and the great ultimate of eternal design, and wisdom gives to light and life a body, and to this body, order and form. The whole is rendered thereby in harmonious system, each outward form being a perfect representative of its creative cause. The following, then, are the three parts of the great and universal system: the divine mind, or love, which is the soul, the universe, which is the form, means, mediator, and body, and spirit, which is the order, the form, the wisdom, and the grand design of the whole system of the univercoelum. The end primarily designed to be accomplished was the individualization of the human spirit, and for the attainment of this, cause and effect were brought into requisition. The divine mind is the cause, the universe is the effect, and spirit is the ultimate design. The truth of this is demonstrated in every department of this terrestrial sphere, and is par particularly exemplified in the nature and developments of the human soul, which are in exact correspondence with the great system of the universe. Everything is perpetually displaying, in its inward and outward movements, end, cause, and effect, and light in life, are love, and order, and form or wisdom, asterisk. Asterisk. It may be well here to remark, once for all, upon these expressions, that light and life asterisk means simply the conception of the end desired, and the activity which ensues as tending toward its accomplishment. The two combined constitute the prin, nature's divine revelations. 629. It is highly necessary, then, that the human mind should comprehend the great truth that nothing exists in the outer world except as it is produced and developed by an interior essence, and that of this essence the exterior is the perfect representative. Among all the various arts and sciences that now exist in the world may be found demonstrations of this truth, and also of its vast importance. Forms do not exist with the mechanic or with the artist, merely as product tie-ins of the outer combinations of matter, but every form invented by man is a precise representative of the interior thought which is the cause of its creation. Every form is such as corresponds to the inward suggestion of love, and is created by the living effort of will, and modified and rendered perfect by the admonitions and directions of wisdom. Actualization of the human. Section 186. Metaphysicians have devoted much time to discussing questions concerning the innate consciousness of the soul, free will, necessity, and the nature and relations of the faculties. The faculties thought to compose the various portions of the soul have been minutely classified under the general divisions of propensities, sentiments, and intellectual faculties. The first of these are represented as relating to self and to things in the outer world, the second as giving rise to moral conceptions and the sense of justice, and the third as comprising the powers of reason, analysis, and investigation. Many such classifiers have given to the soul the faculty of absolute free will, or a power to act or not to act in any specified manner, uninfluenced by any interior or external thing. They have also given to the soul innate faculties perpetually disposed to wickedness and abomination, delighting to indulge in every species of evil and licentiousness, thirsting to injure mankind, to destroy life, and seek, by a sacrifice of all moral principles, one's own emolument. Meanwhile, such metaphysicians have believed the human mind to be possessed of absolute independence as to its powers of action, and have disconnected it from the influence of every material thing. I now discover why all these opinions have arisen, and why they have become embodied in all the philosophical and metaphysical disciple of love, which is nothing more than an operative attraction toward an end or object first definitely conceived in the mind. Order and form mean the perfect organization and arrangement, and as wisdom alone can prescribe a consistent organization and arrangement, and such as would be permanently gratifying to the love, so the order and form displayed when the organization and arrangement are completed, are considered as a perfect embodiment or expression of wisdom. 630. Systems which most prevail. It is because the mind cannot analyze and comprehend itself. I moreover discover that the soul has no such inherent propensities and desires for evil and unrighteousness, that it has no desire to injure, or to dissemble, or to be deceptive. Moreover, I discover that it has no absolute independence, and that all those metaphysical theories are decidedly untrue merely because they have sprung from the superficial conceptions of the mind, and not from a knowledge of its interior and divine essence. It is given me to know that the human soul is, in a low degree, an express image and likeness of the great positive mind, and that it is an offspring of the incessant and successive developments of those mighty attributes which, connectedly, are the cause of all things. The cause of these metaphysical misconceptions, I repeat, lies in the fact that no substance, or compound, or mind, possesses within itself the power of self-investigation. The germ cannot understand its own qualities, but the perfect development can, because it is a higher and unfolded state of the qualities of the germ, and is thereby enabled to comprehend all below its exalted state of being. So, the human mind can comprehend all that is below it, but cannot either comprehend itself or any higher degrees or spheres of anima. Tie-in. And thus, were it not that I am permitted to occupy a higher sphere of thought and observation, the soul would also appear to me as an indefinite and ambiguous consciousness which is neither to be comprehended as embracing any form, order, or substance tangible to the senses. Man, when investigating the faculties, propensities, and tendencies of the soul, inquires outwardly, and thus the evidence on which legitimate conclusions might be based necessarily escapes his attention. tie-in. This evidence would otherwise gush from the promptings of his own interior self and proclaim truthful conclusions in their demonstration. Herein, then, is found the reason why man has not, as yet, understood his own nature and composition. The reason why all these evil propensities have been attributed to man is inherent in the nature of his soul, is that men have confined themselves to the outer plane of observation, and have there beheld the fantastic misdirections of the human love unguided and unmodified by the admonitions of wisdom. They judge merely from the externals or clothings of things, and from these accuse the affections of the soul of being degenerated, degraded, and absolutely evil, by nature's divine revelations. 631. Holding the inconsistent movements of men, the mind conceives at once of the misdirection of love and will, and of their misapplication as respects the individual and general benefit of the race. And, in order to create harmony in all things, and beauty and utility in all external forms, it is necessary to inform and develop the human wisdom, and this will immediately dissipate all confusion and disorder in the outer world, and make all things useful, harmonious, and reciprocal. Section 187. Remember that the outer forms will correspond to the condition of the interior man. Remember, too, that wisdom is the grand faculty of the human soul, and that it must occupy a position commanding and preeminent. It should exert an influence over all the subordinate faculties and affections of the soul, and they should, and will ultimately, bow in obedience to its mandates. Wisdom is the lord of creation, for by it the fields of the Vegeta kingdom are rendered fertile and useful, and the forms in the animal world are made to fulfill the office for which they were designed, and to benefit and administer to the happiness of the human race. By it love is directed, and all its affections are modified and rendered useful. By it the various objects that are created by love are all adapted to uses and made beneficial to mankind. Love enjoys intercourse with the outer world by and through the medium of sensation. Were it not for this latter, commerce would not exist, for it is by this only that the human soul can sympathize with things on the outer, and conceive of uses adapted to its nature and constitution, and it is by this that the soul is enabled to enjoy the incessant influence of the elements of all material things. It is by this medium that love breathes forth an affection for external things, and it is by this that the inner and the outer are enabled to associate with each other. Therefore, by wisdom should love be directed, and notwithstanding its conceptions and affections are ambiguous, eccentric, and imaginative, a well-developed wisdom never permits an action of the will before those affections are essentially modified, according to principles of utility. Will is likewise under the potential direction of wisdom. Whenever the faculty of will is instigated by love to perform an external act, wisdom perceives the suggestion, conceives of its use, and directs the will force to its accomplishment. Will is some 632 nature's divine revelations, times actuated by love alone, and this is when the faculty of wisdom is undeveloped, and then the exterior manifestations of will are impulsive, unreasonable, and often injurious to the well-being of man. When will is thus acted on, the consequences are injurious to the general harmony and required unity of all things. A knoll edge of this fact shows the importance of a universal elevation of the human mind, and of its being properly instructed concerning its own interior nature, and also concerning its relation to the outer world. It shows that the form or body should be superiorly situated in order to cause a proper development of the intellect, and this can only be accomplished by following the dictates of a well-constituted and well-developed wisdom. The cause of disunity in the actions, feelings, and affections of men is to be found in the uneducated condition and misdirection of the faculties of the human soul, and not in their innate depravity, or tendency to sin. The cause of every species of licentiousness and immorality, and of the unrestrained action of what are now called the baser passions of the soul, is found only in the ignorance, folly, and imbecility of minds unguided by the faculty of wisdom. Then, again, it is clear that these things would not exist were the human race spiritually elevated, and their faculties so expanded as that nothing would exist but the perfect order and form of wisdom. This would, and will, be universal harmony, distributive justice, equal love to the neighbor, and brotherly kindness and charity. Let every one, then, desist from proclaiming metaphysical hypotheses derogatory to the innate divineness of the human soul, and rise to the plane of interior and natural thought, and then let all their external movements respond, not to the hereditary affections and belief of the love, but to the unrestricted sanctions of a well-instructed and well-developed Wisdom. Here, then, is the reason why men have so long adhered to the imaginative beliefs of their love, and not listened to the spontaneous teachings of their judgment. Hereditary opinions of every kind are merely the early impressions made upon the love. But men who discard all hereditary affection for thought are those in whom is developed the highest faculty of the soul, which is wisdom. From this they receive and impart instruction, by it all their external movements are governed, and all their constructions and inventions, which are prompted by the love, are by it made perfect in order and form. Revelations 633, section 188. Men in general believe that they have power to act independently of all influences, either from interior promptings or the suggestions of the outer world. Of the truth of this they suppose they have an internal consciousness, feeling, as they do, a sense of a self-existent power to move according to a desire of the will, which appears to be born of and governed by itself. The reason of this conviction is plain. No man has the power within himself to perceive the relation and connection existing between each portion of the soul, and therefore all the conceptions which man can have of himself internal are only shadowy, intangible, and unsatisfactory. He feels a conviction that he exists and moves independently of every other tangible form, and uninfluenced by any apparent cause. He feels that he has the power to do or not to do anything which presents itself to the mind. He feels that he possesses strength and independence to receive or reject, to act or not to act, and he has been taught to believe that he is a free agent unacted on, uninfluenced, ungoverned, and unrestrained in any of his actions. The cause of this inward conviction lies in the individual workings of the three parts of the soul, which are love, will, and wisdom. It has been shown that love prompts action, both from its own rear workings and also by its desires excited by material things hold a close relation to the sensation of the body. Love is thus the primary cause of all action, of all will, and of all thought, in the man's soul. The transition of thought from love to will is imperceptible, and at the moment thought arouses the will to volition, man feels conscious that he has power to withstand the impulse, and remain unmoved. This conviction is truthful, but this does not establish the independence of the will force of the soul, for will in all cases is a passive faculty, never acting unless prompted by foreign influences or interior causes. Furthermore, a man cannot be conscious of the transition of thought from the faculty of will to wisdom, and the moment this latter faculty is brought into requisition, he apparently experiences an additional strength and the conviction of an independent power of action. The reason of this is equally plain. The will force seldom acts without first receiving approbation from the faculty of wisdom, and the hesitation which occurs in the mind between the periods of the suggestion of love and the sanction of the wisdom impresses the conviction upon the mind that there is a choice or independence of action residing within the will itself. Man feels an impulse to 634 move, but hesitates, and this is an indication of the workings and deliberations of the wisdom. And when it sanctions, the mind feels consciously impelled onward, and the person manifests great force and firmness, and presses forward with an innate conviction of prudence, justice, and truth, and thus feels an interior approbation. This always occurs with minds well constituted and superiorly developed. But the wisdom itself is not a faculty self-instructed and uninfluenced by interior or external things, for the judgment is developed by interior and outward experience, from which it learns policy, prudence, order, harmony, and propriety, as to its movements in reference to its associate faculties, and its interior direction in respect to outward action. When the will is impressed with an irresistible impulse from the love, it sometimes acts without consulting or listening to the admonitions of the wisdom. When this is the case, a man feels an innate consciousness of violation and an unnerving sense of impropriety and injustice. He experiences an inward conviction of guilt and of ingratitude to the silent but constant promptings of the wisdom, and the internal condemnation which he feels results from the disapprobations of the judgment, and the workings of a violated conscience are expressed in the configurations of the countenance. Thus it is seen that the will is a passive faculty, subject to the command and action of the love and wisdom. There exists a perpetual strife between the suggestions of the love and the approbations of the judgment. This would not exist if men would turn their attention to the cultivation of their interior faculties, so that they might recognize the great principles of the universe, and thus learn to live in their external sphere of movement in a correspondingly harmonious manner. then the judgment would always be the supreme and governing faculty among the other departments of the human soul, and then would all things in the outer world precisely correspond to its dictates. When wisdom assumes an immovable position on the throne of the interior world or the soul, then will all other faculties, as subjects, be influenced, directed, and governed with a righteous government. Thus the conviction of the soul's independence arises from an insufficient development of the faculty of wisdom, from the misdirection of all the faculties, and especially from the very superficial modes of educating them which prevail. 635. Will, I repeat, is a passive faculty. It is, however, not only the receptacle of thought, but a faculty of thought itself, and it is also a medium of communication between the love and wisdom. Hence, it is that when thoughts are evolved from the will force, man feels that he has an independence of action and a free will uninfluenced. I say it is when the thoughts are evolved from the will, and not when the will prompts the system to outward movement, that a man conceives of the freedom of his own will. For when volition is produced, the judgment takes cognizance of the operations of the will. Then, again, a man sometimes feels a conviction of free will, when his judgment evolves the thought, and while the will is engaged in perpetual volition. The combinations of the soul are of themselves an enigma beyond the possibility of any mind to solve, and it is the evanescentness of the action of each faculty that gives rise to the interior conviction of free will. Another cause of this conviction is that man does not individualize the specific promptings and suggestions of the internal. He therefore becomes confused in the general evolution of thought, and rushes to erroneous conclusions, and adopts unsound principles of metaphysical speculation. And man is incessantly subject to the suggestions of love and the promptings of thoughts which the judgment disapproves. Thus he feels a constant antagonism within his own being, that is, between the lower affections and desires of love and the approbations of the wisdom. Meanwhile will, as the mediator between the two other faculties, is passive. A man may feel impressed to act in a given way, yet he obeys not the impulse, and says, I will not, until my mind is convinced of the propriety of so doing. This certainly is a most truthful acknowledgement of absolute dependence, and is an expression flowing from an undecided judgment. Man always makes himself, or the pronoun I, the subject of action, or the acted on, whenever the judgment directs or approves an external action. In the expression, I will not act until my judgment approves the AC. The pronoun I represents the will or passive faculty, while the terms my judgment represent the higher faculty, which is the wisdom. And as the wisdom is dependent for its judgment, its development, or its capabilities of discernment, upon the character of the thoughts within, and the influences and experiences without, it cannot be truthfully said that this possesses an independent power. 636. Nature's divine revelations of commanding action, which could with any propriety be termed free will. Hence the idea of the existence of free will proceeds from an indistinct consciousness that pervades the whole workings of the soul. The belief arises also from a confounding of the actions of the individual faculties, without perceiving the relations which they sustain to outward things, to the forms which they inhabit, or to one enough. Hence there exists no law, principle, or fact, which affords of this belief the least particle of proof. It is, however, not only it has been said by some metaphysicians, and especially by Locke and Plato, that the free will of man is proved by his superiority over all the other forms in nature, that the animal is governed by an instinctive impulse, and by influences that proceed from surrounding things, while man is prompted to act, and is at liberty to positively refuse. Thus it is said that he moves under a manifest freedom of the will. The discerning mind will perceive instantly that this indicates a very superficial view of the cause of action in the animal and human form, and the hypothesis is assumed without analyzing the individual faculties of the human soul, and their specific modes of action. Man is only an elevated form among all the forms in nature, and from the variety of which he is a part, the whole is made a complete system, in which may be observed series, degrees, and states of progress, shown, both as relate to the essence and the form, or the soul and the body. But there exists no proof in the perceptible superiority of man over the lower creations that he possesses an independent power of action, while all other things in the universe are inseparably and unchangeably united, or passive faculty, while it certainly is evident that there is a species of independence possessed by every particle of matter in existence, and that consists only in the fact that forms have an individual being. In this sense, the term independence can be applied to all things. But speaking, in reference to the whole system of divine creation, it cannot be said that there is any such thing as absolute independence, for all things are but parts of one stupendous whole, and from this is demonstrated the unity and dependence of all things. The numerous classifications that have been made of the phrenic development of the soul have no direct bearing upon the principles herein advanced, inasmuch as they are founded upon the anatomy, nature's divine revelations, 637, constitution of the brain, and are therefore external, and not decidedly connected with any of the real realities of the interior or thinking principle. Section 189. I next proceed to consider the spiritual and material SES, and their relations to the outer world. But I discover that two have been given to man which he does not possess except in a qualified sense, and then only as branches of others. Feeling, or touch, is a distinct sense, and sustains a close tie-in to the faculty of love. Hearing, or the sense of external sound, is also a distinct sense, and is conjoined with the united action of love and will, and silently with the will, for it is by this faculty that fly sense is rendered a delicate medium of communication between the inner and outer world. Of proof. The sense of seeing is related to the faculty of wisdom, and hence it is subject to the will. Seeing is always an act of the will, approved or permitted by the wisdom, for a person may or may not employ his organ of vision to behold material things, but hearing is a sense related to love and will, and hence will has no power to prevent the inflowing vibrations of sound, and touch is a sense related to love alone, and is a connecting link between the human faculties and the instincts of the animal creation. Hence it is that the will and love have no power over it, and can not govern the sensation produced by it, or modify the intrusions of external things upon its susceptibility. Two other senses have been recognized as belonging to man, and these are TPSTE and smell. But this classification cannot be true, for taste and smell are confined to the sense of touch, and their organs are only avenues through which peculiar sensations are received. Smelling is subject neither to the judgment nor to the will, nor is the sense of taste, for each of them, unlike the others, is subject to be acted on, but has not power to resist external invasions. It can be proved that the sense of hearing depends upon the medium of touch only primarily for its power of communicating sound to the internal, and that the details of its action and its effects upon the internal are for the most part governed by the influence of the will and wisdom. That is, sound is governed not so much by the structure of the ear as by the operation of the will and wisdom upon it. Thus sound is rendered by the judgment, gentle, conge, 638 nature's divine revelations, nihil, or repulsive, and that too by calling into action of the will force. I say, then, that this can be proved, and this will establish the position of this sense between that of touch and vision, for hearing is a mediatorial sense. Man, then, has three distinct senses: the subordinate or subjective sense, which is touch, the passive or modifying sense, which is hearing, and the superior or protective sense, which is above and over them all, and this is seeing. Seeing is related especially to the wisdom, and both are watchful and careful to protect all the subordinate possessions of the interior and exterior form. Hearing is a medium sense, related to the will and love, and is passive. For it is subject to receive all sounds created or courted by love, and to admit them into the interior, according to the modifying denkai of the wisdom. And touch is the germinal or rudimental sense, subject to the suggestions of love and the influence of outer things upon the body. It is now made manifest why man's external form corresponds to and represents his interior being, for it is now perceived that there is a trinity in everything, and that there is a perfect likeness between the external form of man and the form and structure of the soul. The soul of man is thus proved to be a tangible reality, for it has been made distinctly clear, even to the sensuous observer, that forms are created and determined only by their essence. This all-important truth applies to man and to the whole universe. To behold the soul, or spirit of man, then, observe his material mode of being, while consider that the real man is the internal, this only animating the material form, in order that it may perfect its constitution and preserve its identity, and also establish an inseparable connection between the material and spiritual world. It may not be improper to note a phenomenon which here occurred. Having spoken for about 3 hours, and the fatigue incident to the protracted silting tour of those present having become somewhat severe, the lecturer paused and remarked to his magnetizer as follows: I perceive that I shall now have to be absent that is, from the body, about 6 or 7 minutes, during which time the scribe and others of you may relieve your muscles by taking exercise. He then assumed his usual inclined position, and remained rigid and statue-like, breathing very slightly, for about 7 minutes, at the end of which period he returned with rather unusual muscular convulsions, and under mental emotions which he could not entirely suppress. Said he, I see I have but little more to say before speaking of a totally different and altogether higher subject, and as my impressions flow easily, I will now proceed to give all that will precede the revelations on the spiritual spheres. Nature's Divine Revelations. 639. Section 190. From past considerations it is made clear that man materia is a perfection of all matter in nature, and that man spiritually is a perfection of all motion in the universe, or of the first great principle of motion, which is the divine mind, whose essence is love, and that man spiritually is constituted of the wisdom of love. It has also been shown that every form is unfolded by progressive stages from the lower particles of matter to the perfect symmetry of the material organization of man, and that the form or essence has, in like manner, advanced through successive degrees of development to the perfect spiritual organization. Moreover, it has been shown that the exterior or the form is the express likeness of its interior essence, which latter has unfolded itself from the inner to the outer, on the principle of end, cause, and effect asterisk. And I am desirous of enforcing that great spiritual and eternal truth which it is necessary for man to know and appreciate before he can know himself and be happy, and that is, that all manifest substances, forms, compositions, indeed, that all things visible, are expressions of an interior productive cause, which is the spiritual sense, that the mineral kingdom is an expression of motion, the vegetable an expression of life, the animal an expression of sensation, and that man is an expression of intelligence, that the planets in our solar system are a perfect expression of the sun from which they sprang, that the various combined bodies in planetary systems in the universe are a perfect expression of the great sun of the univercoelum, that the great sun is a perfect expression of the spiritual sun within it, and that the spiritual sun is a perfect expression of the divine mind, love, or essence. The spiritual sun is thus the center and cause of all material things. It is a diverging or radiating sphere or atmosphere of the great eternal cause. It is an aroma, a garment, and a perfect radiation of the more real essence, the divine, creative soul. Behold the truth that the material universe is a perfect representation of the spiritual universe, in which nothing exists but what is everlasting and infinite, that the whole material system is the body of the creative soul, and that the spiritual essence has unfolded and manifested itself in a material form, and this form is the order and wisdom of the divine mind. Then proceeded to give in a prompt and unhesitating manner all that precedes his remarks on the process of death, the whole duration of the sitting being upward of 4 hours. G40 Nature's Divine Revelations. Light and love constituted the first development of the spiritual sun, and that was light and life inconceivable, a brilliancy that extended throughout the height, and depth, and length, and breadth of space, that became illuminated space itself, and yet space is not limited, nor could it transcend the expansive illuminations of the great spiritual Sunday. And when the universe was completed, order and form reigned omnipresent throughout the whole univercoelum, and such was the grand and stupendous development of the great spiritual sun, this having developed the material sun, and this the expanded universe, material sun, and this the all things that man creates are such as represent his thoughts. They are merely the outward expressions of the thoughts of his soul. He creates nothing but what is a living evidence and representation of a thought previously conceived. This truth is useful as a guide to the mind, for now, when the inquiry is made as to what the soul is, where it is, how it exists, and what are the evidences, the tangible evidences of its existence, this truth, which is now proved to be a universal one, should be recalled to the mind, that all things tangible are in reality the living evidences of the soul within, made manifest to the material senses, and useful to the requirements of the outer world. Till of proof, every mind must conceive of the existence of a cause as the parent of any effects visible to the senses, and the cause must be admitted as corresponding to the effect, or else the effect cannot be attributed to any producing cause. Hence it follows that all external and visible things are effects, prompted, created, and unfolded to the outer world by a corresponding interior cause, and that the cause must be the real reality, or else such tangible effects could not have been produced. So all material things created by man are the forms of his thoughts, and these are the offspring of the soul. The form of man is a likeness, a type, a representative of the cause or soul, which animates and unfolds it to the outer world. The outer senses are typical of the inner ones, for they are unfolded from the core, sponding parts of the interior essence. And I feel authorized to affirm, from the nature of my impressions, that if man were differently situated and superiorly educated, he would not be so far removed from the spiritual world as he now is in his sphere of thought, and, moreover, he would recognize the proper use of all things, and apply them to his wants, as directed by the 641 governor of all things, which is wisdom, and he would recognize the relation existing between the natural and the spiritual world, and that, too, without experiencing a metamorphosis or transformation of the real man from the outer to the inner world. Furthermore, I now discover that man, as to soul and form, comes individualized in this sphere, and preserves his form hence forward, and knows no change, and that man exists in the other world in a perfect human form, and among as many expressed forms of essence, and as many projections of thought, as are existing in this sphere of being. I discover that the second sphere is unfolded from this, the first, and that it is the perfect form of this its parent and creator. Section 191. I would have the reader apprehend the manner in which I employ words to express thought, for it is proper to guard against all obscurity and indefinite and imaginative thoughts. Know, then, that I use the terms essence, spirit, soul, and interior ing, as synonymous, signifying the form which animates the body, which body is of it an outward expression. I use the terms spirit, celestial, and heavenly, as representing distinct degrees of material refinement. I employ language in a relative sense, though I intend every expression to be understood in its absolute sense, being relative only in reference to the whole system of the universe, of which this philosophy is intended to be a tangible, verbal expression. In using the terms spirit and soul, I am adapting myself to the forms of expression imposed on philosophy by speculative minds in order to convey their ideas. I would, moreover, have all understand that I consider, because I perceive, that all things, whether tangible or intangible, are made real, that there exists no such thing as immaterial or imponderable elements, gases, or pervading mediums, and that there exists no such a thing as absolute perfection, save that divine essence, which is composed of love and infinite perfection itself. Therefore, when I speak concerning the spiritual spheres, I will speak as if all things were visible to the material senses, for they are so too, the senses unclothed and free from outward obstructions. I shall preserve a sameness in the mode of expression, and a naturalness in all my descriptions of the things which I shall hereafter know and be enabled to relate, and many things which I have not explained concerning the various manifestations of the soul, will 41. Why, mind 642. Hereafter be spoken of as collateral with the general descriptions. I shall employ the terms man one in form throughout all the forthcoming relations, in order that there may not exist any confusion in terms, and these I shall use synonymously. I now perceive the objections that will be raised against the preceding relations, and those which are to follow. The first of these is embodied in the question, what proof have we that this account of the spirit world is true? I perceive the answer, and that is, recognize the unchangeable tendency of the universal laws and principles that govern the whole system of creation, and by them, and their unvarying teachings, the mind may decide upon the truth or falsity of all assertions beyond the possibility of sensuous demonstration. If they are recognized as immutable, then a sameness in their tendency must be manifested in all parts of the general structure of the universe, and all philosophy that is truthful must correspond thereunto. If they proclaim universal association, then the same principle should be considered as holding alike in every department of nature and the universe coelum. If they proclaim universal development, then the same must inevitably be perpetuated from the lowest point of time to the highest point in eternity. Upon these universal and eternal principles of progression rests the truth of that which will hereafter be asserted, and that which has been asserted will, in the main, receive the approbation of the most enlightened judgments, and is analogically demonstrated in the visible fields of creation. The second objection is, that it is impious, presumptuous, and inconsistent with the nature of things, for any being to pretend to a knowledge of heavenly things, Therefore what is said must be an ingenious invention, or a systematized fabrication of unreal and chimerical things. This objection flows only from a misdirected and uneducated judgment, and therefore requires the most unbounded forgiveness, for it is plain that no enlightened mind would make an objection based upon such a mere superficial presumption. The evidence that it is not a fanciful and ingenious invention is contained in the exterior form of the work and the irrespective presentation of truth, without courting the prejudices or beliefs that at present prevail in the world, and that it is not imaginary. Evidence may be derived from the order of the whole revelation, and from the naturalness of the expressions, of the applications, and of the conclusions, which are irresistible to the higher perceptions of any expanded intellect. Nature's divine revelations. 643. The third objection is the most powerful of them all, and is to be feared more than any other enemy, however formidable, that will be arrayed against the truth, and that is, I do not believe it. This, certainly, is an objection which no argument or reason can reach, because it flows from the depths of ignorance. And to such object, I would only say, abandon all such insignificant expressions, or your ignorance will become imbecility, and press onward to attain that degree of knowledge that will enable you to understand whether these things are true or chimerical. I hereafter employ no arguments to prove the things which I relate, but I shall be prompted to employ illustrations to make the relations intelligible to the mind in its present plane of thought. With these remarks, then, I am prepared to venture the assertion of truths hereafter without fear as to their rightful apprehension. I will now, therefore, ascend to the second world of human existence. Meanwhile, I shall recognize the truthfulness of the saying, that light and life are love, and order, and form are wisdom, that man internally is constituted of the wisdom of love, and that he is the ultimate design of nature, of the universe, and of its eternal cause. Carrot 192. Thoughts that are associated with the process of dying, and with the state of death, are to some minds dark, doubtful, cheerless. After having been in the abnormal state for upward of 4 hours, and closing his lecture at this place, the author remarked that he perceived on the mind of one of the witnesses present, Mr. Theron R. Lapham, a desire that he should examine his wife, who was ill, a fact which had not been previously stated. He accordingly passed off, and on returning to outward consciousness he remarked that it was very singular that all the influence of those exalted truths of which he had been speaking had now entirely ceased, and that his perceptions of them now were but little more expansive than they would be if he were in the normal state. This we understood him to attribute to the fact that the spiritual light governed by the associated minds of the second sphere had now ceased to shine upon his understanding to the same degree as while lecturing. He said his mind then rested on altogether a lower plane of thought, and that he was at that moment only qualified for the examination and treatment of the diseased. He then proceeded with the examination of the patient, who was absent, and to give a prescription, the results of which, it is scarcely necessary to say, were precisely accordant with facts, and attended with the relief sought by the patient. 644. Nature's divine revelations, and disconsolating, while to others death seems a welcome state, productive of peace, quietness, blessing, and elevation. It is in a degree terrifying to all, and to many it seems of all things the most to be dreaded and shunned. It is generally feared by the brave and the timid, the wise and the foolish, the old and the young. It is, too, all a fearful process, rendered much more so by the prospect of a cold and unrelenting grave. This, I perceive, is in consequence of wrongly apprehending the process of dying, and of not knowing the ineffable beauties that surround the living man when it escapes the outer form. As soon as the human organization is perfected in its form, size, and general developments, and as soon as the period has arrived when the spirit exercises its full control over the body, the process of transformation commences. The change is imperceptible, yet it is incessant and progressive. The body is not dying for a few hours only, but for many years, during which time the faculties and powers of the inner being gradually release their proprietorship over the form, and the soul continues its aspirations toward the higher spheres. When the form is yet a child, it manifests all the angular, eccentric, and irregular traits of character, inclinations, and movements. When childhood advances to youth, the eccentricity gives way to more uniformity, and then is displayed the circular, in every possible modification of that form. When youth ascends to manhood, the perfect circular and spiral make their appearance, and are uniformly displayed in the inclinations and characteristics of that progressed stage of development. At this period the process of dying, or transformation commences. The spirit is continually developing and expanding its faculties, and putting them forth as feelers into the higher spheres. The tendencies of the spirit are no more descend, but ascending, and that, too, to an immensity beyond the power of language to express, or the most exalted intellect to comprehend. And as manhood progresses to old age, the body gradually becomes incapable of performing the office required by the spirit. Hence, when people are aged, their faculties seem buried beneath the worn-out and useless materials of the body. They appear weak in intellect, imbecile, and unconsociable to all around them, that is, youthful, blooming, and seemingly perfected. One faculty after another withdraws from the material form, and their energy, brilliancy, and susceptibility seem to decline. The body, finally, is almost nature's divine revelations. 645. Disconnected from the spirit which gives it animation, and then the body is a dweller in the rudimental sphere, and the spirit is an inhabitant of the inner life, or the spiritual world. And when the moment of dissolution occurs, the sensation, or clothing medium of the body, is attracted and absorbed by the spirit, of which it then becomes the material form. At this instant the body manifests faint and almost imperceptible movements, as if it were grasping for the life which had fled, and these are contortions of the countenance, spasmodic contractions of the muscles, and seeming efforts of the whole frame to regain its animating soul. Such are the visible appearances connected with the process of death. But these are deceptive, for the process occurring in the interior is far more beautiful than it is possible to describe. When the body contracts its muscles and apparently manifests the most agonizing and writhing efforts, it is merely an open indication of joy, unspeakable in the inner being, and of ecstasy unknown to all but itself. When the countenance is contorted, pain is not experienced, but such is an expression of ineffable delight. And when the body gives forth its last possession, a smile is impressed on the countenance, which of itself is an index of the brightness and resplendent beauty that pervade the spirit's home. In the last moments of outer life the spiritual perceptions are greatly expanded and illuminated, and the spirit is thus rendered competent to behold the immense possessions of its second habitation. It is given me to know these truths by daily experiencing them, and having them verified in the frequent transitions that occur within my being, from the outer to the inner world, or from the lower to the higher spheres. I speak, therefore, from personal experience, which is knowledge fully confirmed by the unvarying sensations and phenomena that occur. The butterfly escapes its gross and rudimental body and wings its way to the sunny bower, and is sensible of its new existence. The drop of water that reposes on the earth is rendered invisible by the absorbing invitations of the sun, and ascends to associate with, and repose in, the bosom of the atmosphere. The day that is known by its warmth and illumination dispenses its blessings to the forms of earth, and sinks into repose in the bosom of the night. Night is, then, an index of a new day, which is first cradled in the horizon, and afterward perfected in its noontide light, beauty, and animation. The flower, being unfolded from the interior by virtue of its own 646 essence in the sun, is variegated in every possible manner, and thus becomes a representative of light and beauty. But having attained its perfection, it soon begins to change its form, its color, and its beauty of external being. Its fragrance goes forth and pervades all congenial and suitable forms, and its beauty is indelibly impressed upon the memory of its beholder and admirer. When the flower itself is no more, the foliage, tinted with the breath of winter, no longer retains its outward beauty, but this is an index of new life and anima, which is perfectly exemplified in the return of foliage in the youthful season. As it is with these, so it is with the spirit. The body dies on the outer, or rather changes its mode of existence, while the spirit ascends to a higher habitation, suited to its nature and requirements. And as it is with these, so it is with me, and the transitions which I continually experience. The transition of my being from the outer to the inner world is produced by the action of forces contained in another body, upon the similar forces contained in my own material form. The process is that of destroying the sensation of the outer, or rather of changing it to the sensation of the spirit, at which time the medium that connects my body with another is sustained by a mingling of the forces of the two bodies, while the actual sensation leaves the body and becomes the form of my spirit. This form, then, is the body which I possess while occupying higher positions in material existence. Inasmuch, then, as the body is thus deserted, I am enabled, by causes unrelated, to behold the possessions of the second sphere, and to commune with the knowledge there existing, together with that of earth. This elevation assists me to penetrate with spiritual perception the whole arcana of the various earths in the universe. Thus I am constantly experiencing a transition from the outer to the inner sphere of thought, existence, and investigation. This change will be experienced by all, though the means by which it will be accomplished may seem in some instances painful, terrifying, and disconsolating. Death, or the transition so termed, is, however, of all things the most to be admired, and its prospect is the first thing to be cherished and appreciated. In these relations the inhabitants of the earth may repose confidently, and they should meanwhile strive to have all the faculties and powers of the spirit so developed as to be able to perceive and appreciate the grandeur of that superior existence to which all must inevitably ascend. Nature's Divine Revelations, 647, Section 193. I now behold the forms of earth and the bodies of men, including my own, in a light and with a degree of perception never before presented. I discover that I can only see the forms by judge what and where they are, by the light of the spirit, for the outer body is beyond my perception, and I only see well-constituted and living spirits. By possessing this perception, I am enabled to commune with all the possessions of this second sphere, and now behold the extended fields and living habitations of this elevated existence. There are to be observed three specific degrees of form and development, the young and unmatured, the advanced stages of these, up to the mediatorial degree of manhood, and the highest of them all, which is the perfect form and most highly developed of all the spirits there existing. I perceive that whenever an infant dies on any of the earths, the germ or undeveloped body of its spirit becomes deposited in this sphere, and is fully unfolded in intellect, and highly enlightened concerning all of its own existence and prior situation. The infant that has had life, and dies in infancy, is, I perceive, in this sphere, fully developed and perfected. So it is with all uninformed spirits who escape the body on any earth, for each is here educated in the truths and beauties of the whole existence. So it is also with the intelligent and highly cultivated, for they are here more advanced, and occupy a position more elevated and refined. Moreover, I discover three distinct societies or associations of men and females, each occupying a position determined by their degree of cultivation, sympathy for one another, and power of approaching each other's sphere of knowledge and attainment. And what is well to relate is, that each society is encompassed by a peculiar sphere or atmosphere, which is an exhalation from the specific quality of their interior or spiritual characters. Every spirit has a peculiar sphere of its own, and also a general one in which it can with pleasure exist. And spirits know and associate with each other according to the quality of the sphere which is exhaled from their interiors. They associate only as spheres are agreeable, and as they are capable of approaching each other with pleasure. So it is also with mankind on earth. They dwell in each other's society only as they can coalesce and approach each other with pleasure. So also are existing on earth the three specific degrees of development, which are youth, manhood, and mature age. But they, 648, are in a rudimental condition, and not situated in order as they are in the second sphere. I perceive that spirits approach each other according to the relative degrees of brilliancy which surrounds and encompasses their forms. Thus association is determined and made perfect by the law of congeniality and affinity, or affection. They have an affection for one another in proportion to the similarity in the degrees of love and purity to which they have attained. Thus are the three states or societies established. In the first society are an immense number of infant and uncultivated spirits, which are in various degrees of advancement and cultivation, according as such have proceeded from the earth. In the second group or society are those who have become highly instructed in the principles and truths of the divine mind. And into this society all who die on earth with minds properly unfolded are immersed, because here they can associate agreeably. In the third society I discover spirits of the most enlightened character. The most of them proceed from the planets Jupiter and Saturn, and also from planets in other solar systems. This society is so highly illuminated with wisdom that it is almost impossible for the spirits of the lower societies to approach it. If they make an effort to enter their midst, this is immediately overcome by the strong repulsion arising from the non-affinity existing between them and their respective spheres. The atmosphere that flows from and encompasses and protects the first society is of a mingled and rather unilluminated appearance. Its brilliancy is rather faint in comparison to that of those above it. it appears gloomy, dark, and rather uncongenial, because it is an emanation from uncultivated intellects. Yet there is a purity, an exceeding purity among them, viewed comparatively with that exist. On earth, possible for the spirits of the second society is enveloped with an atmosphere of far more congenial variegations, presenting a resplendent brilliancy which indicates purity and elevation. It appears like the mingling of many colors, such as are not known on earth, and these are all so perfectly conjoined, and are blended together in such harmony, that the whole aroma is of itself a representation of purity and refinement. Yet it is a sphere emanating from the whole body of the society, indicating the wisdom of the spirits composing it. Their wisdom consists in a knowledge of truths and principles concerning material and nature's divine revelations. 649. Rudimental things, and in them they are highly enlightened. And the inconceivable variety of colors surrounding them arises from their dissimilar stages of intellectual advancement. Yet they are all in the same plane of wisdom, and thus form one society, enveloped by this beautiful and refined atmosphere. The third society is also clothed with an aerial garment, which is a perfect representation of the character and perfection of their interiors. I behold in it all colors, and a variety of reflections proceed, from the subordinate societies, and these reflections render their spiritual emanation so very beautiful that language is inadequate to describe it. Those of the first society are in the plane of natural thought, that is, they are just emerging from the instructions and impressions of earth into the wisdom of the higher societies. The second society is in the plane or sphere of causes, that is, they are just emerging from a superior knowledge of visible effects presented on earth to a perception of the interior causes of them, and their wisdom extends to the lowest and first cause of all material things. Therefore they have a knowledge of all interior causes, senses, and their modes of external manifestation, but they are not in the possession of superior wisdom concerning the uses for which causes and effects were instituted. The third society is in the plane of effects, and those composing it have a perception of all ultimate design, and of the universal adaptation of things to each other. Their minds are exceedingly luminous. With their powers of penetration, the externals of things are laid open, and they perceive only the character and quality of the interior. Their vision extends to every recess of their own habitat, and their knowledge comprehends all subordinate material existences. They have a most unlimited presentation of all created things below their elevated position, and their wisdom is light, and love, and brilliancy, and even ecstasy, to a degree that transcends description. With their unfolded spiritual powers, they behold the vast landscapes of the spirit home, too extensive to be comprehended by men on earth, and too beautiful to be appreciated or enjoyed by them. The third society are not only in a state of emergement from the plane of causes to that of effects, but also from their sphere to the third world of human existence. 650 Nature's Divine Revelations. Section 194. And what is well to relate is, that notwithstanding the dissimilitude that exists between the three societies, there is a perfect unity among them, and a mutual dependence one upon another, and there is a continual aspiring affection that gyrates from the infant intellect to the high and superior wisdom of the third society. There is a unity of action, an agreeableness of situation, and a propriety of position, which cause them all to live for one another, like a brotherhood. And, moreover, it is profitable to remark that each society or group is well situated, well conditioned, and well cultivated, in reference to the specific state which each is compelled to sustain. The situations are perfect in proportion to the degree of wisdom and refinement to which each has attained. The lowest appears inferior in comparison to the higher and superior, though even the first, to man on earth, would appear to be a high state of perfection. By the varieties of condition and development, the societies are made perfect. They are thus as one brotherhood, joined by mutual affections and actions, and perpetuated in goodness by the benign and gentle influences that proceed from the highest society to the lower ones, and from these to it again. The societies in the second sphere are very much to be admired, because of the perfect harmony which pervades them, and the perfect melody and concert of rudimental and perfected knowledge, which they manifest. In a corresponding manner does there exist a concert of action, a unity of feeling, and a universal love, one for another. The inhabitants do not converse vocally, but immerse their thoughts into one another by radiating them upon the countenance. And I perceive that thought enters the spirit by a process of breathing, or rather it is introduced by influx according to the desires of those conversing. They perceive thought by and through the eyes, inasmuch as these, like the general countenance, are an index to the quality and workings of the interior. They seemingly hear each other converse, but that is owing to a previous knowledge of sound by which words are distinguished and their meaning apprehended. They perceive things without them by their sense of vision, but they are conscious that it is the reflection which they perceive, and not the substance. Therefore they exercise judgment concerning all they perceive, not judging from sensuous observation, but from the character of the substance observed. Revelations 651. I also discover that spirits in this sphere approach and associate with each other according to the mutual affinity subsisting between them, even as do the inhabitants of earth, but the difference is in the mode of associating. Men on earth associate with one another by the guidance of their gross and rudimental senses, as these are productive of inclination and desire. Instead of this, men associate in this higher sphere by a knowledge of each other's inherent purity, and the state of each other's affections. Moreover, I perceive that the former experience of every person, both male and female, is treasured up in the memory, from which they can extract representations of that which they previously knew or experienced. Everything appears indelibly impressed upon the memory, and is mirrored forth with a vividness in proportion to the strength of the impression. Therefore whatever thought enters the human mind on earth becomes a resident in the memory, and is here brought forth with the appearance of newness that makes it both interesting and instructive. Those things experienced which are disagreeable to the memory are deposited in its depths and concealed from the view of any other being by the prevalence of those events and experiences which it pleases the mind to remember, and which the mind takes delight in contemplating. Hence it is proper for all men on earth to do and think only that which pleases them most, according to wisdom, and which they would most earnestly desire to remember, and not to do those things, or encourage those thoughts, which are opposed to the superior delights of the mind. If this cannot be done in the present social and mental condition of the world, then it is proper to change those conditions, so that even this great good and pleasure may be obtained. When spirits conversing appeal to each other's memory, the Ori mirrors forth a perfect representation of the thing remembered, which is perceived and understood by the conversing spirit. Hold beautiful representations in the memory of those in the higher societies. These representations are of the most exquisite character, because they proceed from the memory of highly enlightened intellects, and they are therefore delightful, inviting, and instructive. I perceive that everything in this sphere is created and manifested only by and through the exercise and direction of wisdom. Hence, the perfect order and uniformity that subsist, and the inexpressible happiness that flows as a consequence from such exquisite harmony and unity of action. Everything is appreciated as a blessing. 652 Nature's divine revelations, forayed upon them by the light and life of divine love, and the order and form of divine wisdom. It is pleasing to behold these heavenly societies, for I see them at this moment existing in the most perfect degree of brotherly love, and joined inseparably together by constant ascending and descend. Affections. How very clear and bright are their countenances and expressions. They are unblemished by artificiality, and unspotted by rudimental and gross intrusions, for they are above and superior to these, and highly developed. The first society is indeed low in comparison to the highest, but the variety and the degrees nevertheless form of the whole a complete brotherhood. The diversity consists in the different degrees of development, and the lowest cannot approach the highest because of the dissimilarity of quality and spheres, but the lowest contains and involves the highest, while the latter in return comprehends and pervades the whole sphere, manifesting a grace and beauty beyond the power of language to describe. And there exists almost an infinite variety of dispositions, of loves, of affections, and of wisdom among them, yet each modification of previous conditions of mind is only an ascending degree of refinement toward perfection. The whole is beautiful, surpassingly beautiful and sublime, for there exists that continual emanation of love and wisdom from societies in individual forms, displaying a brilliancy of illumination beyond any light or color on earth. It is even so very bright and beautiful that those in the lower societies who approach are almost thrown into ecstasies of delight. They become prostrated, and apparently fall on their faces, because of the beauty and brilliancy of the aroma that encompasses the superior societies of the spirit home. Thus it is that all preserve an order in their lives and situations, and thus it is that their approach to each other is graduated accord. Ing to the unfolding of the spiritual senses and faculties to the exter. Nal. They represent the circular and spiral forms, for there exists among them a uniform and also an ascending movement. And one is continually unfolding the possessions of another, even as from the germ are unfolded the body and the flower. And even as the flower perpetuates the species of the plant, so does the superior society pervade the lower ones, and is constantly introducing them into its own vast possessions, and thus all go onward to a still higher sphere of spiritual and intellectual elevation. J to the power of L. 653. Section 195. I now proceed to relate the external beauties that appertain to this second sphere of human existence, for it is necessary that the whole aspect of the spirit home should be vividly represented to the inhabitants of the earth, so that it may be an inducement for them to advance in their social and spiritual condition. I behold the spiritual sphere as containing all the beauties of the natural sphere combined and perfected, and in every natural sphere these beauties are represented, though in the first and mental degree, so that every earth is of itself an index and an introduction to the beauty and grandeur that are existing in the second sphere. For from the natural the spiritual is unfolded, or made manifest. The extended surface of this sphere, I perceive, presents regular and gentle undulations, which render the whole diversified and exceedingly inviting, and very extensive plains are presented, which are clothed with great fertility, and with innumerable varieties of forms, such as deck the bosom of the earth when all things are favorable to a thrifty production. In those vast plains is represented the most perfect order. They are gardens, typical of purity, unity, and seals. Tile love. Their diversified paths continually lead to new and instructive portions, all of which are useful as displaying divine love and wisdom, which generate unity and affinity in all created things. All flowers, and even their leaves, are observed as so many voices, proclaiming the beauty of interior perfection and the infinite source from which they sprang. Every plant, flower, bird, and tree is perceived and appreciated as the express creation of divine love and divine action, and there is a beauty in the external of each created thing, which is of itself an open expression of celestial love and wisdom. The flowers and foliage are of the most variegated appearance, and their variety renders them instructive and impressive, insomuch that they act as enchantments upon the minds of those who behold them, and induce thoughts beautiful, elevating, and edifying. A fragrance perpetually ascends from those vast plains of creation, giving life and brilliancy to the atmosphere, which is thereby rendered suitable to be inhaled as the breath of love and exhaled as the thoughts of wisdom. Every created thing possesses within itself a living love and affection, and this is communicated from one thing to another, all things thus becoming as it were electrified and illuminated. The beauty of one flower is imparted to another, which in its turn communicates an equal 654 bestowment upon others, and thus those plains are a living representation of divine love and wisdom. There exists among the many inviting things of this sphere a peculiar blending of inherent affections that different forms possess. This remark applies to all things in the spiritual spheres. The beginning and ending of things appear not, but their actual existence is made manifest with all their living beauties. Wisdom here existing consists not in words, nor in the depths of the memory, but in the actual manifestation that everything vividly displays. In other words, instruction and admonition are not derived from speech, but from action and representation. And everything here is profitable and practical, nothing is useless or imaginative. Those of the G.St. society dwell much in the delights of these plains, and their variegated foliage, from a sense and susceptibility of love, but not with an appreciation of wisdom, and they are thereby instruct, developed, and rendered pure. Herein is displayed a perfect adaptation, for while they are irresistibly drawn to the beauties thus presented, those beauties in return breathe into them the breath of living love, enkindling the flame of perfect wisdom, which then burns to purity. All things are adapted to the necessities of man, and this they feel, both from an inherent consciousness, and also from a living desire to become instructed in the ways of goodness, which are those paths that lead throughout the many portions of this sphere. Those of the second society enjoy very much the unity displayed among those of the first group, and also the delights courted by the first. Besides this, they are continually investigating, analyzing, exploring, and cultivating those many things which are within their sphere of comprehension, and thus producing living evidences of their wisdom and united ingenuity. Those of the third society are to the rest ministering angels, directing spirits, and perfect examples of exalted wisdom. By their knowledge the lower societies, and even the spiritual possessions of the whole sphere, are illuminated and made bright, beautiful, and enchanting. There are also flowing through these gardens rivers of clear and placid waters, and even in these are exemplified the ceaseless ings of love and wisdom, that are breathed, not only into heaven, but into the universe, and become the light and life of all created things. The love of each society, like the still water agitated by a 655 falling pebble, expands in waves throughout all the lower and higher spheres until the wave has almost reached the bounds of space, which is then filled with love. There is no limiting the extension of the wave of water, nor can the unfoldings of love be circumscribed. And, as the waters will roll gently against the shore, so love flows forth, and unfolds itself until it becomes merged into wisdom, which then is rendered surpassingly beautiful, because love is its creative soul and living principle. Those rivers are representations of divine creation. They also represent life, for as the river flows from the rill, so life flows from the germ that is deposited deep in the interior of the universe, and as the rill flows into and becomes an immense ocean, so life flows into and becomes the animating soul of all things. These rivers are so very clear and translucent that the brilliancy of the azure heavens is in them vividly reflected, and as night makes the stars appear, so do these waters represent the whole celestial scenery above them. These rivers flow through valleys abounding in the most beautiful and varied creations, and in every species of variegated foliage that also adorns those vast plains, and the whole presents the most exalted representation of life and wisdom. I behold, also, groves that are of the most charming and enchanting character. It is impossible to behold them without being impressed with new and beautiful thoughts, such as they naturally suggest. In these groves are reposing those who investigate and who love wisdom and the divine mind supremely, and those that are in the first society, or in love only, court the refreshing shades of those groves, and learn with docility and yet with dignity of the beauties that are around and above them, and are instructed by these beauties. Expounders. Section 196. I perceive that all spirits are engaged in loving their neighbors, and advancing their welfare, and here is goodwill without distinction. I perceive that spirits are engaged in exploring the fields of thought, and searching deeply into the causes of things, and thus they learn of love and accumulate wisdom, and there is no inertia, no stagnation, but activity and industry are visible in every department of this heavenly sphere, and it is well to relate that every one is engaged in that for which he has an affection, and there is, therefore, no confusion, nor are there any disqualifying conditions, but everyone is qualified to labor in that for which he has an affect. 656 Nature's Divine Revelations. Tie-in. Affections are varied according to the degrees to which each spirit from the first to the highest society has advanced in the stages of development. Hence industry is equal, useful, harmonious, and reciprocal, for every one gravitates to the situation which accords with his predisposing desire. Moreover, I held here some of the most magnificent creations of will and wisdom. It is well to remark that everything created in this sphere is suggested by love and perfected by wisdom, and is, therefore, a living projection from their minds. Things are created by will, and these I discover are distributed in a uniform manner throughout the plains, valleys, rivers, and groves of the spirit. Home. I discover constructions of the most grand and magnificent character, each having a brilliancy and illumination according to the advanced state of the society in which it is found. The first society have creations which are representations of their love and will and uncultivated wisdom, and these they behold as representations of their interior thoughts. The creations of the second society display more uniformity, order, and usefulness, and thus they subserve the purposes of the first society and themselves. The third society have splendid constructions, too vast and elegant to describe, and the most ambitious imagination could not transcend them in its concept. Tie-ins. For they are in reality too perfect and too magnificent to be conceived of by any mind in its rudimental state of being, and there exists among them a pervading happiness, a soothing and tranquilizing element of forgiveness and universal love, a cordiality in the bestowment of inherent love upon each other, and a mingling and yet perfect harmony of thoughts, all of which it is delightful to contemplate. These manifestations all proclaim the divinity of the life and love that flow into and animate all the heavens. The waftings of thought from one mind to another are such as can be felt, and yet no spirit receives thought uncongenial with its quality and being. These waftings are breaths that are inhaled by unfolded spirits willing to receive them. It appears as if thoughts were continually descending into the recesses of less advanced spiritual existence, and also ascending through all the higher spheres, even to the highest, which is the seat and throne of the divine mind. There are truths here known of the most novel and mysterious character, but these I am not permitted to relate at this time, for they are unimportant to the human race. Yet there is a class of 657 truths which it is profitable to mention, and these are concerning the experiences, opinions, and beliefs that exist among the inhabitants of this spiritual sphere. I perceive that when infants are introduced from the human races into the first society, they are believed to be born among them, for appearances to them are the same as to families in the human race. After the infant is ushered into their midst, they behold and admire it, for it teaches tenderness, kindness, and immaculate purity. Infants, therefore, are caressed, nourished, guided, and admonished by them, according to the high degree of love and wisdom that exists among the various societies. The infant is beheld as constituted only of love, and as possessing inherent qualities that will unfold and lead to perfection. Their whole object is to produce a proper development of the germinal qualities contained in love, and this they do by processes of the most simple and gentle character. And so it is also with spirits from the human race that are imperfectly developed while in the human body, and with such as have had their faculties and spiritual principles misdirected, obstructed, or disconcerted. Thus, I perceive that imbecile persons, especially if they have become so by accident or disease, are received into this sphere as infant spirits, and are then unfolded and rendered beautiful. I moreover perceive that those who are interiorly deformed from birth have no identity, or even birth in the higher sphere. And so it is with all unorganized bodies, for such are not capable of developing the qualities and faculties of the spirit, and hence do not preserve their identity. Spirits from the human race who have been from birth dejected and disconsolate, and who have suffered trials and afflictions of the most severe character, are received to the bosom of the first, or second, or third society, with exceeding great joy, so great is the fondness of love for them, and the desire to make them happy. They are received to the bosom of their affection, and to the life of their love, as the mother receives and embraces her child. They are cherished and loved with all the combined affection that dwells in the depths of each spirit. How joyful it is to see those welcomes, and those soothing and tranquilizing affections breathed into that spirit who has suffered trials and afflictions in the human race. The quality of a spirit is at once perceived, and what is better than all, is, the dwellers in this sphere judge not by external or 658 superficial manifestations, such as passions or impulses of the soul, but by the quality and advanced state of the spirit itself, and it is according to this that they love the spirit introduced into their midst. Yet the strength of their love is in proportion to the capability of the introduced spirit to appreciate and enjoy it. Love is not bestowed too abundantly, nor is any privilege granted which is not useful, but everything of this nature is graduated according to capabilities. Thus, it is that to whom much is given, of him is much required. T3 is a truth which angels know, and these are the words of superior wisdom. And what may appear strange is, that often when a spirit leaves the human form, and is introduced into the sphere, it for a moment can not realize the change, for it is imperceptible. Spirits retain the same bodily form in the spiritual sphere, and at first they feel as if they were only transferred to a country they knew not. It is, however, not long after the transition before their interior senses are opened, and then they behold and appreciate the change, and the beauties with which they are surrounded. And some spirits appear to wonder that they did not see it before, and that they did not believe it while in the body, for now it appears so tangible, and so perfectly agreeable with the universal teachings of natural law. Men who have been impressed on earth with certain doctrines concerning the other life seem to smile at themselves and marvel, because they were so misled, and so easy to be misdirected. Some, who have believed in the literal resurrection of the material body, are so ashamed of this conviction that they strive to hide their memory of it from the perception of others, and some strive to modify their previous beliefs so as to make them harmonize with what they now experience and know to be true. And such is the case with those who have imbibed gross doctrines while on earth, and which are still impressed upon their memory, for immediately after the transition, they recognize the falsity of their previous convictions, and for a little while strive to conceal and modify them. This desire, I discover, continues only for a little season, for being penetrated by the perceptions of others with ease, they are led to discard with pleasure the impressions of the memory, and their hereditary affection for doctrines, and they then become enlightened by the light and love of heaven, and begin their ascending progress toward the higher ties of their new home. Nature's Divine Revelations. 659. Section 197. The first society is in love, the second is in will, and the third is in wisdom. These societies are composed of families, groups, and associations, and these live in an harmonious manner, one with another, displaying perfect order, form, and series of development and position, and all are thus as one brotherhood. Even one of these societies is composed of more individuals than are existing upon all the planets in the solar system, and even upon all the earths belonging to the fifth circle of suns. Their numbers transcend computation, and I discover that the first sphere of spiritual existence is unfolded from the last sphere of material creation, which is the circle of suns above referred to. It appears now a little strange to me that men have not conceived this truth before. But when man is in the human body, with his material senses opened, he perceives material things, because he is animated from the inner to the outer world. But when he escapes the body, at death, though the form is not changed, nor any of its qualities or properties, yet instead of seeing with his material he perceives with his spiritual senses, and the spirit world is unfolded to his view. The transition is imperceptible. I discover that most of the inhabitants of Mercury, Venus, the Earth, and Mars are dwelling in the first society of the second sphere, and that those of the other planets occupy higher positions in the plane of thought and wisdom, and a holy quietness pervades the whole spirit world. There is happiness of the most inexpressible character, and ecstasies, and exaltations, and glorifications are continually ascending. There is so much purity and holiness that my mind is scarcely capable of withstanding its moving influence, such as would instantly annihilate all speech. Yet I have now a strength which I have not before known. I can receive the influence of these truths, and behold these holy and celestial beauties, without becoming disconcerted or incapable of declaration. They have a sense of music, but it proceeds not from hearing, for they perceive harmony, and the soul of harmony, which is music, such floats along the strata of the atmosphere, and is wafted into the soul as the fragrance of a flower into the senses. I do not hear but see music. I see it in the united voices of flowers, that speak, yet make no sound, in the shrubbery and foliage that proclaim truths, yet speak not, and in the harmony of each heavenly society, for that harmony is heavenly music. Music is perceived by the unfold 660 Nature's Divine Revelations, ed senses, and appreciated by the wisdom. It is the soul of order, the creator of all celestial harmony and melody. The music thus perceived sinks into the depths of the soul, and unfolds sentiments of which the spirit home alone is worthy. There is not a labyrinth or avenue of the spirit land that is not penetrated by the vibrations and silent echoings of this heavenly harmony. There is not a thought concealed in the soul which is not quickened into life and awakened into the act of glorification thereby. There is not a recess in the material or spiritual universe that is not quickened with life and illuminated with light, even divine love, and wherever this exists, music flows and is congenial. Hence everything loves and appreciates music, and this is perfected only in the second sphere. There is a translucent beauty, and glory, and holiness, and happiness, that pervade and quicken into life the spirit home, that defy all verbal expression. There is such a specificness manifested in all things, and yet such an inseparable unity and brotherly love, as can not be described, but is to be known only when experienced. It is impossible to portray the delights, the ecstasies, and the enchantments, which flow into the mind as it is immersed into this beautiful sphere of spiritual existence. I can read from the memory of any spirit, either in the human form or in this spiritual sphere, with as much ease as one can read from a book. I can converse with the spirits distinctly, and learn from them the peculiar impressions and affections of their souls, and this I can communicate to any person in the human form. But this I am not permitted to do at all times, inasmuch as it would be revealing that which the human race should not know. One more important truth it is well to relate, and that is, that those who form a mutual attachment while on earth, which is pure and true, continue to preserve an affection for one another throughout the spiritual spheres. If the attachment is pure, it will be there. Conjugal affection, of the highest degree of refinement. And if one leaves the form before the other, this will make no difference. For, when they are both out of the form, they recognize each other in the same manner as friends do in the human race. And if one has progressed further than the other, the one possessing wisdom will pervade and cultivate the love of the other, until their natures become assimilated, and they become fully suited to associate with one another. All attachments are of the love, and all love is modified and perfected by wisdom. Hence, while all conjugal affection, Revelations 661, on earth is of the love, all conjugal affection in heaven is of the wisdom, strengthened and quickened into life by the love which gave birth to the prior attachment. And also little children are recognized and loved here as they are on earth. Parents who love their children while in the form, continue to love them in this sphere, and their love is here strengthened by superior wisdom. If a child leave the form while very young, and the parents when aged, the child must of necessity be far advanced, both in its outward size and its inward developments. But, when the parents are introduced into the same sphere, they know their child by a peculiar sense of rudimental love, by a relation of a constitutional character which they instantly perceive, and they rush, with wisdom, into each other's embrace. All are joined according to the purity and realness of their attachment. Degrees of refinement do not determine the attachment so much as the quality of the spiritual constitution, and this is according to a law pervading all material and spiritual things. Such is the second sphere of human existence, and such substantially are its truths. The relation between it and the earth, and all earths, may be perceived by the similitude of external manifesta tie-ins, these differing only in degrees of purity and development. And it is proper and advantageous that the human race should know and appreciate these truths, so that they may be induced to press on, ward and upward in the ascending scale of progress toward the great fount of love and happiness. This is the object of the present relation, and it cannot well fail to perform its office, and when this is fulfilled, the race will be elevated to a high degree of social and moral culture, and thus all as one will be holy, happy, and perfect. Section 198. Inasmuch as on the various earths there are born several millions of spirits in 1 second of time, from which fact there necessarily occur also as many deaths, so an equal number at every second are being introduced into the spiritual sphere. And as there is this incessant influx from the natural into the spiritual sphere, so there is also an equal refluxation from the second sphere into the third, which is the celestial sphere. Thus the movements that are sadly and imperceptibly going on, are in number beyond the comprehension of any except that mighty mind who moved, and they all sprang into being, and such there is, then, an incessant transition from the second to the 662 third sphere, but the darkness incident thereunto is light, and the death is life inconceivable. Pain is a living index of pleasure, and love is the first indication of superior wisdom. The highly cultivated spirits of the second sphere contemplate this transition with delight that surpasses all human speech. There is no more death to them, for death is life, and this springs up and blooms in the sphere above, with a brighter beauty and a more lovely wisdom. It is impossible to describe the sensations of delight which exist in the interior of that spirit who lies down to repose in the second sphere, to be quickened into newness of life in the first society in the third heavens. They experience ecstasies which none but spirits know, and what is more beautiful than all is, that they govern their delights with the most transcending wisdom. They only migrate from the habitation of the second state into the more congenial climes of the sphere above. The sting of death is lost in the pleasures of life and beauty, and herein is that passage fully verified which speaks of this consumma. Tie-in asterisk. Such are the views of the spirits in the second sphere concerning their flight to higher habitations, which takes place according to the workings of natural law. In this sphere I perceive also 3 distinct societies, and 3 aromas of the most inexpressible brilliancy, and I perceive that they correspond to perfected love, to perfected wisdom, and to celestial purity. The first society is composed of those whose last stage of being was in the third society in the sphere below. They have love, will, and wisdom combined, and to a degree of perfection that transcends all human thought. Their love is so pure that there is a visible radiation from their countenances, and a halo of purity surrounding them that possesses inexpressible attractions. Yeah, it is like the electric fire, for it is instantaneously communicated from one to another, and thus all send forth smiles of delight, until the whole society is exceedingly delighted. It is attractive to behold their perfect will, or the holy passiveness of that faculty, which is not prompt, to an improper act, or to do one thing derogatory to the general welfare. And it is more than beautiful to behold their highly cultivated wisdom, for it blooms and sends forth a fragrance that no flower can more than faintly imitate. And this fragrance makes glad every spirit in heaven. The second society are still more advanced, insomuch that they, death is swallowed up in victory, and c. 1 Cor. 15, 54-57. Nature's divine revelations. 663. Transcend all human description. They are so perfectly conjoined, one with another, and their mutual affections are so absorbing and penetrating, that it requires a high degree of discernment to make a distinction between them. And the third society is the highest of the third sphere, and they have celestial purity. So exceedingly pure are they that every subordinate spirit is repelled with an innate consciousness of non-association. Their purity gives forth a radiation brighter than the brightest sun. It is even a light of love, of wisdom, and of celestial purity, that gives life to every spirit in the lower societies. They are guardian angels to those below them, to whom they are constantly sending, with no other end in view than to gratify their thirstings for purity, and their desires that are holy and celestial. I perceive here also those plains that are undulated as the gentle waves of the ocean. Perceive a celestial fragrance arising from every flower that blooms in the garden of the living mind with an immortal beauty. I behold those diversified creations, and each one is as an angel proclaiming immortal truths in the sanctuary of the divine mind. It is well to relate that everything has a use and design, to which it is with promptness applied, and there are thereby ends of the most inconceivable importance accomplished. These advance the condition and quality of each spirit, and each created thing is only a step to perpetuate infinite progression. Everything is as an act of the divine mind, and every representation is as a word fitly spoken. These things are all perceived by their expanded powers. Thus it is that hearing is transformed into seeing, and seeing is correspondingly elevated, and includes all the powers of the other senses combined. I behold also those valleys. Their termination cannot be seen, and their excellences cannot be appreciated, except by those who dwell among them. Each valley is as a volume whose contents are sublime beyond conception, and each plain is as an unbounded field of knowledge. And I behold also those very placid rivers, whose power of reflection seems only fitted to represent the unspeakable grandeur that pervades the atmosphere of the celestial heaven. A holy pensiveness seems to be manifested by those rivers and the atmosphere, and they seem to welcome and embrace each other. The still waters seem to spring up unto everlasting life, and they seem to play and 664. Sport with the brilliant atmosphere, as if there were a mutual and lively sympathy between them. Again, I see those groves, and how they extend to, and line the surf margin of those living rivers, and their roots and foliage are baptized in them, and purified to the glory of the infinite mind. There is a precision in every form, in every bud, and leaf, and flow, that garland, and render beautiful those heavenly groves. Indeed, their shade casts a freshness which inspires every living form that reposes therein with vigor and vivacity, and thus are they means employed by the divine mind to refine the faculties of his spirit children, and prepare them for a home in the highest spheres. Section 199. Inasmuch as the knowledge of this sphere is entirely above the comprehension the human race, I am not permitted to dwell upon it to any extent, for I perceive that all these relations are only permitted as a means to elevate the inhabitants of the earth, and to purify all their spiritual sentiments. But I now perceive the truth of a passage in the primitive history, by one of the lovely spirits that dwell in the celestial sphere, and also its application. For here are beauties innumerable, all of which are means employed by divine wisdom to perpetuate infinite progression, and whereby his spirit children of all earths and all spheres may dwell in the Father's house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. And I perceive that in the Father's house there are many mansions, all of which are illuminated by divine love, animated by perfected spirits, and send forth an expanding brilliancy throughout all space, which is the order, and form, and soul, of divine wisdom. The inhabitants of the third sphere impart knowledge and express love to each other, as the sun imparts life and beauty to the forms on earth. And in this sphere are also imparted a grace, ease, and elegance, that beautify and sublimate every spirit. It is charming beyond description to behold the stately poems, and how they by every movement proclaim humiliation, and to see with what grace they bow their majestic tops to the breaths of divine Dom. And while spirits are seeking repose under their widespread branches, they learn a lesson of grace and meekness and gentleness, which is indestructible. It is, moreover, enchanting to behold the fertility, so expressive of divine love, and to perceive the fragrance so typical of celestial purity. Every spirit has an exhalation or bodily atmosphere which is in nature's divine revelations. 665. Exact indication of the quality and purity of its interiors, and thereby are all distinguished. For spheres are of every possible variety of color, according to the qualities of the spirits from which they emanate. Some have mingled colors, and some have only one. And it is also given me to know that every natural earth, and that every mineral, vegetable, animal, man, and spirit, that every particle of matter in the universe has a peculiar sphere by which it may be designated and recognized. Also, that every spiritual sphere, from the lowest to the highest, has a spherical emanation that describes its interior. It is surpassingly delightful to see those aromas and halos of purity that surround every spirit. So true is it that all things have a language, that even the spirits learn as children in a book from the united voices coming from everything created. The whole forms a volume whose contents are celestial, and whose philosophy is the divine Creator's. Every sage which it contains proclaims goodness infinite, and every page unfolds volumes of immense love. The whole book is an offspring of wisdom. It was written in the great temple of truth, and in the home of many mansions. The spring, the rill, the stream, and the river are introductions to this great volume. The groves, ravines, and forests are margins that cast a reflection on its contents, and speak only of harmony and inherent affection. The valleys, plains, and beautiful gardens, abounding in all the luxuriant and immense creations of the spirit home, are the impressed words on the leaves of this divine book, and angels are the recipients of the instruct ion thereof, through which their interior powers are expanded, to the glory of the divine mind forever and ever. They drink at the fount of wisdom, and walk in the fields and gardens of celestial love. They are incessantly employed in imparting blessings to those who need, and meanwhile they receive in return the smiles and approbations of a delighted heaven. In this the angels rejoice, and give forth songs of thanksgiving and praise that ascend through all the spheres, to be recognized by him who spake, and all things became alive. Such are the combined beauties of the celestial sphere. But what has been said concerning nature, man, the second sphere, and the universe, is as nothing in comparison to that which might be related concerning this one state of spiritual existence. We have only as yet entered the vestibule that introduces the mind into the great temple of divine truth, whose foundation is in the depths of 666 nature's divine revelations. The universe, whose immensity fills all space, and whose aspiring domes are lost in the heights of infinity. Nay, the heights, and depths, and lengths, and breadths thereof can be known only by its maker and builder, who is the living soul of all things. This temple has splendor and gorgeous magnificence that no mind can conceive or appreciate save that divine architect who fills and animates it by the living fire of his own love, and beautifies it by the living energies of his own wisdom. What has been said concerning the third sphere, and all us ones, is, then, as but one particle compared to that which is, and shall forever remain, unrelated. Expand the universe to an extent that will outdo space, and make spheres so numerous as to defy all computation, and yet there is a univercoelum about which not one word can be spoken, or one thought can be conceived. If all the sublimest thoughts of the inhabitants of the earth were combined, their magnitude would be naught in comparison to the extent of the beauty, greatness, and grandeur of the celestial heaven. Nay, all thoughts, save the thoughts of that being whom these things represent, would be as one atom in comparison to that which is above, beneath, and around those things of which I have spoken. The human race cannot conceive of this immensity, but oh, how beautiful, how pure, and how enduring are these truths. Yet, the restless mind of man leaves earth and soars off into the regions of the celestial spheres. It strives to familiarize itself with all the creations thereof, and brings into its employ all the mathematical skill that can be of service in marking out and mapping out the structure of the universe. And while it is striving to comprehend these things, the thoughts expand to their utmost tension, and doubt and dread repulse it back to earth. It finds no resting place, and returns to its narrow encasement unsatisfied. Hence, again, I say, were all thoughts of this nature that ever have been conceived by man combined together, they would not be adequate to a comprehension of the grandeur even of the third sphere of human existence. I perceive, then, that we have just entered the vestibule that leads to apartments too vast and immense to ever be described. Yet I am permitted to ascend to the fourth sphere, and observe the calm, parative perfection that there exists, in reference to that of the subordinate habitations. Thus I ascend to, and am emerged into, the fourth habitation of the spirits and angels that were once of the human race. 667. Section 200. I now perceive the order of the spheres, which is in this wise: the first sphere is the natural, the second is the spiritual, the third, the celestial, the fourth, the supernatural, the fifth, the superspiritual, and the sixth, the supercelestial. I am now permitted to speak of matters pertaining to the supernatural sphere. In this sphere are also three societies in three distinct degrees of love, will, and wisdom, each society being unfolded from the one next below. I perceive that an incessant transition is also occurring from the third to this sphere, and also an as immense transferation from this to a still higher. In this sphere everything is still more lovely, and even here all things appear to have attained the highest possible loveliness and exaltation. So true is this, that the inhabitants of the sphere next below, in all their sparkling purity, appear even as undeveloped. The beautiful emanation that surrounds and clothes each society is of such an intense light that it is impossible to approach it, or to search into the interiors of the inhabitants. Colors of every conceivable description surround their local habitation, each being a bright indication of purity, goodness, happiness, and wisdom. Every form and thing is constantly growing lovelier and lovelier, and every sphere more beautiful and pure. Each indicates a spiral progression, and that they are ascending nigh unto the throne of the Alpha and Omega. Each thing shows forth its own purity, and speaks its own celestial language. Each object is distinct in its proclamations, and every lesson of instruction is as a word of the Most High. The first society is in numbers almost infinite, and from them flows spontaneously an element of love that is clearer than the clearest water, and brighter than the brightest crystal, and its reflection clothes the higher societies with a garment of whiteness pure as the jewels that adorn the crown of the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. And from the mediatorial society flows a constant stream of passive and active will, subject at all times to the life-giving promptings of love, and receiving the high approbations of wisdom. This is constantly descending and ascending, as the light goeth forth from the sun to enliven the earth, and returns to he revivified. Wisdom in this supernatural sphere is as a fount that is constantly springing up and flowing over all the subordinates. It is like a great 668 receptacle in which are deposited the choicest thoughts and memories of the angels and spirits of this exalted sphere. It is like a treasury whose contents are depositions for the lower angels, who ascend to and unlock it, and extract from its depths beautiful thoughts, and upon them ponder and meditate. They have contemplations so exceedingly immense, that the love and life of the universe appear open to their thoughts, and they drink of their depths and thirst not. In a more exalted degree I behold those plains, decked with life and beauty inconceivable, and over them is diffused an omniprevalent element of purity that appears as life, and by this they live, and bloom in beauty. In a different and higher degree, also, I perceive those ceaseless streams of living water. Their gentle flowings speak only of tranquility and unending happiness, while the inexhaustible fount from which they spring proclaims the constitution and infinity of the divine mind. Also those undulating valleys, or wave-like variations, appear presenting grandeur and loveliness indescribable. They transcend all possible conceptions of the lovely and beautiful, and their united voices sink into the recesses of the soul, yet they are silent and unheard. They are penetrating as the electric fire, yet gentle as the mountain air. They are dignified in their tone, and are withal impressively pensive. They do not compel, but cause a voluntary submission to their undying teachings. And again those groves are presented, and appear in a more exalted degree of loveliness. They are as the tree of righteousness, budding and blossoming as the rose. They proclaim glory and honor even in their refreshing shade, and inspire the reposer therein with thoughts worthy of such a celestial home. And the inhabitants are of the most exquisite purity and loveliness. And they, with one united voice, a voice that arises not from speech, but from action, proclaim glory, honor, immortality, and eternal life. They are wending their way up to the city cf the living God. They are illuminating the vestibule of truth and the archway that leads to immortal life. They are pervading all below them with the holy influences of wisdom, and with the most simple love. Gentle as the unsophisticated dove, they send forth a welcome to all below their exalted state, and with a kind, peaceful, and inviting smile, they call all to come away, and go with them to the fount of purity on high. Nature's divine revelations. 669. The atmosphere of this spirit home is rainbowed and clothed with resplendent brightness, such as reflects the goodness of all things, and the use to which they are applied. Yeah, it is a mirror in which are represented the living beauties of heaven and earth, even of all things beneath this exalted state of perfection, such as the loveliness, goodness, and wisdom of the divine mind. That nothing is made in vain, but everything is as a living thought, and every thought is as a representative of perfect wisdom. Every thing is thus admired, appreciated, and applied, in every degree of material and spiritual existence, and in this supernatural sphere. This truth is especially and perfectly manifested. Section 201. Inasmuch as life is universal, death cannot mar the divine constitution of things, and by virtue of this, the inhabitants of the fourth sphere, like those of others, repose for a moment in silence, and awake as beings of the fifth sphere or such spiritual habitat ion. And by and through this process, I am enabled to behold the vast possessions of the fifth department of the great temple of truth. It is almost impossible to approach, yet I draw nigh and behold, with humility, the extended landscape and living happiness, which are here so exceedingly enchanting, that all I have previously beheld appears clouded with comparative imperfection. The vast landscape of this spiritual habitation is reflected on the perceptions of my spirit with an impressiveness that renders all speech inadequate to express the beauties thereof. The first society, as in the third and fourth spheres, is a child of the highest society in the sphere below, and here love, will, and wisdom present a more attractive loveliness. Love appears as the perfection of wisdom, while wisdom appears greater and more extensive than all the love and wisdom heretofore described, combined. And it is well to relate that as the spheres approach the divine mind, they become more simple, more lovely, more unassuming, and more pure. The nearer they approach the fount of purity, the more transparent they become, and the more do their inhabitants appear to exist as it were without body and without external and artificial habiliments. They appear unclothed and eminently purified. There is an exhalation from each society that forms an encompassing halo of glory, which surpasses all brightness of the material sun. G70 Nature's divine revelations, and all brilliancy that illuminates any portion of the material universe. Each spirit seems so pure, and the thoughts of all seem so tile, that it is almost impossible to resist the attraction thus presented. There is such a commingling of thoughts, and such an affection manifested for each other, as seems beyond all captivations imaginable. Every mind is like an opening flower, and every thought is like the fragrance thereof. Every love is like a bud, and its expression is like the rose. Their wisdom is as the fountains of heaven, which dry not, and which perpetually flow to all that thirst, and heal all that are wounded, and cleanse all that are not purified. I behold their wisdom in every thought, in every movement, and in every expression of will and love. It is indeed beautiful, and what is to be lamented is, that language must be employed to speak of that which defeateth utterance. Oh, may expressive silence breathe forth an eloquence that will penetrate the souls of men, and duly elevate their understandings, and may they be induced to abandon express where speech is vain, and extend their conceptions to the bright spheres of everlasting love. Here, in the super-spiritual sphere, the scenery possesses a redoubled grandeur and loveliness. Still more perceptibly are the thoughts of the divine mind impressed on all created things. The plains, and valleys, and groves, and streams of living water, are all instrumental in the great work of purification and refinement. They are all bright representatives of spiritual industry and universal love, and are also living advocates of the perfection of Him who breathed them and all living creations into being. The spirits here are so lovely and attractive that it requires an effort to prevent being, as it were, absorbed into and becoming a part of them. Here I perceive another truth vividly manifested, and that is, that all things possess mutual affinities, and that things differ only as to degrees and states of development. Thus is established what has been before declared, that opposites or antagonistic principles cannot exist, that all things were created and are animated by one living essence, and that it is injustice to the character of that divine essence for men on earth to say or believe that there is a principle or habitation existing opposed to the general happiness, or to that celestial purity which joins in one all created things. This sphere is so closely allied to the spiritual sun, that it becomes incomprehensible to the inhabitants of the earth, whose nature's divine revelations. 671. Sphere of existence is nothing more than one atom in the great body of material and spiritual constructions. Section 202. As has been related of the transition of the spirits enon, gels of the spheres below, so do those of the fifth sphere ascend, 2, and become inhabitants of the sixth, or the supercelestial habitat ion. Here is the consummation of all conceivable perfection. Here is the sublimation of all purity, of all goodness, and of all refinement, as appertaining to the spirits of every human race in the universe. All spirits and angels are of the human races, and these occupy earths innumerable, from which they ascend through all the spheres to this, the supercelestial habitation. Here they have combined all the perfections that have been uniformly unfolding while passing through the ascending spheres or stages of eternal progression. This sphere is the great ultimate of all beauty, and the crown of all loveliness and purity. Yeah, it is the highest point of angelic loveliness. Countless millions dwell in each society in each sphere more than numbers can express. Yet the combined numbers dwelling in all subordinate spheres would not form any comparison with one half of one society that dwells in this supercelestial home. How inconceivable, therefore, must be the immensity of each society in this sphere, inasmuch as the half of one society comprises more individuals than all the created forms that animate all the subordinate spheres of universal space. Yet creation has just begun, love is just born, will is just conceived, and wisdom is in the germ yet undeveloped. Here are the fields of paradise, and on them is erected the house of many mansions. Interior splendor and gorgeousness is trotting to all the spirits and angels thereof, and shines through them with a brilliancy of celestial light, as the light of the divine mind penetrates his whole material structure. And the exterior beauty, grandeur, and magnificence of this celestial mansion express in unequivocal language that it was not made by hands, yet is eternal in the heavens. It is the great asylum where all are taken in, and loved, and breathed upon, and made perfect. It is the home of all celestial things. All things are divine, both in the material and spiritual universe, and all become celestial. So every created spirit is invited by the progressive law of the Father to its home, and when it enters and 672 becomes sensible of the loveliness and purity thereof, it glorifies the Father, not in prayer, but by thought and deed forever and ever. Each one, then, is an undying child of the Eternal One, who is the Father of all, and no one is so low but that it is the highest of some, still lower, and no one is so high but that it is the lowest of some, yet undeveloped. One spirit cannot say unto another, You I need thee not, for each one is the sustainer of another, and the mutual dependence constitutes the harmony and wisdom of all things. In this supercelestial home are all the beauties of earth and heaven, combined, developed, and perfected. It is thus removed from man comprehension, and it cannot therefore with profit be dwelt upon, or impressed on the memory for meditation. Notwithstanding what might be said concerning it are legitimate truths, they are too high and refined to be comprehended by the human race, nay, even by those in the third sphere of wisdom and knowledge. No one can say with propriety, Why not tell us all? If he will but consider his incompetency to comprehend that which has already been related. The brightness in this state of celestial purity exceeds all concept. And the elegance, majesty, power, grandeur, goodness, and happiness transcend all human thought. And here spirits and angels rejoice with exceeding joy and thanksgiving, and this by action, and not by speech, by wisdom, and not by love. Still love is the all-animating and life-giving element. Such, then, is the immensity of these things, and such the greatness and glory of this supercelestial habitation, and it is proper not to confide in that which is opposed to this high degree of angelic purity, but to encourage hope when born of wisdom, and belief when well conceived, and then those things will descend to an illuminate the human mind, and give eternal life to that which now seems mortal and changeable. Section 203. From the position now occupied I can perceive, and in a degree comprehend, the seventh sphere, or the infinite vortex of love and wisdom, and the great spiritual sun of the divine mind that illuminates all the spiritual worlds. And behold, the natural sun is the sun of the natural universe, while the spiritual sun was and is the sun of the spiritual universe. The material can only illuminate the natural, and the spiritual illuminates the spiritual of the body and constitution of the material sun, the university nature's divine revelations. 673. Selim was born into being, and caressed, nourished, illuminated, and perfected, in universal order and harmony. From the constitution Tie-in of the spiritual sun, all the heavens were created, and by it they are sustained, controlled, purified, perfected, and illuminated, and every spontaneous breath of light and love is as a smile of the all-pervading Father and Creator of all that is, and of all that is not, developed. Thus the spiritual spheres are allied to the spiritual sun, while the natural spheres approach the material sun. Thus the spiritual is as a soul, and yet a garment, to the natural, while the two are joined together as one creation, and the second or spiritual sphere sustains a relation to the fifth circle of suns, and their innumerable planets, and is as a soul to it, and comprehends the whole as one creation. So the third sphere is allied to the fourth circle, and the fourth sphere to the third circle, and the fifth sphere to the second circle, and the sixth sphere to the first circle, and the seventh sphere is the great sun and center of all power, and the vortex of all creations. This displays the order and harmony of the divine mind, and this is one body of one immortal soul. Much might be said of the seventh sphere, or the spiritual sun, of the universe, yet all would be inconsistent with the order and power of the human mind. For speech is vain, and all that might be said of the incomprehensibility, the magnitude, and the infinitude of the truth centered in the spiritual sun would consist only of words, and these it would be useless to speak and impress upon the human mind. Neither would it be proper to speak of the essences, qualities, and attributes dwelling within the vortex from which rolled forth the universe, inasmuch as each possible atom comprehends more than the human mind is able to grasp. More, then, would be superfluous and unprofitable, for the word incomprehensible falls far short of conveying a definite idea of the immensity thereof, and on the next morning after the above was delivered, the clairvoyant was thrown into the abnormal state for the purpose of examining some patients who were under his medical treatment, but after the manipulations were completed, he remained motionless and speechless for some 15 minutes, when, in a faint whisper, he uttered the word "it is painful." He was then speedily restored to the normal tie-in. At the close of the subsequent lecture he alluded to this circumstance, and said that owing to the excitement remaining on his mind from the previous lecture, his mind was, on the occasion referred to, elevated to such close proximity to the sphere of the spiritual sun, that the light was beyond endurance, and that had he not been quickly relieved from his condition, his faculties would have been for a time deranged. 43. Fear, and all prevy. 674 Nature's divine revelations. Even this word implies the impossibility of human understanding. This much only can be said: it is an inexhaustible vortex of life, and light which are love, and of order and form which are wisdom, which flow not only into heaven, but into the material universe, and everything is thereby breathed into being. And the great center and spiritual sun is the habitation and throne of the divine mind, the great positive, central power of the universe, and of all eternal movement. And it is a fountain in which nothing exists but what is pure, divine, everlasting, and infinite. Section 204. The natural universe corresponds to the spiritual, and one is related to the other as intimately as the body is to the soul. For every spiritual sphere is the creator, sustainer, and pervader of a natural sphere, and this order is preserved in every department of creation. A mind was sufficiently illuminated to have an actual knowledge of the relation and affinity existing between the natural and spiritual spheres, and of the spheres to one another, and this was Emanuel Swedenborg. He, however, employed terms to express the same tidings that I have endeavored to impress by terms of a different and more congenial character. He put forth the truth that there were different degrees of goodness, and that the lowest was so imperfect, when compared with the highest, that the one seemed evil and the other good, the one perfect and the other imperfect. Hence he describes the first three spheres as three hells, inhabited by lower spirits and angels, while the three higher spheres were the three heavens in which the higher spirits and angels dwelt. He represented the first spheres as being under the disapprobation of the wise judge, yet as being loved with an unfailing affection, while the higher spheres were near the great spiritual sun, and therein habitants dwelt under the smile of divine approval. And he also related the truth that the inhabitants of these spheres could not approach each other, because of the dissimilitude in their positions and degrees of refinement, any more than evil can approach goodness, or darkness can approach light. All this, I can affirm, is true, not in the absolute, but rather in the comparative sense. There is a seeming difference between the lower and the higher in all things, yet the highest, as has been proved, is an unfolded representative of what the lowest has in substance, undeveloped. It is, then, the use of terms, and their particular apply. Nature's divine revelations. 675. Cation, that presents the apparent discrepancy existing between his relations in these. And I can with assurance affirm, that the concept tions are the same in substance, and true, as is demonstrated by the order and harmony of all visible things, and that a unity of thought has arisen, by independent processes, from no other cause than the influxations of the truths of visible and invisible nature. From this, as a common source, and from an illumination of the same, has the relation of each been derived, and the two accounts from this cause mutually substantiate each other. Concerning this, then, I say no more. Section 205. The spirits of the various planets in our solar system are in different stages of refinement, and those that are on the higher have the privilege of descending to the lower planets and immersing their thoughts into the spirits of the inhabitants at will, though the latter in many cases know it not. In this manner do spirits descend to, and dwell on, the earth, when they have a peculiar attraction to some relative or friend, and they are ever ready to introduce into his mind thoughts of higher things, and suggestions that are pure, though these may seem to the person to flow independently from the workings of his own spirit. Spirits from any sphere may, by permission, descend to any earth in the universe, and breathe sentiments into the minds of others which are pure and elevating. Hence, it is that there are times when the mind appears to travel in the calm painy of those it knows not, and has visions in its dreams that are actually true, and sometimes come to pass with remarkable accuracy. At other times, dreams are incited by the influx of thoughts from spirits, but are not defined, because they are not duly directed. There is, however, a species of dreaming which is uncaused by any thing except an excitement of the nervous medium or consciousness of the body. Such dreams are only unquiet thoughts, and wild and fantastic formations of thoughts pre-impressed into visions and fancies. It is a truth that spirits commune with one another while one is in the body and the other in the higher spheres, and this, too, when the person in the body is unconscious of the influx, and hence can not be convinced of the fact, and this truth will ere long present itself in the form of a living demonstration, and the world will hail with delight the ushering in of that era when the interiors of men will be opened, and the spiritual communion will be established such. 676. As is now being enjoyed by the inhabitants of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, because of their superior refinement. Concerning these things in their details, a knowledge can be had by perusing the relations made by Swedenborg during the period of his mental illumination. Section 206. The structure of the universe is now presented to the mind, and all its living beauties, together with the divine essence that gives it life and animation. It presents an indestructible basis of hope and faith, and a corresponding foundation of human action. It is as a mirror in which are reflected all corresponding beauties yet uncreated, but proved to be an embryo by the universal teachings of natural law. The whole is beautiful. The whole is as one body, and God the soul and Father of all living and unliving things. Everything is perfect in its way and state of being. Everything is necessary, even indispensable. Everything is pure, even divine and celestial. Everything teaches harmony and universal reciprocation by an unfailing manifestation of the same. Everything is of, in, through, and to the divine mind. All things are parts of Him, and these are as one whole, even nature, man, and heaven. The earth's, or the first sphere, constitute the germ, the second sphere is the roots, the third, the body, the fourth, the branches, the fifth, the buds, the sixth, the blossom, and the seventh is beauty, beauty that blooms with an immortal fragrance. Here is the tree of righteousness, righteousness because all is right and nothing wrong. It is the tree of goodness, because nothing is evil. It is the tree of immortal life, because there is no death. It is the tree of divine perfection, because there is nothing imperfect. It is the tree of truth, because there is no falsehood in the divine creations. It is the tree of eternal causation, because nothing is but what was in another form before. It is the tree of love and wisdom, because there is no confusion or disunity, for all things are working together for good, and that good is the elevation of all low and undeveloped things to a high degree of refinement, from which a universe yet unborn will be ushered into being to breathe the breath of heaven. Here, then, is the tree whose foundation rests in the depths of time, and whose top extends to the heights of eternity. It puts forth branches throughout the lengths and breadths of the universe. Nature's divine revelations. 677. And casts a refreshing shade over the labyrinths of space whose limits no thought can define. Further contemplations upon these inconceivable creations would be taxing the mind beyond its powers of thought and would not tend to usefulness. Yet a word fitly spoken, by way of admonition, may not lose its influence until some of the most desirable results are accomplished. Remember, then, that the germ of this great tree is in the first sphere, which comprehends all earths and their inhabitants. Knowing this, let every one strive diligently to cultivate the germ, and to make perfect its unfoldings. Strive to give its proper ties and essences of proper and truthful direction. Put forth all love, and energy, and wisdom, to effect that which is most desirable, that the principles of which are found in the nature of all men, and that which prompts them to profitable action, and, remember, that is unity, and unity is happiness. In view of these things, the importance and truthfulness of the saying is manifested, that the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal, and, also, that the things which are visible are terrestrial, while the things which are invisible are heavenly. While these truths present themselves in bold relief, the human mind should put forth efforts to comprehend their signification and importance. In doing this, mankind will discover that the mind must be refined and perfected, and that, when this is properly accomplished, the social world will be correspondingly elevated, and thus be advanced to honor, goodness, and universal peace. Social world will be core. End of the second part.